Test, test, test. Sound check. All right, welcome everyone to day 2. I can't believe it's already day 2 of RoboCon 2024 online. Once again, I'm Joe Colantonio, founder of TestSkill, and I'll be serving as your MC for today's day 2. Really excited about today. I want to first start off by thanking everyone for all your participation yesterday. Big round of applause. The test, really great stuff. Thank you for all your questions, all your interactions in GatherTown. It really makes the event a big success. And it's one of the big things why I love hosting this event is because the robot framework community is one of the best. So thank you all. Let's keep it going for day 2. Let's keep the energy up. It's an online event. So the way we keep the energy up is keep asking questions and keep interacting within GatherTown. So big round of applause once again for all of you that helped yesterday. And let's keep it going today. All right, some quick housekeeping stuff for the folks that may have missed it on day 1. Really quick, to get the most out of today's event, there are two main things you need to know. The first one is chat among yourselves. Use the GatherTown chat feature. And also, if you're not part of the Slack channel for Robot Framework, I highly recommend you join that as well. And the second one is for questions for the speakers, we use Slido. So Slido is just for questions to speakers. It's not a chat. It's only for questions that you want to ask speakers when we're live with the speakers. And you can see that it's embedded to the right of the video. If you're watching on the official robocon.io page, you'll see the video, and to the right, you'll see Slido. So if you have a question for a speaker, you would just type in your question there. And that's when we go live, I'll pull up your question and read it directly to the speaker. If you want to chat among yourselves, I would use GatherTown, or like I said, definitely check out the Slack as well. And just like any other event, this is online, but we want to make it as interactive as possible. So we really want to invite you to interact with us on day 2, just like you did on day 1, like you would at any other conference. And once again, to do this, we pulled together, or the team did, not me, the folks at RoboCon and Robot Framework really pulled together an awesome virtual experience, and a virtual playground, if you will, in GatherTown. So if you haven't checked out GatherTown yet, you have to check it out. Because not only are we using it for day 2, but day 3, they're going to have like an unconference where you can really get together and do all kinds of things, workshops, all kinds of cool stuff that you definitely want to check out there as well. All right, so if you still don't know how to join the RoboCon, I assume if you're in GatherTown If you're not in Galatown, really the easiest way to do is look at your ticket. There's a Join RoboCon venue on your ticket page. Put in the same email address used for the RoboCon ticket, click the registration link, and you'll get an email, and then you should be in just like that. And once again, there's a few ways to view this stream today. The first one is, well, there's 3 ways, but I'm just going to go over 2. The first one is robocon.io. And the second way is directly in Galatown. If you go to the RoboCon venue in the conference hall, you'll have an option to watch the event. Just hit the X button. If for some reason your company blocks YouTube or anything, let Renee know, and we can share with you a Vimeo link. And so you can watch directly in Vimeo. That's like a third backdoor option. Also, I want to start off by thanking all our awesome sponsors once again for helping with the event. Big round of applause for all the sponsors. Hopefully you check them all out in Galatown. They have all booths. Go to the booths. And also there's tokens still within all the areas in Galatown. So you definitely want to go to Galatown, check out all the sponsors, make sure there's no hidden tokens there. And make sure to pay attention during the breaks, because the break videos will contain clues for a puzzle to complete to make sure they're available for some prizes. And also, thank you, RoboCon committee, and the speakers are all online in the RoboCon venue. All right, I talked enough. Let's bring the first speaker in. We're going to kick off the day once again with Mika to really set the stage. It's going to be like a live, like short sections with some experts on different topics. So, Mika, let's go live. Let's do this. Hey, Mika, welcome back to RoboCon.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. It feels very good to be back. We had a really, really good first day, and really looking forward this day as well, and tomorrow as well. I mean, it's 3-day, or actually this year 4-day event with pre-tutorials and everything. So getting bigger and better each year.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm excited about day 3 as well. For folks that don't know, maybe it's just a little plug for day 3 so people know it's not really over today. They still have some awesomeness going on tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. So tomorrow we'll be having a community day. So we have one tutorial in the morning. Check your local schedule from robocon.io. And then after that, we're going to start with, it's a non-conference day. So we're going to organize ourselves. We will share a link to Miroport so you can suggest topics to discuss, to code, to work on together in the port. So we'll share that in Cattertown and in our Slack today. So you can already jump in today, suggest things, or then tomorrow just come to Cattertown in the bridge and we'll make it happen there. So.
Absolutely. Renee gave a demo yesterday, but maybe Renee will give another demo today, just so maybe near the end of the day, we can remind people how to join tomorrow to take advantage of that awesome opportunity.
Definitely. Sure. And today, actually, we also have great sessions, and this one is live. So we're going to have 4 demonstrations of ecosystem projects. And also we're going to end up today with a live panel discussion. So of course, pre-recorded talks are great, but also it's very nice to have interactive sessions during the day as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I might hijack the last roundtable. So it's going to be a panel discussion, but it's also going to be an Ask Us Anything session, I think. So any question you have for Pekka, Renee, or David, they can handle anything around Robot Framework. We'll have a structured conversation as well, but I also want to let people know they want to stay all the way to the end, because it's going to be your chance to interact with some of the top experts here and get your questions answered on anything you've been wondering about with the Robot Framework.
Indeed.
Awesome. So anything else, Mika, we should know about? People keep asking about recordings. Do we have any information on that? How this works after the event? Is it a one and done?
Yeah. So when you have your ticket, you can always rewind back to robocon.io. And with that ticket, you can always see the live stream from day 1 and day 2 and tutorials. So you can just watch them anytime you want. We will release them public, all videos, short videos, like each 1 hour with the Q&A during the spring. But of course, for ticket holders, they are available immediately as those days.
Awesome. Very cool.
Maybe
Right.
shortly about the ecosystem projects. Not sure if everybody knows
Absolutely.
about those. So maybe I'm just going to shortly define what is the ecosystem here. So of course, everybody knows Robot Framework, but when you kind of use Robot Framework, it's not maybe self-evident that when we talk about ecosystem, what it is. So when you download Robot Framework, well, that's the Robot Framework. When we're talking about Robot Framework core and everything outside the tools and libraries, that's typically what we refer as the ecosystem. And for this kind of open source project, is really cool that we have many good tools and libraries that extend the usage of Robot Framework core itself. And that's also why the Robot Framework Foundation wants to fund some of these ecosystem projects. So like I mentioned yesterday, we have 3 main initiatives that we really want to try forward: the Robot Framework itself, the community, and the third is the ecosystem. So we are a non-profit association, so we don't have that much money. But whenever we do have some extra towards the end of the year, we tend to fund projects that either are lacking maintenance or need a little bit love, or there is just some new cool initiatives that would benefit from some seed funding. So how it works is that you can apply for funding when there is something available. So we will let people know in our channels, hey, there's a ecosystem project, CFP open, so call for ecosystem project is open, apply now. Last year we had it like open mid-July till end of August, mid-September. Then we had a few rounds of these discussions with everybody who applied, and then we had a decision made by a committee that which few projects we fund this time. It's never easy, but I think we had a good selection. So overall, there was like 15 applications, and we decided to fund 7 out of 6. We actually did, and they were done then towards the end of the year and finalized few of them still in January. So then all of those projects were given a little bit of funding, and that's one of the ways we, as Robot Framework Foundation, want to support the ecosystem.
No, that's what I love about Robot Framework. It's not just a open source project. You really do help the contributors and like with initiatives like this. Because one thing I'm not sure, you said you announce it through different channels. What would be the best channel for people to get involved with? So after the event that they get these type of information.
Yeah, so we typically use at least our Slack and forum, but also social media. So I would pick at least one of those. All important information we try to provide through different channels, but kind of general in our Slack is quite good. And we actually just made a change before this conference that is announcements only channel. So then you should also quite easily pick up what's happening, even if you don't that regularly drop in.
Awesome. And what's the best way for a company, if a company's watching or a group of people and they want to get more involved with the Robot Framework Foundation? Is there an easy way to get in touch with you all, or are there any, do you have to apply? What are the steps?
Yeah, so that's a good question, Joe. So basically, it's quite straightforward. So there is an application link under robotframework.org/foundation. There's also additional information on what we do and how we operate there. But you can always contact me if you have additional questions. So you just file that link, then we'll get back to you in a few days. The board actually votes on every new member, so it will take roughly a week, and then we most likely have a positive result, and you will be joining the foundation.
Awesome. All right, Mika, I think that's all we have. But any parting words of wisdom before we kick off the rest of the sessions for today?
Yeah, just enjoy the day. It's going to be great.
Absolutely. And I want to thank you again for setting this all up and making this online event possible. So thank you so much.
Thanks for having us here, Joe.
Awesome.
You're great.
Cheers. Thank you. All right. Awesome stuff. I always love hearing from Mika. And if you're not doing anything with the Robot Framework Foundation, you want to learn more, definitely take advantage of that. Absolutely. 100%. All right. I see Renee and Tattoo ready to go. They're going to talk about the ecosystem project review, doing the unloved task in Browser Lib. All right, guys, we're about to go live. Let's do this. Hey, welcome back, Renee. Hey, Tattoo. Good to see you all.
Hey, Joe. Hi. Good morning.
Morning. Great to see you. Like I said, really excited about this. I'm kind of new to this kind of ecosystem project review type deal. So the floor is yours. I'd love to learn more about the browser lib.
Tattoo, can you say something? Did not hear you. We cannot hear you, Tattoo.
Tattoo, we heard you earlier in the pre-show. No.
Not yet. Waiting 10 more seconds, and I will just start.
Can you try rejoining, Tattoo? Because when you first joined, it worked. I don't know if that does it.
And then let's make something different. Okay, we will switch presentations. So Tattoo has some time to fix the audio equipment. So let's talk first about the other project.
Sure.
And so we are switching, and I think I can now share my screen. Yep. So the project that we are talking here now, sorry for the quick switch, is a SeleniumLibrary2Browser migration helper. And so the idea is help people to migrate that need to migrate. First, maybe very, very quick introduction from myself. I'm working for Imbus as a consultancy company, but I'm long time robot framework members, like 8 years, and my first contribution to open source was the data driver, and I'm now maintainer of browser library, assertion engine, data driver, crypto library, robot framework, debug, and some more. And I'm also the chairman of the foundation. The browser library has a huge growth, I think, over the last years. So it's getting bigger and bigger, and more users are coming to it, and the users are pretty happy with it. And there are technologies that kind of really saltens the soup of using Selenium library. For example, Shadow DOM is still a red flag for using Selenium. It's really hard to use Selenium. There's no convenient way to use it. So people are kind of forced to look for other technologies, and that would, for example, be a browser library that can really work well with Shadow DOM elements. So what did I propose or already started implementing before, but then proposed to finish, is this compatibility layer. So it basically looks like a Selenium library, but under the hood, it uses the browser library. And that means all keywords are compatible to Selenium library, keyword interfaces, and also the behavior that you would expect from Selenium library. You can use the Selenium library selectors like something, something, and everything should work the same, but under the hood, as said, it's using browser. And why? Because we got requests from the community that they need to migrate because of technology change in the UI, or developer did some change which make it hard with Selenium, or they just figured out that the browser library is kind of faster or bring their more value. The initial situation was that I had done an initial implementation. I had basically just proof of concept that most of the keywords can be implemented using browser library. They were roughly doing what they should. They were not pretty accurate. So there are some keywords that have very weird, like exception paths there. So there's a lot of details then going in the last mile. So the first 80% were easy, but the last 20 were pretty hard. And we had 38 keywords still missing, and the doc were missing, and the migration concept were missing. So I promised to implement at least 155, which I estimated should be possible, definitely. Writing documentation and writing some description how to migrate from how the migration process could work and what the intermediate steps could be. So you can find it here under the QR code. Sorry, I can move myself away so that you can scan that QR code. So on github.com/snooze82, which is my GitHub account. And I will show that QR code later as well. So what did we do in the end? I implemented 164 of the 177 keywords. There are some minor limitations. They are described in the docs. You can also use dry run to figure out which keywords are not implemented. They are actually there, but they are located as deprecated, and dry run will still tell you they are not there. And I give you a tool, Selenium Stats, to give you an info about your usage of keywords in your library, how often it's used, which keywords are used, and how compatible your project is. To install, you not only have to install the migration library, but also Robot Framework Browser itself and initialize that. It's not a dependency because you can use this nice tool here, Selenium Stats, without installing Robot Framework Browser itself. And Selenium Stats is giving you a statistics of what keywords. So you feed it with an output XML, and it gives you a statistics of what keywords are used of Selenium library. And then you get a table. And the table means, the count means this keyword, like go-to, has been called in your whole test execution one time. And the parents count means that keyword has been called in so many other keywords or test cases. So it's basically like, how often have you written that line in your code? And what we really would appreciate if you do something like this and then send it to me or upload it here. There is a JSON file coming out of it, not just this statistic, but there is a JSON file. In this JSON file, there are no confidential data whatsoever. There's just like which keywords you have called. And you can upload it here. I will also share it with the Selenium library team so that they can get a good idea of which keywords are used often. So we got over the last 4 years, so this statistics thing is out there for some time. We got over the last 4 years 48 reports of the keyword usages. We see big projects like here, 13,000 times click element, but only called in 169 places in the code. We also got smaller projects that have maybe another proportion. And here you see, for example, add locator strategy is a keyword that is currently missing in the implementation, and it will probably be missing also forever. So it's not implemented in the migration helper. So you also see directly which keywords are not supported. Or we have libraries like this here, which seems kind of wrapping the whole Selenium library in new keywords. So you see a very low amount of actual calls. Over all these statistics, I made a statistic as well. So for these 48 statistics files we got, and we see which keywords are used but cannot be implemented. But we also see that a lot of keywords of Selenium library itself are, at least in these 48 projects, are not used. So here you see, for example, click image, cover element. In all these 48 projects, those were not used. And we had here like 645,000 keyword calls that were analyzed. In the very end, we are ending, so in these 48, with these 7 missing keywords that are not implemented in the browser library, but were used. And it's specifically, for example, alert stuff or the locator strategy is something that you just have to handle differently if you migrate. So what I would like to request, please try it out. So try out the migration library if you think or if you have the demand of switching. This is not meant as a hostile project. It's not meant as, and I move myself away again. It's not meant as a hostile project to somehow convince people to move from Selenium library. Selenium library is still a great library. It's maintained. It has done so much over the years. There are good reasons for using Selenium library and not using browser library. For example, if you're using Selenium Grid or other platforms to execute your stuff, and you're depending on the WebDriver technology. But if you have the need of switching, this library could help you. What all Selenium library users could do is provide us a statistics. So install it once, let this Selenium stats statistics running, and upload this JSON file. And I promise I will share that also to the Selenium team so that the Selenium team knows which keywords are used multiple times. I did share it also in the beginning with Tato, who was the owner of Selenium Library back then. I will also send them soon to add so that he also knows. And you may try it out and give feedback. And that's all from my side. So we are open source, and thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Renee. Tattoo, quick sound check before I switch over to the next session. Darn it. Nope, still not. Sorry, man. All right.
So
next up, thank you so much, Renee and Tattoo. Appreciate it. All right, thank you for that. Awesome development. Next up, we have, we're going to hear a little bit about RobotCode, Road to Version 1.0 with Daniel. All right, Daniel, I'll see you in the green room. Let's go live. Hey, Daniel, welcome to RoboCon.
Hello.
Good to see you. All right, guitars in the background. We're already off to a good start. So the floor is all yours.
Yo. So I share my screen?
Yeah, if you can share your screen, if you hover your mouse in the bottom middle, there should be an option to share screen.
Yeah, I found it, and then I take this screen, and then we see
the screen is showing.
This one.
Yep, perfect.
So, okay. Yeah, let's talk about a little bit about my ecosystems project, RobotCode, Road to Version 1.
Now this slide's a little too big now, Dan. I know you zoomed in earlier, but now this is off screen here.
It's too big?
Too big, yeah.
Why it is too big?
You know what? I'll just go to, I have a fancy view. I'll change it. I'll change my view for you. So just go back to what you're doing.
So. Why is too big? It's
there you
normal.
Go. You're good.
There you go. Okay. Now we have. Okay. So, okay. Some words about my project. What was the plan? What was the idea? So the main plan was to introduce some new features, especially for the command line, and to make a new configuration file that supports all settings for Robot Framework and VS Code and such things. Some code optimizations, enhanced performance, and addressing bugs and usability and such things. And one bigger thing, write some tutorials and write documentations. So from my side, I think how this has happened. In such an open source project where I work alone, there's not much time, limited free time, really to do something in the open source project, bringing work and the normal work, the family, and this project together. My current stage, Imbus, my company where I work on, provides me 2 days to work on RobotCode, but it's mostly not enough to make new things. That's one of the things, and it's yeah, mostly enough for answering questions or work on some issues or tickets or something. So the main problem is, the main challenge is finding a really big continuous finding a time for continuous feature development. So more than 1 day or 1 hour. So one of the other problems is if you want to make an open source project in Germany, you have some regularity problems. You need You cannot receive private donations for an open source project because the tax office and related tax issues are there and such things. So, but for me, the money is not really important. I need time for this. So I talk with my company, and Imbus provides me a solution. Imbus handles the whole ecosystem, funding things and such things. I get the money on, however, but Imbus gives me the time to do this. So they calculate a little bit, whatever, as a consultant, I get so many in an hour at a customer. So they put doubled this time. And so I had at the end round about 3 weeks in a row to really focus on robot code development. So that's a real good thing. Maybe an idea for other companies how you can handle such open source development, donations, sponsorings, and such things. It's for me, it fits totally. So then I start working, but you know it, things always turn out differently than you think. And what's happened? Robot Framework 7 is coming with many, many new features and many, many internal changes to the model. And I needed to, write a lot of code to support Robot Framework 7. But at the end, RobotCode is fully compatible with Robot Framework 7. Supports all the new features, like the new var syntax, the deprecations for the checks, mixed argument supporting in a library keywords, and so on, type hints and such things. So the second thing, one file to rule them all, the new robot toml file. The idea of the robot toml file is there must be one file where I can configure my robot framework executions and also my IDE. So should be able to select profiles in the IDE and also on the command line. So there is no need for long command line calls. Maybe you know it from the normal robot framework call. On the command line, you need to add a result directory. You need to add variables, different variable files, environment variables, and so on. So many things. And with this robot toml file, there is no need for all these things. You can install and use the robot code runner in your Python environment to execute your robot framework tests like it you do in a VS Code IDE with robot code, and many, many more. On Tuesday, I had a tutorial, and you can see a demo and some explanation about this whole thing in this tutorial video. So next one, there are some other client tools, command line tools, such things like discover information about your project with one call, which test cases I have defined in my tests, which test cases defines with tags. What happens if I combine this text, and what test cases comes out, and such things. Execute your tests with a robot toml file configuration file. You can remote your remote debug your project, maybe put a debugger instead you run the project in a normal way. You can change the command line comment to debug, and then you can connect via VS Code to your CI pipeline and see what's happened in the pipeline. You can integrate RobotCode's language server and other editors like NeoVim, Sublime, Eclipse, and such, whatever you name it. Query configuration files, possible options. Again, see my tutorial. Some new things in VS Code. I speed up everything. First a little bit, and now I make it, I think 5 times faster. There will be a new release in the next days for RobotCode. It's really fast now. Completions in the debugger. A new feature, you have a keywords view here. You can see the libraries and keywords that you are imported in the current suite, and you can easily search with the normal VS Code features, Control F, and then type whatever you want and search your libraries and keywords. One bigger feature is RobotCode discovers tests like robot does it. So if you run a robot on the command line and say, okay, include this, exclude this, and such things, this is also possible with RobotCode. And again, see my tutorial for this. But at the end, because of Robot Framework 7 is coming, there is not much documentation. There is new documentation, but not so much as I planned. So, but there's the tutorial. There's a written version. I will update the written version with some questions from the tutorial. It's coming. And I created a discussion panel on GitHub for RobotCode, where I will collect questions and answers for RobotCode. Some plans for the future: more documentation, more speed, more client tools. The plan is to bring the analysis functionality from the IDE to the command line, so that you also say RobotCode analyze your project on the command line and get all these keyword not found, variable not found, and find unused references and such things. There's a plan for cleaning up the project. There is a plan for creating projects and files from templates. Maybe better icons coming next. And if you have any other ideas, tell it to me. So thanks. And thanks for the Robot Framework Foundation for making it possible for me to realize this whole things. And also thanks to the community for helping me to make RobotCode better, suggesting enhancements, reporting issues, asking questions, and so on. For me, this is a lot of fun, and I'm really proud to be a part of this community. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Really appreciate it. If you can hang around in the green room, we might have, if we have time later on, after we might do like a Q&A really quickly. So if you could stay until like maybe 20 minutes, that'd be awesome. Is that okay?
Okay.
I appreciate it. So stay in the green room. We'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Awesome. So next up we have Helio. And Helio, we're about to go live. I see you in the green room. Let's do it. Hey, Helio, welcome to RoboCon.
Hey, hello. Nice to be here.
Yeah, good to see you. Awesome stuff. I know you had a recording, but I wanted to make sure you set it up, and then we do the recording and probably go back to you. So however you want to do it, the floor is all yours.
Will you play the recording yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay, the recording is a high-speed mode, so be prepared to see a lot of talk and quick flashing of mouse and yeah, because it's 8 minutes, so let's go.
All right, really quick, can you just set it up? What are we talking about here? So the people know what they're about to watch.
Okay. Major feature is supporting all the languages that Robot Framework 6 supports. And so when we open the file, we will see the settings and all the elements in that language. And then we'll move to the internet localization of the user interface itself.
Awesome. All right, let's check it out.
So I'm starting by installing RIDE. The system is Fedora 38. Already creating a desktop icon that is hidden behind. Yeah, there it is. So now we have Python 3.10 and the latest released version 2.08.1. In this screen, we see the wrong fields errors because this RIDE does not support yet the translated languages. Only English is available. So this is the old 6.0.2 version of Robot Framework. And now we'll open, as you can see, we open a Portuguese file, but the system remains with the English one. Now I'm going to, I upgraded the Robot Framework to version 7. And now I'm starting right from the command line. Yeah. So now it opens the latest file. You can see version 7. And we are going to open the Spanish example. But this is still the old version of RIDE. Now we are going to see the new version. I'm installing this is the development version, still in 3.10, Python 3.10. As you can see, is RIDE 2.1 development version 20. So this is a typical release notes that starts when RIDE opens for the first time. The German, now the languages are active. So the German language file is opened, and we can see the settings, the heading, and some words. The tooltips hopefully show the English version. We're going to start running, but there is a bug in this in this version that we cannot select folders with and files. So we must run all the files, and that's what I did. I run all the files and checking the output. The simplified Chinese must have that option of the language. This is, I don't know if it is a bug from Robot. And there are tests are green. Seems that only run not all time. Oh, maybe this is another. So I'm showing here the colorization of the test case in Portuguese. As you can see, I already jumped to Portuguese and to German. I'm going to open a simple file with mixed languages. As you can see, the Portuguese is here, but the colorization was not active, and I activated with apply changes. And again, applying the colorization. This is a Hindi from language file. The fields appeared in Hindi, and some are not translated, and others are obsolete, like force tags. Okay, I run the file. Since it's not a folder, it's the running is okay. Now showing the IT as Italian. As you can see, all some words. Force tags, for example, is obsolete and is not translated in the robot system. That's the Dutch execution. Now we are seeing the Polish file. I'm just changing here the setup. As you can see, we will change now the color to the correct identification. Russian, Thai, Turkish, Ukrainian, Vietnamese, Chinese simplified and traditional, and we go back and Bulgarian, Bosnian, Czech, German, English, Spanish, Finnish, French, Hindi again. Okay, so now I'm going to show another feature is the full interface translation. Again, I apply the changes to have the colorization correct. Okay, and that's it for the languages. Now for the language interface, I'm going to show the language interface, and we start by Chinese. So again, the tags, the elements are in Chinese. Some are, and others not. I needed to reopen the file to fully have them. So this is the preferences, and where we select the interface language. Some buttons stay already identified, but we need to restart right to have the proper menus. Here we can see after the restart, the menus are some. This was automated translation, so it will need human validation. I don't know Chinese, of course. That's why I was able to translate. Now I'm going to see the Italian. Again, I needed to restart the interface. Okay, now open an Italian file to match the interface. As you can see, the buttons, library, libreria. I also don't know much Italian, but these ones they are broken. I'm showing just the menu items are garbled because they were not reviewed. Okay, now finally Portuguese is my native language, as you know, and it's fully translated. Also for Portuguese in Brazil, I also did that translation. To be consistent, I'm going to open a Portuguese-based file. Manage configurations. This is the about, how it's fully translated. And that's it.
Okay, awesome. Hold up, Helio. We're about to go live again. All right, really cool feature, Helio. Can you stick around till for about 15 more minutes? I have a few questions here coming up, and I want to get everyone in maybe for like 5 minutes at the end to do like ask us anything type deal.
Yeah, great.
All right, awesome.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. So stick around. We'll be back. All right, great feature. Okay, so we're bringing back in Renee and Tattoo. Keep your fingers crossed. Let's see if this is all going to work. Let's do it. Hey guys, welcome back.
Now?
Yay! Awesome. Congrats. Crowd's going crazy.
Yeah, awesome. Applause. Big applause. Wonders of technique. Okay, let's just jump in.
Let's do it. Change my view.
And yeah, let's make again another configuration. Yeah. So hello, welcome to the next ecosystem project, doing unloved tasks in Browser Library. And let us introduce briefly. Tattoo, go ahead. That's the
hold on, Mika, can you jump off and have because Tattoo's using your number now. Sorry, I had to reuse a different number to get him in, and then I didn't know Mika was going to join again. So apologize. So hopefully I'll hit Tattoo up on Slack. So go ahead, Renee.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then I will introduce Tattoo. So Tattoo is working for Opus Punky, which is a bank right now, and so he switched jobs, and he is already 15 years working on Robot Framework. And now, Tattoo, you can go ahead.
Yes, and I maintained Selenium Library first for 5 years. I think I made like 10 years ago my first contribution to Robot Framework Core. And then I gave it back to Selenium Library, and I'm maintaining Browser Library. Also, Assertion Engine is a spin-off from the Browser Library, and Python libcore, which helps you to load stuff between Robot Framework libraries, and a few other tools that are there that I do.
Okay, I introduced myself already, so we can skip that part.
So, Browser Library has not been loved that much for the past few years. So a lot of stuff piled up. There was 44 issues open. There were lots of involvements with the apply rate, which we want to implement. And also our documentation fell out of date. So we did promise to fix or at least close issues that so that it would fit one page in the GitHub. We would update Playwright API stuff, and we would refresh on the pages. And we did it. We got the issues down to 10. Now it's back up to 20 because, well, it's used a lot by the community. And we've refreshed a lot of the Playwright API stuff, and we fixed all the documentation stuff. And next page. And this is the total list of issues that we did fix. It's actually quite a lot. You can go and read it by yourself from the release note, but it was bigger than normal release usually we do. And
so we actually decided to do it very briefly to say what we have here. So just the first point from me, you can now connect to a running Chrome browser session using the Chrome Developer Protocol. The only thing that you have to do is you have to start it with the debugging port open, and then you can just navigate there normally and then connect with your browser instance to that browser. I actually use a similar thing as well, the launch browser server, the second line. From Python or from the command line, you can launch multiple Playwright browsers and then keep them open. And if you, for example, use Pabot, you can first check how many processes you need and then spin up 17 browsers in parallel, and every Pabot thread will just connect to that browser and disconnect again, which just takes a few milliseconds instead of opening a browser in that instance again.
And there's that closing level keep, which was requested many times from the community, that in the past, browsers were automatically closed when the test execution ends, regardless what level they use. But we implemented keep, which keeps the browsers open on also after the test execution ends. But be careful, it also leaves a nose process running in your system, so don't use it in the production. And Rene made parallel downloads.
So you can you can basically start multiple downloads and then poll them if they are done downloading, so you don't have to work with these promises and
And we made accession formats a scope, so that in previous, when you had the accession format, it was there forever. Now you can define a scope, test, suite, or global, and it will automatically be removed after that scope ends. And we made Robot Framework 7 support. I think we had one issue which we had to fix, and there was lots of more things. Next slide.
But actually we decided to hijack this presentation. Normally we would just talk about browser library, but we want to talk about a different topic.
So did the funding help? Yes, it did.
Yes, definitely it did. And we want to talk about how funding helps and why it does help.
Well, time is precious, like the ring from the Ring of the Lord says. We have other stuff to do. We have work, we have family, hobbies, and other stuff that we need to do. And we tend to focus on more important things.
Yeah. And so, for example, time with family and, for example, with my 2 kids is definitely something. Independently how much I like working on browser library or in the community, that is stuff that works or is more important. And doing all this maintenance in the free time is really something that really should kind of kick my mood and has to make fun. Otherwise, I would like to do other things.
But there's a motivation also to do the work for the browser library, because it's really rewarding to hear user feedback and get things fixed for him or create new stuff for them. It's a real nice thing. And also the picture that shows that how many downloads we have, even though we don't really know how many users there are, that's a reward for me. Why I'm doing, what's the good feeling out of making this browser library for you, all the users.
And we definitely like altruism and say, hey, let's do it for the greater good. But still, you have to get something out of it. And even if it's the positive feedback, or that you know that you helped people to really solve a critical issue, or they are now happy in their project, which brings me something. But on the other hand, we have these tasks that have a pretty high effort, and no one will thank about it, like fixing your code or implementing maybe a feature that no one is using yet. Maybe some people will use it in the future, but it's not that mind-blowing feature where people just directly jump on it and say, oh, thank you very much for doing that, because they may not recognize it at the first, and on the second step, they then just take it as is. So stuff that has high effort and give low reward has automatically an intrinsic low priority and low motivation. And for me personally, I have real hard times to do stuff where I'm not motivated to do. So that's a downer. And that's why these kind of issues do pile up in this open source projects. So the funding, Satu, yeah.
Funding leads to a commitment. For now, then I tend to focus when I do browser library stuff or any open source stuff that I get it done relatively fast, even within the one night. So I fix a thing, I made a commit, and I even make a release after that thing is fixed. And then it's hard to commit to things that takes longer, weeks or days, stuff to do, unless there's a really high reward for it. But funding gives us other kind of reward that I can focus, forget the immediate good feeling about fixing something immediately. I can focus because then I know that I have a reward waiting for a longer period of work. And let's be honest, if you would have enough money, what would you do? Well, I think if I would have millions in my bank account, I would be a ski bum. I would go skiing in the Alps or somewhere in nice places.
But maybe not just the question. Yeah, maybe not just the question, what would you do if you would have enough money? the question would be maybe also like, what would you work if the work you're actually doing does not really differ in the money? And I would expect that most of you, if you think about, let's say you get that money that you get now, independently of what you work, as long as you work. I know that many of you would just quit and not work at all if you have $1 million, but let's say you have to work. Would you still work the same stuff that you're doing? Or are you at the moment saying, okay, that work that I'm doing is giving me a good money and I don't hate it. So, and sometimes I like it, sometimes I enjoy it, but there are also days where I don't enjoy it, but still I get good money. And that's the same with the browser library. And the acceptance with family is always an issue on these open source projects. So if I can tell my wife and my kids, okay, I have to do some over hours now, or do maybe on weekends some coding, but we will go into a fun park or something like this because now we can afford it, that really makes a difference. So yes, we are open source, and that means, yes, you get all that for free. But that also means that you may think about which open source libraries are you using, and with these open source libraries, specifically for the companies that are using it, how much do you rely on them? Systems like Selenium Library and Browser Library are super vital, in my opinion, for these web UI testing projects. So think about funding possibilities, not just for us. Maybe ask Mika how your company can, if you're not able to join a foundation, which I totally understand, think about if your company could maybe just fund the vital project that you're using, or fund feature in robot framework that you're needing. So that would be our appel to you. Think how funding could help improve this system and give the people also the reward they deserve if they are doing a lot of stuff in their free time. So that's all for us. Use browser library, and see you in the Q&A.
Awesome, guys. So I want to take some quick Q&A. I know we're supposed to go into a break, but we have a bunch of questions. So I thought we'd just jump right over there with all the speakers. And Tattoo has given us a tour. This is awesome. All right. So first question, is there things not possible to do limitations with the browser library?
Yeah, I mean, so browser library can do Selenium Grid right now, but it's from the limitations things. Daniel, you're breathing pretty loud. From the limitations. So the WebDriver thing is a thing, and stuff that browser library cannot do is, for example, moving the whole picture. So moving the browser left and right, and these are also part of the non-implemented things in this migration helper, for example. But I would say there's nothing there is vital at all.
Okay. What is the advantage to use RIDE instead of VS Code? I think it's for you, Helio.
Okay. Yeah. RIDE was the first IDE officially supported by Robot Framework. Actually, was sponsored by Nokia, and it was, and it is still is aimed to manual testers, not for developers. So people can opt using Visual Studio Code or RIDE. That's a matter of choice. So that's the answer. There is no advantage to, depends the advantage to use RIDE instead of Visual Studio.
Okay. What are the pros and cons on changing from Selenium to browser? Like, are there some issues Selenium developers are bumped into after the change?
So the browser library has some speed effects. So browser library is typically way quicker than Selenium library from those feedback that we got from the users. Also, the weighting and element detection is typically more stable. There is no element stall exceptions, so it's typically like the speed and the reliability, and also the thing that because Browser Library is based on Playwright and based on Node, the interaction with JavaScript on the page is more direct and better. And you can also integrate Node.js there. So, yeah.
Cool. Does RoboCode integrate support RoboCop code checker directly in code editor than RobotLang server does, at least in PyCharm?
Yeah, just install it, and then if it's installed in your Python environment, then you can use it in RobotCode.
Excellent.
Same as Tidy for auto formatting.
Same as Tidy, yeah. For auto formatting.
Is Browser Library suited for testing applications with IoT iframes?
Yes, definitely. So iframes are absolutely possible.
All right, probably time for just a few more questions. I want to get everyone involved here. Is it possible to adjust the color theme for Ride?
Yes, it is. And actually, the color theme I choose is my personal one. Yes, it is. But it's not. The colors are changing independently, and you can save and restore. Yeah, it's a matter of trying.
Excellent, excellent. All right, probably time for a few more questions. But I appreciate all your work.
The second one is good. Like, how does the community deal with open source projects not being backed by big companies? I mean, we just try to inform. We try to do missionary stuff. So we go maybe also on conferences. I did a talk on a ASQF testing day in Germany about open source projects. I did that on the meetup in Helsinki as well. Like, how do you use open source projects, and what are the possibilities of giving it back? And what happens if you're not doing it? I mean, there are open source projects dying every time, and you should really think about how vital is a project for you. And if it's so vital, wouldn't a few €1,000 a year just a super no-brainer? And it's just like informating and education.
Absolutely. Is there still incompatibilities between RobotCode and VS Code extensions?
I don't know about any of incompatibilities. What you should not do is to install RobotCode and Robot Framework language server at the same time, because they are doing the same things. This can be a little bit annoying.
I like to have VS Code Studio Remote Debugger for Robot and Python together side by side. The problem is Remote RF Debugger.
Yes, you can do it with the Robot Framework, Robot Code Debugger. You can also debug your Python code, but you need some prerequisites to go into the Python code, install the debug.py package, and then it should also work.
How popular is Ride actually? Most people I know prefer other IDEs like VS Code with extensions.
It depends. I don't really know. I think it's highly used, but it depends of your culture and you're willing to use. Remember that Ride exists since about 2010, and before even VS Studio Code was available. So,
why do you like Ride? Are there any benefits to Ride that you think override other IDEs?
Yeah, Ride is exclusive for Robot Framework. It's not for Python languages or any kind of languages. So it has, from the beginning, has validation of the spaces that the user is typing, and it has the documentation of the libraries at hand. It's yeah, you can focus just on the function that you are writing, or a keyword or test.
Awesome. When is RobotCode 1.0 available?
I cannot say. That's one problem, because it's really a hobby project. And so my plan was to say, if I can have the time to write more documentation, good documentation, then it's time to say this is the version 1. So maybe in the next half year, something like this. So there are some people around in the community. They want to help to write documentation. So maybe.
All right, let's do a lightning round. 2 minutes on the clock. Is the browser, the Selenium library support going away?
No, definitely not. And we don't want to create the impression that the foundation or anyone is preferring browser library over Selenium library. Selenium library has its place. Selenium library is the most used UI testing library that we have in the robot framework ecosystem. And with admin love, Yuri and also Lisa Crispin contributed to Selenium library, I think last year. So we have maintainers for Selenium library, and Selenium library will stay. And if admin drops the support, we will search for another one who maintains it. We have just so many users there. So Selenium library will not go away. As long as Selenium exists, it will exist.
I mean, a lot of questions around this. Yep.
Yeah, regarding the migration, it should typically be a more or less drop-in replacement. So you should just be able to use Selenium library to browser. The only thing that you should take care of is the open browser places or create WebDriver places that you have to use there the newer mechanics maybe.
All right. Will there be support for Electron?
Yeah, there will be sometime after some funding, maybe.
Funding issues with browser library? Any other project enhancements?
I mean, funding is always a topic. Like if you fund, you can get full-time development. Yeah, I mean, you could even pay my employer to put me 40 hours a week on browser library. There's just the question of when and how.
Awesome. Thank you guys for sticking around overtime. Really appreciate you. I want to give people the at least 20 minutes break because that's what we promised them. So thank you so much for joining us at RoboCon and making this an awesome event. Thank you all. Appreciate you.
We split the speakers out in 2 speaker rounds. So Helio and Daniel about the IDEs go to the white corner, and Tato and me go to the black or the dark side.
Great point. Everyone head over to GatherTown, hit up the speakers in GatherTown. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye. See you.
Sure.
All right, what an awesome way to kick the session. Sorry, it's live, so that's why there was like some wonkiness going on. But hey, I think you got a lot of value from it. And if you missed anything, if it was distracting, just head on over to GatherTown now during this break and get your questions answered there. And we'll be back in about 20 minutes. Hey, welcome back. As you noticed from our last session, we had a lot of questions around Selenium Library. So our next session is all about Selenium Library 2024 and beyond with Ed and Yuri. Great session followed by live Q&A. So I always recommend as you're watching the session that you put your question in as soon as possible so that when we go live with Slido, the questions are all queued up and ready to go. Sometimes we get too many questions. We just have a small amount of time to ask the questions. So the quicker you get your questions in, the higher likelihood it is that we'll be able to get your question on air for the speakers. I see both Ed and Yuri in the green room. They are ready. They're ready to go. They're waving. They're excited. So here's the session followed by live Q&A.
Hello, RoboCon 2024. Great to have you here. Yuri and I are here. We want to talk to you about the Selenium Library, where we've been in the past year, what's been going on, what is currently happening with the Selenium Library, and what does the future of the Selenium Library look like. My name is Ed Manlove. I have been a longtime maintainer of both the Selenium Library and the original kind of Selenium 2 library. And I've been working on it for a number of years now and have kind of helped kind of guide this project. And with me, I have Yuri.
Hi, I'm Yuri. I've been working with Selenium Library for several years. And since last year, I've been helping Ed out maintaining the Selenium Library.
We've got a lot of things we can cover, and we want to start off with kind of looking back at the year, this past year of where we've been and what we've accomplished. You might have noticed here that we've something I'm really, really excited about. We've grown the team, and this is just really important. Having more people contribute to a project is helpful. It helps us to kind of cover all the work that we need to cover. It also just kind of helps us as a community to grow. In addition, we've made several releases that we'll talk about. We fixed some compatibility with Selenium. So Selenium is taking a fairly active role since the Selenium 4 release has come out, and they've been making almost monthly releases. So we've kind of been working to kind of keep up with the Selenium 4 release schedule and fixing any issues that kind of come up. In addition, we've submitted and gotten an ecosystem project with the foundation. And now we want to kind of look ahead towards 2024. And for 2024, some of the things we're working on is bringing in some more of the Selenium 4 functionality, what's been implemented within Selenium, making sure that we kind of have hooks into the Selenium library. in addition to a lot of that work, which is there's a fair amount there, is to improving our internal processes. So one of the things I've been trying to do over the past year and kind of continuing on is how do we make it easier for ourselves to update the library? How are we kind of making it easier for ourselves to follow what's happening within the underlying Selenium project? And how do we make it easier for others to contribute? In addition, I want to continue to grow the team. This is really important. The open source projects kind of live and survive by their contributors. And so one of the constant activities that I've been doing is working on how do we get more people who are actively using this library to kind of contribute. How do I make it easier for you to contribute? And then what can you do to help build this project and make this project even better? So we're going to look at how we can grow the team and do that in 2024. Joining me this year on the Selenium Library team has been Yuri, who's also joining us today. We've had Lisa Crispin contribute to our project, which has been a great benefit. We've also had from the past year support from Lassie and Robin. And then we've had Tattoo and Yanni, who have been longtime contributors and are kind of still supporting us as we reach out to them and as they reach out to us.
So yeah, like Ed said, we have made some releases in the last year. In 2023, we planned for quarterly releases. That wasn't exactly what we managed, but we achieved 5 releases when in May, in August, September, October, and November. We added some new functionality to Selenium Library, and most of them also keeping up with the changes in Selenium itself, maintaining compatibility. And for 2024, we have set our goal to go for monthly releases.
Mentioning the Selenium 4 functionality, there is a lot that's kind of come in the Selenium 4 release, which originally I think Selenium 4.0 was released almost about 2 years ago. They have been hitting almost kind of a monthly or a bi-monthly, every 2 months type of release schedule. Matter of fact, Selenium version 4.18.0 was just released less than 24 hours ago. I still need to go in and check to see if there's any changes in there that affect us on the Python side and us in the Selenium library side. But so there's a lot within Selenium 4, and we are looking at it in a few different ways. We kind of break down this list into kind of a group of categories. First, we've got kind of what we're currently working on. Yuri, why don't you share with us about this some?
Yeah, well, top of the list, the element attributes and properties. It's already merged into Selenium library at the moment. Just getting the properties of an element and getting the DOM attributes. And next to that, we're also, Selenium has introduced a new functionality to create and switch to a new blank tab or a window. And we've already got similar functionality in the Selenium library, and we're seeing how we can integrate that or how we can learn from that and how we can make it up to date with what they have and what we can create. Next to that, we have the printing a page as a PDF, which sounds rather simple, but there's a lot of configurability with creating a PDF, what size, what formats. So we're looking into how we are going to allow people to set their own arguments, set their own settings for creating a PDF, and how to create that in a way that it's maintainable for ourselves as well. And next to that, there have been in Selenium, they have implemented the timeout getters. So you now can within Selenium ask for the timeouts for the web driver from the web driver itself. And we're similar like the other ones. We have already got similar functionality within the Selenium library, and we're looking at how we can integrate this with our functionality. Next to that, there's also they are implementing some new changes on basic authentication. So you can set a username and a password and add them to getting your URL instead of creating a URL that includes a username and a password. So we're also looking at how to create that and how to implement that within our Selenium library.
The next set of kind of functionality that's within Selenium 4 all kind of comes into Selenium and is implemented through what's called the Chrome DevTools protocol. And so what this is functionality that the Chrome team has kind of added on top of WebDriver, and actually really kind of through their own system, this Chrome DevTools protocol. It is interesting functionalities. It's kind of very specific. It kind of expands upon the base Selenium functionality. You see, we can, working with trying to set the screen size so that you're on a mobile device. In addition, you've got performance metrics, a lot of networking information, and so you can actually grab networking information through the Chrome DevTools protocol. In addition, there's things like geolocation, the JavaScript exceptions, and so all of these things kind of come through the Chrome DevTools protocol. There's some factors in here. One, this means that it's somewhat limited by browsers. Some of this is implemented in different ways with the Firefox browser, but primarily this is within Chrome and then all those that use the Chromium base. So that is Chrome and Edge, the Edge browser. So this is somewhat limited. In addition to that, a lot of these things are changing and working into the WebDriver protocol. So one of the things we're looking at is, one, how do we provide this to the Selenium library users, but how do we provide it in a way that even if the underlying functionality changes, how do we stay consistent at our level to provide kind of long-term support for that? So that's something that we're looking at. The last on this list, and I like to call it the last of last, is relative locators. Relative locators got introduced within Selenium 4. They're a novel idea. They came across with a lot of kind of interest in them. What relative locators are is, instead of something like a CSS or an XPath, they're saying, locate, let's say, this button that's to the left of this other image. And so instead of having a specific path, it kind of uses these relative locations. And so we've looked at this option, but I know I'm a bit hesitant to add it in. One of the things I've had conversations with was, how much usage have we seen by the Selenium end users of relative locators? And talking with people on the Selenium core team who work for people like BrowserStack and Sauce Labs, who have a lot of data, they're saying they're actually not seeing a lot of usage in here. It becomes a little bit of difficulty of how do we implement this within the syntax of our locators. There are some options for doing that, and we've got an issue ticket. If you check the Selenium library issues, there's an issue ticket in there talking about how we could implement it, but it's somewhat difficult. It also would be a lot of consumption of time. And so with somewhat limited resources, there's a lot of other things that we think our focus would be much better used. If you're really, really, really interested in this, you can come talk to us. We're going to talk some more about how you can contribute. I am open to talking more about this, but this is something that's kind of on the bottom of the list, and is kind of the last of something we would be looking at for adding into Selenium 4. We did an ecosystem project. What this is the Robot Framework Foundation, which does support for the Robot Framework project, opened up a call for proposals on projects that are being worked on out in the larger ecosystem. And so as the Selenium library team, we submitted a project which is expected conditions. And expected conditions are a way of waiting on various conditions. And the nice thing about this is it gives us a framework that allows you to wait on really any type of condition you want. Right now, within the library, we have about a dozen or so, maybe a little less, keywords all around waiting. And we're always kind of getting more requests in for, can you do a keyword for waiting on this particular condition? Or can we do a keyword for waiting on this condition or for this to happen? And so by implementing expected conditions, which came in Selenium 4, we kind of open this up. And so there are a handful of, actually about 24 conditions that Selenium provides functions for that you can wait on. In addition to that, something which we had not yet implemented, but we did kind of look at the structure of how to implement, was allowing you to write your own conditions and plug those into the library. And what this does for us as a library team and you as users is it really gives you a much wider ability to wait on very specific tasks within your Selenium test and Selenium library test. Somewhat limited, and I'll talk about that when we get down to this out-of-box waiting strategy, but still a very nice and useful functionality. So something else that's been happening is the Selenium Manager. This is a really important part of what's actually part of Selenium. This is not really within Selenium Library. This is actually all within Selenium. And the Selenium Manager is essentially a tool that allows you to manage both the drivers and the browsers. Very key there is that it works with both the drivers and the browsers. In the past, there have been other tools. We've got one ourselves, the WebDriver Manager, which allows you and helps you kind of manage the driver. So Chrome is a known, notorious problem child in this area. Kind of as it kind of constantly upgrades, you've had to upgrade your drivers. And so what the Selenium Manager does is essentially it brings it into the Selenium project, and it also does it two ways. It does it kind of explicitly and implicitly. If one were to kind of write a test case, and let me actually show you one. Here's a test case where we just open the browser, tell it to go to this URL using the Chrome browser. If we had not set up the drivers, the Selenium Manager, which is now comes in all versions of Selenium, and it actually got introduced back, I think, in about 4.7. So if you're using anything recent within the past year with Selenium, a recent Selenium version, then this is actually there. If you did not set up the driver, Selenium would actually recognize the fact that your driver is not set up or not set up correctly and come in and take care of that for you. So you can actually have it handle the drivers. In addition to the drivers, it also does the browser. And so this has been another function that's been in there for a while within the Selenium library. You can actually set the browser versions. And Chrome and the team at Google have expanded out how they provide out the browsers. In the past, they've only always given you kind of the latest release. And they've recognized that for testing and for test automation, that's always not been the best solution. And so they now have this program called Chrome for Testing, which allows you to select a version. So here I've got Chrome version 1.14. And so you can actually specify what version of Chrome you want. So the Selenium Manager kind of opens up this functionality and kind of handles it for you. It's a bit that I think every Selenium library user and every Selenium user should know about, is the fact that what is this Selenium Manager and what is it about? I'll note there on the bottom, if you go to the Selenium homepage, under the documentation section, there is a whole section that covers Selenium Manager. And it's important for, I think, every user to Selenium library to go and read through that and try to start to understand how this affects your configuration and how you run your tests.
Yeah, and then we have Selenium 2 library. I think it's it was introduced back when Selenium 2 was introduced, and not long after that went back to Selenium Library. And it's been several years now that SeleniumLibrary is still out there, but it's not maintained. It's way outdated, but there are still some dependencies within our current Selenium library, and we want to get rid of all of those, fully deprecate Selenium 2 library, because even now sometimes we get some questions. Yeah, my tests aren't working. I'm using Selenium 2 library. Yeah, that one is way outdated. So we want to get rid of it, deprecate it, and really uninstall it and remove it.
So if you're still using the Selenium 2 library, please change all that over to Selenium Library, because it will soon not load for you. So something else that's kind of coming up is the Selenium project, and even larger than Selenium, the W3C, the Worldwide Consortium, Web Consortium, is introducing this WebDriver bidirectional. The underlying WebDriver that Selenium uses to talk to browsers has always kind of been this long call, make a call out or a request out to the driver, let the driver do a lot of functionality, and eventually it comes back with a response. This works well with a lot of things that one does with WebDriver, but having the ability to get more information out of the WebDriver or out of the browser has some advantages. And so they are starting to design this WebDriver bidirectional protocol. And Selenium, and in particular, I think they're labeling this is going to be kind of what Selenium 5 will become, is this WebDriver bidirectional functionality. And within the Python world, which we are based on top of, this means kind of how do they work this in? And so there's a lot of conversations within the Selenium team on how this is going to be implemented. We're having conversations within the Selenium library team of how do we then match that functionality and provide that functionality. And this actually goes into a larger question about robot framework, in part with how the underlying Python code allows for this, kind of this asynchronous communication, which is what a bidirectional protocol will have. I'll maybe ask for something, it will send you some stuff. And so this constant communication, how do we work with that? So this is actually going to be a really big focus for Selenium and Selenium Library going forward over the next year. One last activity, and this is something that's been on my list for kind of a long time. One of the common issues people always has to deal with within web testing world is asynchronous testing, asynchronous actions within a web page. And so how we've handled this is kind of, and how we talk about this is always, what is your waiting strategy? How are you dealing with timing issues? How are you dealing with asynchronous web applications? And this has always kind of been a piecemeal. Everybody's kind of doing it slightly differently. And so one of the things I've always wanted to do is provide a framework for this out of the box. We talked about expected conditions. So expected conditions kind of open up the door to starting to talk about this. And what I've really been looking at is kind of a even larger solution for this. How do we tie in to each of the actions within Selenium Library dealing with waiting? Looking ahead at 2024, this is one of those major areas that I really want to kind of try to accomplish in this year. And so I've got a lot of ideas here. I'm interested in having people kind of come and join us in this. What struggles are you having? What ideas do you have on how to deal with waiting? How do we talk about it? And so how do we actually implement it? Are you looking at growing your ability to kind of write robot framework libraries? If you are, come join us with this. one of the things that I think has been kind of needed for a while within the Selenium library is a kind of a practical user's guide. We have the keyword documentation, which covers a lot of how do you do certain actions with keywords. So that's a very particular type of documentation. So it's what we call reference documentation. I've been looking at wanting to do kind of this more practical user's guide, a high-level guide to common ideas, common tasks, common best practices might be a word we use here, that help you kind of do some things that you're always doing. How do you deal with timing issues? Number one, right? So how do we deal with that? We'll see that within both kind of this functionality that we might add in, but also kind of just how do you deal with it now? What keywords are there for dealing with waiting? How do you think about it? How do you recognize it? How do you test around it? So debugging is another area where I think this is something where I think those who have experience with this library can provide some practical guide to other people. How do you deal with debugging? How do you think about debugging? What do I look for debugging? There's screenshots get provided on errors. Do you know about that? So this practical guide, and just how do we help our end users? So this is something that I kind of threw out there in the past month, and I'm looking for people to say, hey, these are common problems I've had. How do I work through this? Or when I was starting to learn the library, these were things I had. So looking for more people to kind of come and contribute and help build other people's experience and knowledge within the Selenium library.
And a good thing to add to that is it's not meant as a manual. It's actually really a user's guide, not saying, okay, you should do it like this. No, some good practices. How do we deal with timing issues? How can you do debugging? Doesn't mean you have to do it that way, but hey, if we all do it the same way, we can learn from each other there.
So let me just briefly note that one of the things we're also working on in this upcoming year is just improving our internal processes. So over 2024, we're going to look at how can we better coordinate and work with the Selenium project, as well as how do we work better internally as a team, and then how do we open that up to you outside contributors coming in and contributing to the project. And as I've said before, and I'll say again, and I'll probably say many times, is I'm always looking at building our team. How can we get more contributors, and how do we help you contribute into this project? So talking about that, Yuri, how can people contribute?
Yeah. If you're like me and you hear Ed talking and you're saying, maybe I can help to contribute something, or maybe I want to help, or just reach out to us. That's one thing that you can do. Just reach out. We're really approachable, I think. We can be found on our Slack channel. On Slack, there's the Selenium channel. There's also a Selenium dev channel. We check those. And it doesn't have to be that you want to be contributing for the rest of your life or for a year. Or maybe you just have one issue, one thing that you're working on Selenium, and you want to give some input. Give your input. See what you can do. We love that feedback. And we also have all the topics we have been discussing here. We've had them on our GitHub issues. We try to keep them documented there. And feel free to add your comments, add your insights, and add your opinions there. And we've updated the contributing guide. And if there's anything wrong there, just reach out. So, connect with us, and we can always use any help. I mean, every person that wants to help is the best person for the job.
So thank you very much for spending some time with us. We're open to questions, and we're looking forward to hearing how you're using the Selenium library and having you help us grow the Selenium library.
Thank you.
Awesome, guys. All right, let's do it. We have a bunch of questions queued up. Let's go live. Hey guys, welcome to RoboCon.
Hey Joe.
Great to have you. Awesome, awesome. Good session. First off, I'm just curious. Last session, someone asked, "Is this library going away? Is it going to? What's the deal?"
No. No. Selenium Library is not going away. There is. I would honestly say I think there's a lot more activity happening on the browser library. A couple of reasons. One is it's new, so there's kind of a constant changing on that. But I think two, the team on it just is super focused on it and also using it for their day jobs. And I think that's a real key thing in a project is if it affects you day to day, then you're going to be looking at it and working on it day to day. I am not using Selenium Library in my day to day work. That might change recently, but right now I'm not. So, but no, Selenium Library is not going away. It is here to stay for the long term.
Excellent. Good to hear. All right, let's get to some of the other questions. Is there anything planned to deal with the shadow DOM easier?
I would say yes. That was, as I rewatched that video, there was that one section in the middle where we said, okay, we've got all these Selenium 4 things in the queue. They're ready to go out the door. The next thing is a basic authentication. I would actually insert into their shadow DOM. And yes, Selenium has some underlying function for it. So if you want to and are you using it, you can insert that into the Selenium library. Tattoo built in a whole API. So anybody who needs to modify how the Selenium library works can do that and has been able to do that for, I think, at least 4 years now. But that would be added on top of that, maybe some convenience functions that allow it to kind of really fit in nicely to the workflow of the Selenium library.
All right. Maybe an awkward pause. I just want to make sure I'm not shouting over everyone if anyone wants to jump in. So don't worry about that. Do we have anything planned which can handle dynamic locators? Locators consistently changing every time we load page.
Well, I think that's also mostly a problem of the application itself, the website itself. Yeah, we cannot influence that. We just interact with the locators, with the browser itself. So I think that's mostly dependent upon how you create your locators and how the application handles that.
All right, I'm going to read into this question. Go ahead, Ed.
I was going to say, so there is one thing that can be done there. There is a project called Helium, which is on top of Selenium that is designed to do this. We actually have a small technical difficulty with it in the sense of how we do our locating of our elements. We actually go out there on a very wide search and look for all elements that might match a locator instead of a single element. And because of that, Helium misses the fact that we're looking for multiple elements instead of single elements. And so we would actually need to make a technical change, which is actually deep in the very core of Selenium library for that to fix. I think that is possible, but I would much prefer to have someone who is working with Helium kind of come in and provide a fix for us, just because it's a matter of time in there, but it can be done. We just kind of have an issue with how we were originally built way back in the day.
You read my mind. So like a library like Helium or even Selenium ID has like default locators. If it doesn't find the first one, it'll try the second and the third and then the fourth.
Yeah. And you can use the Selenium API to actually build that in if you want to, or Selenium Library API.
Awesome. So Renee's dropping some mad facts here. He says, addition, the fact that Selenium Library supports a wide variety of browsers is a USP for a browser lib.
I do not know what USP is.
Like a sales proposition.
To browser.
Yeah. Hey, Helio. He wants to know the strategies for awaiting in AngularJS and Selenium Extensibility Library. Could they be integrated into Selenium Library?
So yes, and what these are basically weighting strategies, particularly around the any website that is built with Angular, or the Selenium extensibility library is kind of a generic one that kind of uses some JavaScript libraries to deal with the weighting. And so this is kind of what I was talking about with that out-of-box weighting strategy, is really kind of taking the knowledge that we have from those two kind of add-on or plug-in libraries that work with Selenium Library, and bring that kind of into the Selenium Library and make it kind of an option that comes with the Selenium Library to have this out-of-box weighting, almost basically to match what Playwright does. And that's actually one of the strategies we can add in. It's basically a do it the way Playwright does it type strategy.
So, Ed, how does this work? I know BiDi opens up a whole bunch of possibilities, especially for getting a lot of things that Playwright might have, like being able to tap into developer tools and things like that. Is that the Selenium's job to implement it, and then you just do a wrapper around it, or do you ever implement something before? I don't know if that makes sense, before this actual official Selenium team does.
It's a bit of the both. We always do things after Selenium team. And this way Selenium is currently working is they're actually using the Chrome DevTools protocol to communicate with it. And they're kind of making this transition to WebDriver bidirectional by first going in and using the Chrome developer or DevTools protocol, and then kind of backing out once the drivers implement that BD specification. And so we're kind of behind them, but what we can do is layer on top of that to provide some convenience functionality. And so we could use that. I suspect that with the WebDriver BD protocol, there will be some functionality around networking that will help with and assist with weighting. I'm not 100% sure on that. I think, a lot of the weighting strategies like the Angular library and the Selenium extension there do it by just using JavaScript as is. And I think we'll have some advantages and it will bring some advantages. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm hoping you'll get the same features you get in Cypress and Playwright that are able to do that, because they're able to tap in. Hopefully, we'll see.
Yeah, and we can actually do Playwright weighting now. It's basically just doing a JavaScript call. Right. It's more of a matter of time and priority. So
is that just a keyword?
It would be. I would want to make it implicit. So right. Instead of having a specific keyword that says wait like Playwright does, it would basically do it. You do a click element and it would just wait as Playwright does, which is like with a click element, it knows if it's clicking a button versus clicking a link, and it waits for things like it looks for visibility, it looks for enabled, it looks like it's attached to the DOM, so it's actually present there. And so one can just implement that. It's just JavaScript. I mean, that's all it is. And that's actually what the Angular library does. Is it just calls the same thing that Protractor did back in the day for its timing.
Cool. Is there any plan to speed up the evaluation of complex long XPaths?
That's an interesting thing. That's actually internal. You pass an XPath into a browser, or into your test automation, whatever tool it is. It's really the underlying browser and the underlying drivers that are breaking down long XPaths. I think all the engines to do that are over 10 years old, so there's not really any speed gain nowadays between a very long XPath and a very short XPath. That's much more on a user, kind of as Yuri was mentioning with locators, that's much more on the user to say, what's my understanding and how do I write good locators?
I definitely consider switching from XPaths to CSS locators. They are, generally faster.
Awesome. Great advice. Some auto detection if it is an Angular or even React application. This might be a follow-up to Helio's original question.
And so yes, Angular, yes, there's an Angular JS library. I just recently updated it. Mostly it was a documentation update. I did, in updating it, realize that Angular, when they went from Angular 15 to Angular 16 and 17, the current versions, there might be some further issues there. So if anybody's doing very, very recent Angular, reach out to me. React, there's a React library that we recently acquired from, and I apologize, I cannot remember the company's name. They're out of Germany. Timo is the gentleman's name. They were in the Plone community. They had done a React library, but were no longer using it, so they passed it over to the community. It's now in Market Square. And so if anybody's doing React, reach out to me and we can do some work with that. But there are solutions running.
Awesome. What's your strategy with minimum supporting RF versions? For example, are you planning to take custom argument converters into use?
So yes, minimum robot framework versions. And this is kind of a personal thing, I kind of tend to have a longer support browser version. And support's actually a loaded word. Support can be, does it work? How much effort do you need to put into it? What do we test? And such. And what do we kind of support by giving kind of day-to-day answers to questions to? And so currently we support, I think back to Robot Framework 4 or 5, we just got to Robot Framework 7. So I think we're going to kind of take Tattoo's strategy of doing the most recent, and I think we might extend it to the most recent +1. We're kind of going from Ed's strategy of a very, very long one to Tattoo's strategy of a very, very short one. But we do that, and that really, it starts to affect us with things such as custom argument converters. How easily can we write the library, and how much functionality do we provide? And I think it's very important to stay current with most current releases. So.
Yuri, any suggestions or tips for new Selenium robot developers and users?
Yeah. First of all, just try it. That's what I did. Just check out the code, or check out where something is going wrong, or what you want to change. Hit us up on Slack. And yeah, you can also read up on what is Selenium currently doing. What are their new functionalities? Is there something there that you would like to implement, and then talk to us, or just put it on Slack, put some comments. This is what I would like to do. Can you give me some starters? Let's see. You don't have to do it alone.
And I think that's our practical user guide is kind of one of those good things. It's not, and I want to be clear here, it's not going to be a introduction tutorial of, okay, you're just starting new, but it is a guide to common practices that you use. So there are things that you'll have to learn. Some of it might take, kind of an intermediate knowledge to understand, or maybe even an advanced knowledge to understand. But even then, I think it's good to see those things, because that helps you to grow and to see where you need to go.
Can anyone contribute to that
stay
user
away
guide?
from Selenium 2 library.
Yes.
Definitely.
So in the new implementation, then, if someone did try to use Selenium 2, are you just going to give them a message, hey, don't do that? Or how's that?
We're going to deprecate it. It's going to say, don't do this. Then it might error out, and then it's just going to be a empty project, and it's going to do nothing. So it's really it will totally break.
So how does someone contribute to that user guide? Is that something they can talk to about tomorrow when you're in one of those open spaces, if they have ideas?
Yes. Yeah. If you have any, come talk to us. Go ahead, Yuri.
Yeah, absolutely. You come talk to us, and I think I don't know if there's an issue for this open as well on our GitHub pages, but if there's not open one, or we will open one, and feel free to add your comments and suggestions there as well.
We have hinted to this already, Ed. What are your recommendations when it comes to weighting strategies?
I have a personal preference, and that is ask the application itself what it's doing. Most web applications nowadays are using some sort of JavaScript framework, and most applications have to have that framework kind of render a page or maybe do some network calls or grab some data. And so the framework itself knows what it's doing. And so if that framework is done doing something such as fetching data and then rendering it, then you should be pretty much ready to test. So my waiting strategy goes deep down into that kind of area.
I guess I'm being bumped. I went a little overtime, so questions are cleared. That's a good sign. All right, guys, thank you so
Robot
much.
Framework.
All right.
Go Selenium Library.
Thank you again for contributing.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. I appreciate you both. Awesome work.
Thank you.
Thanks. Cheers. All right. Next session is going to be on with Roman from Jenkins to GitHub Actions with Robot Framework, a shared action-based solution. This is a very quick session, so get your questions in right away. I think the session's only like 9 minutes long, and Roman will be joining us live. So make sure you get your questions in ASAP. So when I go live, I have some questions to ask. Let's do it.
Hello, everyone. Let me show you our journey, how we manage the transition to GitHub Actions for automated tests with Robot Framework. But first, let me introduce myself. I am Roman Halliday. I started with Python programming during my high school years. And Python led me to use Robot Framework for test automation. And now, I find myself working at the largest bank in Czech Republic. I'm part of the Center of Excellence for Testing, where our aim is to aid teams in our organization by offering best practices, research, support, and training in testing, not only with Robot Framework. Our challenge: a shift from Bitbucket and Jenkins to GitHub and GitHub Actions. Usually, our testing projects with all its data was hosted on separate repositories on Bitbucket. After cloning this repository, our testers had the flexibility to create, modify, and run tests on their own machines or use environment orchestrated by Jenkins. As a part of our job, we are maintaining this test environment as well, that include pre-installing specific versions or modules and libraries, and so on. We are now adopting a cloud-based solution from GitHub, coupled with GitHub Actions, for handling our repositories and test executions. Although migrating might come with its own set of complexities, we believe it's crucial for our future success in streamlining our operations. Therefore, our journey of transition begins with getting familiar with GitHub Actions. As you already know, GitHub Actions are awesome. They make it easy to automate all software workflows. Basically, it's an API for cause and effect on GitHub, orchestrating any workflow based on any event on GitHub. And GitHub Managed Execution provides feedback and handles secrets as you need. But we haven't been at this level yet. We need to start simple. Most importantly, our initial focus should be on helping other teams smoothly move from Bitbucket repositories to GitHub. That move would involve rewriting scripts for execution and result processing on the new platform. Only after we achieve this small basic step, we will dive to other features that GitHub offers. There is a marketplace on GitHub where you can find actions, including ones even for running Robot Framework. But we decided we have to have more hands-on approach. We wanted to avoid dependency on external actions, especially given our limitation to use only our private servers for execution. So we had to develop our own custom actions. This allows us to ensure compatibility with our specific system and maintain more control over our processes. Namely, we use composite actions. Its benefits are that each action has its dedicated repository, allowing us to combine multiple steps or commands, or even combine commands run into one reusable action. Another big advantage is that in composite actions, commands run in the same runner. It means that we don't have to give every action runner access to the repository. We just add another command to the current one. Our first composite action is focused on environment preparation. When called, it sets off a sequence of commands. It begins with the installation of specific version of Python, followed by pip install commands to set up a robot framework ecosystem. System variables are then configured. And the last step is browser initialization for our web tests. On the right side, you can see how the action looks inside. We are using our own runners for GitHub. At this time, we don't have any pre-install OS for that runner. Instead, we are using slightly modified Linux, which GitHub Action uses for execution. On every run, we install everything new. This approach presents a significant advantage. It led us to update our environment and to manage unique settings depending on which branch we launch the action. Second action is all about task execution. Essentially, it's a single run command with a list of options that indicate where to look for tests, where to store output, or some other modifiers for robot framework run. As its last step, it calls an internal GitHub action upload artifact. This is important because in the GitHub workspace, once the runner finishes its task, it throws away any created file. And by using this action, we ensure the persistence of the results. On the right side, you can see how we combine these small actions together to successfully run a robot framework test. At the bottom, there is a third action. So let's take a look. This one is about delivering task execution results. The technology behind this action is a GitHub job summary. Essentially, it lets you to set custom markdown to each job to be displayed on the summary page of a workflow run, keeping the report visible and easy to comprehend. Now, big shout out to Jonas and Keene's work on the Robot Framework Reporter action, which heavily inspired our action. If you are interested, you should definitely check out their work. What we did, we basically rewrite their action into Python and modify it to our needs. Once again, maintaining our preferences for in-house solution, running, or a shared runner. I've just recently noticed that Yanni is working on something similar. Only instead of parsing the final XML file, he is using listeners to do it during test run. This might be even better solution because we ended up parsing that XML file with a Python module. I know that we should use a robot API and utilize something like result visitor, but in my test with a bigger file, more than 200 megabytes, it was noticeably slower. There is some reported speed up with new Robot Framework 7.0, so we look forward for retesting it once we upgrade to that release. Our last action deals with dispatching test results to Jira, specifically using X-Ray, Jira Native's test management system. We are using its API and uploading the result XML file. In this case, having the test result modified by the previous action plays another advantage. In previous X-Ray versions, there was a bug that didn't correctly display skip test. It was due to the fact that skip test had no inner keyword in it. So basically X-Ray had nothing to import. So we just make sure that even the skip test, have some inserted dummy keyword to ease X-Ray processing. On the right side, you can see a small snippet of the code that we use to modify that XML file. Again, this is something that I wasn't sure how to handle with Result Visitor from Robot API. And we are doing more tweaks like that. For example, we propagate screenshots to higher level of the structure in XML file, or we simply remove some deeply nested code that we really didn't need. By offering these 4 actions, each with its Unix features, we've eased the transition into our new ecosystem that GitHub presents. Since each action exists in its separate repository, we can customize, tweak, and branch it for any desired scenario. This flexibility and time-saving approach is a big advantage for our development stage. Once this groundwork being done, we can now explore another additional benefits that GitHub offers, like, for example, running tests directly on pull request. And that's all for today. I hope this walkthrough has given you some insight into our discovery and migration journey. I'm looking forward to hear your opinions and questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Roman. I see you in the green room. We are about to go live. Let's do this. Hey, Roman. Welcome to RoboCon.
Hi, Joe. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Great to have you. So we have some questions coming up. Let's get right to them. First one is, how did you create the GHA report?
Well, as I said, we basically parse the final XML. We basically read out each result for each step, and then we combine it as a markdown, and you are able to display markdown files directly on the output of the GitHub. So that's the whole story.
Awesome. Can you elaborate more on the advantages of using composite actions versus individual actions for each step? Would you recommend one approach over the other?
Well, we decided to use composite actions because for each action, you can either use the already installed runner, or you can start a new one. And for the time-consuming advantages, we used the composite action because it's even faster, and we didn't have to give access to each step or each result or each files of the repository to the other actions. Basically, when using composite actions, everything is under our roof, so we manage all these accesses. It's faster for us, and it's more secure.
Perfect. How difficult was it to migrate from Bitbucket pipelines and Jenkins to GitHub Actions? Did you learn any lessons in the process?
Well, it's still difficult. Basically, we are in the process of migrating. We are not done yet. The first step is to migrate the repositories itself, and that could be quite simple. And the other big task is to get rid of Jenkins as a runner. And this is all about how we use GitHub Actions for that. Any recommendations? Start right away. Start with one or two projects. Choose one simple, maybe one that is more complex. And I believe that during these simple stages, you will learn a lot how to solve later even more complicated stuff.
What type of concerns, if any, do you have around security of using third-party actions?
Well, because we are a bank, each action that are from the GitHub marketplace must be verified by our security teams. Instead of requesting each action to be verified, sometimes it's simpler to write our own that is inspired by that what is publicly available, and we can even customize it as we need. So that's why we choose this approach.
Notice that if you are interested in keywords, you can exclude parsing them when using robots result parsing modules.
Yes, that could be one option, but we decided to use the approach that we simply collect everything and then we remove stuff that we don't need. I agree that this could be also a valuable option.
So to look at the log HTML, you need to download the artifact or you host somewhere.
Yes, that's a big disadvantage of GitHub. It wouldn't allow you to display HTML file directly. So the only thing basically that you can do is display some short summary, maybe some log, or download the whole package of artifacts that include HTML file, XML file, screenshots, maybe recorded videos, and so on. Yes, big no-no.
What was the most difficult thing you've encountered when moving to GitHub Actions?
Well, I would say for us, and I believe it's mainly because we are in a highly restricted area as a bank, to obtain access through proxy servers to web pages, basically to reach outside of our intranet. Most probably when you are using GitHub from the public servers, you wouldn't have these restrictions.
Okay, probably time for one last question. It is, are you considering transitioning to GitLab instead of GitHub?
Well, maybe I would, but it's not something that I can decide. Bank decided to move to GitHub, mainly because we are in cooperation with Microsoft. So GitLab at this moment wasn't the option for us.
Thank you again, Roman, for contributing to RoboCon. I really appreciate you. Any parting words of wisdom before we go?
Thank you so much for having me. Word of wisdom, try it and you will see it will be great.
Awesome. Thanks again. Appreciate you. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Awesome stuff. Great way to start the first half of the day. Well, I don't know if even the first half yet, but the first few sessions have been awesome. So next up is more community time. So we'll be back in about 30 minutes. And once again, we highly recommend you join us in GatherTown, the RoboCon venue, and pay attention to the clues in this breaks because you'll find all the tokens in GatherTown and these clues are going to help you as well. So let's get to the break, followed by our next session. So 30 minutes and we'll be back. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you had a great break. A few things to go over really quick before we get started. Once again, is just, I know it's day 2, but I want to make sure people still understand how this works. Ask questions to speakers. Use Slido. So if you're watching on RoboCon.io, to the right of the video from day 2, you should see Slido embedded. You could just ask your questions there. If for some reason you're using my backup link, you can go to slido.com, and type in RoboCon. You'll be able to ask questions that way as well. And also take advantage of GatherTown. So if you're in GatherTown, you also could be watch this as well in the venue. So take advantage of that. And yeah, let's keep all the questions coming. That's what makes this event so awesome. So one way to participate is to ask lots of questions. And hopefully you're getting a lot of value out of this. So let's get to the next session, followed by live Q&A. This next session is all about the story of spreading the glory, how we approach the community building in Poland. Check it out.
Hi, I want to tell you a story. The story is about spreading the glory of Robot Framework and organizing the first Polish Robot Framework conference. I hope that after this story, some of you will act and create your own local Robot Framework events. To make your start easier than ours, I will tell you how our RoboCon adventure started, how we approached the organization of the event, what was the technical stack, and what we want to improve for future editions. I mentioned RoboCon, but what does the word mean? It's the name of our conference. The city we'll work in is Wrocław, and the event is a Robot Framework conference. This also meets the naming conventions of other events organized in our city, like Wrocław or ProSound. So the name of our conference had to be RoboCon. The first edition was on the 8th of December 2022, a great day, just a few weeks before Christmas in a usual busy time of year. Why this date? We did not want to get too close to the date of the RoboCon 2023, which was in February. The other thing is we started to organize our event at the beginning of September and had barely 3 months to pull that off. But personally, I like such challenges. When the time span is short, there is no time to hesitate, just to act. In Polish, we say na przypale albo wcale, which can be translated to either on the spot or not at all. How that came out, I will tell you shortly. But the idea of RoboCon is much older. The idea comes from my team colleague and team lead, Adam, which you may remember from last year's RoboCon talk about printing robots. Initially, it was an idea to organize a small local event for Robot Framework users. The hardest part was for us to find a place to organize the event. In fact, we were not sure how many people would come, so we did not know if our office would be big enough, and if not, how big space should we book. Online conference was the answer. There is a wide variety of platforms to organize online conference thanks to the pandemic. We did a little research and it came out that Hopin is the best solution for us. But the event is already online, so why limit ourselves to Wrocław area? We decided to go nationwide. It was time to create the lineup. The keynote speakers part was easier. We had in mind whom we want to invite, and luckily they accepted our invitation. The first keynote was from me because we wanted to have someone from the foundation, and Mika is the first person that comes to mind when thinking about Robot Framework Foundation. We also wanted to have a bit off-topic talk, meaning not directly tied to Robot Framework. So Adam asked his colleague, Nina Tsubite, and she delivered a great talk about how minimalism helps build high-quality products. We had to reach out to both of the speakers directly and personally, either through Robot Framework Slack or via LinkedIn. For other talks, we announced a call for papers, but having in mind that the time is of the essence, we had a plan B. We were seeking speakers among our colleagues, friends, and family. And I mean, literally family. In the end, all the talks of the first edition of RoboCon, except one, were held by my team colleagues from Nice Project. The one person outside the company was my wife, Agnieszka. She delivered a great talk about cleaning up the mess in projects, and I'm telling you this to show you that where is a will, there is a way. We knew that the first event would be hard to organize because nobody heard about it. Nobody knew what to expect. But with the right people, the right team, everything is possible. And we were in luck because we had the right team of people with an enthusiastic attitude that made the conference possible. So let me tell you a few things about the team. In the retrospective, I can say which roles were needed to pull the event off, but back then the roles were filled in naturally. The person with the vision, the leader, who in case of differences of opinion about the topic has the final word, and of course this was Adam, the author of the idea. The facilitator or event planner, the person who knows how to get things done. Cornelia was perfect for this role because she organizes every company event. She has an overview of the bigger picture. Social media expert, the person that knows how to create posts and content that expands our reach on social media platforms. This had to be Janek, who is into social media and has experience in building up a brand reach. Copywriter, a person who can write catchy content that is fun and engaging. This was me because I like to write and had some experience creating content and promoting it while creating my podcasts. Event host, the face of the event, and again, this was Adam. Event technical support, person that helps the host during the live event, takes care of the technical side, so the host can concentrate on the guest and the talk. Jerzy volunteered for this role. Event host substitute in case of problems. It is always good to have a spare, and we had two, Jerzy and me. Ambassadors, people from other organizations that help spread the news of their organization about the event. Agnieszka started as an ambassador of RoboCon in her organization and ended up as a speaker at the event. Graphic designer, I think it's self-explanatory, the role, and Maria filled in this role in the second edition. The teamwork was organized in a uncomplicated way. We had synchronization meetings once a week. During the meetings, we discussed what had been done, what needs to be done, and by when it needs to be done, and exchange current ideas. Every new idea was discussed but bearing in mind that we did not have much time, some of them were saved for next edition of RoboCon. What we needed to organize the event. First, a platform to host the event. The first idea was to stream the event on YouTube and maybe some social media platforms. I did a quick research and asked some colleagues, podcasters, that what they use for streaming, and we decided to go with an event platform. It turned out that after the pandemic, there is a wide range of online conferencing platforms to choose from. We chose Hopin. It was simple. It has a reasonable price. The event is free, so keeping the cost low was a factor for us. And it has everything we needed. Live streaming, Q&A section to collect questions from the audience, speed networking, a cool feature allowing to get to know other attendees, surveys to get feedback about the event, attendees registration, that way we knew how many people to expect, and landing page with agenda and useful information about RoboCon. Homepage, a place where we can direct all people, no matter if they are attendees, speakers, or sponsors. The page for the first event was created quick, and Adam took care of that. He used a static site generator with an OpenHTML template. The basic info on the page was link to the event, link how to become a speaker, information what is the event about, introduction of the speakers, introduction of partners of the conference. A platform together call for paper. It was a short form created in Typeform. It consisted of 7 questions, gathering the basic information like name, title of the talk, description of the talk, how did the speaker found out about the event, newsletter platform to stay in touch with the attendees after the event. And again, there are many newsletter management platforms available. We chose MailerLite. The newsletter comes out every week, and it has a brief overview of what is happening in the Robot Framework community. It is a terrific way to stay in touch with the audience and keep them informed about what we are up to. Fifth is the social media profiles. We decided to stick only to 2 platforms at the beginning. LinkedIn, because it is a work-related topic and it is the biggest platform for professionals. And the other one was Facebook, because everybody is there. Time flew quick. The 3 months passed, no one knows when. And a few days before the event, we were going full steam ahead. Cornelia and Jan were still reaching out to different tester groups on social media to draw their attention to RoboCon. And they did an excellent job, because in the last few days before the event, the number of registered attendees skyrocketed. On the day of the event, we had 170 registered attendees. That was way more than I was expecting when we started to organize the event. This was the first of nice surprises. About the other ones, I will tell you a bit later. Let us come back to the live event itself. How did we plan it? Adam was the host. The technical support was Jerzy, and of course the substitute host. And the just-in-case guy was me. Each was in a different location to avoid blackout issues or internet connection problems. Even if something like that would happen, it was very unlikely to happen to all three of us. The talks were pre-recorded, but after each talk, there was a live Q&A session planned with the speaker, just like during the RoboCon online conference. So before the event, we planned some rehearsals with the guests to show them how does everything work, how does the platform look like, so they be more comfortable during the live event. Also, it was a check for us if the equipment that our guest is using is working with the event platform. We planned several such sessions at different times of day so every guest could find a suitable time to join. The event went live and it was a lot better than I had expected. My main fear was that no one would come, but like I said, the registered attendees number already doubled my expectation. During the event, about 90 attendees were online. Of course, the people rotated. It was not always the same 90 people, but online were 90 people. 170 registered attendees, of which 120 showed up. That is 70% of all registered, which is a good result. Hopin lets us know what is the industry standard, and apparently we were right on the spot. People asked questions in the Q&A panel, which was great because it was one of my next biggest fears. No question from the audience. After the event, we had a survey asking people how they liked the event, and the average score was 9 out of 10. That was a big relief. After the event, the attendees had access to recordings. We also created a YouTube channel. Then we placed the recordings under a private link. But RoboCon was not just about the online conference. We also planned smaller local live events. The first was watching RoboCon 2023 online. Every RoboCon attendee was invited to our office to watch RoboCon 2023 online together. We had some snacks, we had some discussions about the talk. It was a great time. The second event was a local robot framework open space. Again, we invited people to our office to talk about robot framework, likes, dislikes, obstacles, helping each other out. After the event, it was time to do a recap of what we did well and what we want to do better next time. Most of the things that I already mentioned fall in the what we did well bucket. But a short reminder, the team, finding the right people for the job. Roles were divided based on natural talents. Clear action plan. We agreed early on the tools we need to organize RoboCon, so Hopin, MailerLite, Asana, homepage. We reach out to people we know to help us organize the event, speakers, keynotes, media partners. We had a backup plan for all cases we could think of. Lack of speakers, colleague from our company prepared interesting talks, lack of questions from the audience. Teammates reviewed the talks and prepared some questions that we could ask just in case. Power and/or internet outage. Each person engaged in the live stream was in a different location. What we could do better? Time. We had too little time, and we should have started to organize the event earlier. We could invite more speakers outside our company, but then again, we did not have the time to do that. And because of the time issue, the organization team was mainly from our company. But one of the main goals was to bring the community together also when it comes to organize the event. There was a fantastic opportunity to implement the things we could do better because on the 26th of October 2023, the second edition of RoboCon took place. The time deficiency was the biggest issue, so we started to organize the event March, half year before, so we had twice the time. The first thing we did is find people outside of our company to be part of the organization team. Thanks to that, we gained a fresh view of what we did and new ideas that we could implement during the event. Next, we prepared a new homepage for the event. This was the thing that we spent too much time on, which delayed other things. So don't get too hung up on the current task. Keep in mind the bigger time perspective. An improvement to comparison to the first edition was opening the call for papers for a longer time period. It was again a simple form, but this time we used Google Forms. What we could improve is open the call for paper faster, because in 2023 it was open during the summer vacation, and I got the kind of feeling that during summer vacation people are thinking about work a bit less than usual. What we did differently this time comparing to the first edition, we had materials from last year. So we created an event marketing path several weeks before RoboCon. We started 5 weeks before the event. Every Monday, a talk from last year was published on YouTube for everyone. Every Wednesday, a social media post came out about one of the speakers of this year's conference. Every Friday, a social media post about the event sponsors. Besides that, we created memes that were posted randomly on social media for a month before RoboCon. We had 2 hosts this time, Adam and me. We had a short intro to all the talks. It can happen that your platform won't behave like you expect. For example, Hopin does not automatically unmute host added to the stage, which led to an uncomfortable situation. So I recommend getting to know the tools you are using already really well before going live. There was an expert panel of the talks, which was a pleasure for me to moderate. We prepared some questions and calculated that when each expert will answer 2 minutes for every question, that will cover all the time foreseen for this part. But it turned out that not every answer was 2 minutes long. Some were even skipped, but the audience had some great questions that enriched the discussion. The changes brought positive effects because we had 250 registered attendees compared to 170 in the first edition. 173 people joined the conference. That is again about 70% of all registered attendees. And as in the first edition, people rotated, but about 120 were online. To sum up the 2 RoboCon events, I will start with the things we should work on. Again, it is time management. While organizing the second edition, we had much more time to prepare the event. We realized that it was a trap. And we felt we have so much time that we will do everything with ease and still have some spare time. And we were wrong. The first task consumed much more time than they should, and we had to speed up with the other tasks. So the recommendation is to write a detailed plan of what and by when should be done and start from the end, so from the date of the event, and plan everything having the date of the event in mind. All other things worked pretty well. We had a couple unexpected yet welcome surprises. During both events, people engaged in RoboCon were in the audience. The people that we had noticed were, for example, Pekka Clark, Mika Solna, Ed Menlove, whoever else was there. Thanks a lot. Ed prepared us stickers like those for RoboCon and gave them to us during RoboCon 2023. The big support from Robot Framework Foundation right from the start. One of the keynotes is always from someone from the foundation. The foundation was also kind enough to prepare us a discount for all RoboCon 2023 attendees for RoboCon 2024 tickets. So if you plan to organize your own robot framework event, contact the foundation right from the start. After the second edition, people came to us asking if they could be speakers during the next RoboCon. There are also a couple of things to keep in mind. First, organizing an event of this type is very time-consuming and requires engagement of many people. The time estimation is like in an IT project. If you think something will take 2 weeks, it will take closer to 5 weeks. And also getting random people to sign up for the event is extremely difficult. You are more likely to achieve your goals by direct outreach to people in all cases, attendees registration, speaker registration, partner seeking. People will not sign up to the event until the very last day or even very last hour. So the closer to the event, the harder the marketing should be. Be strict with the deadlines, especially from third parties, and be prepared to do heavy video and audio editing beforehand. Taking this opportunity, I would like you to invite to RoboCon 2024. It will take place on the 24th of October 2024. And as mentioned, the talks from the first RoboCon are available on YouTube on the RoboCon channel. The recordings from the second edition will be available in fall this year. By the way, I'm Chris with a K. You can find me on Robot Framework Slack and LinkedIn. And if you want to contact RoboCon organizers, visit the RoboCon channel on Slack. You can reach out to us if you plan to organize a robot event. We can help you spread the news about it and share some tips. See you in a second during the Q&A session.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Chris. All right, we're about to go live. Let's do this. Hey, Chris, welcome to RoboCon.
Hi. Thanks. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Hey, the first thing that jumped in my head is why? Why do this? It's free. You said it's time consuming. It's stressful. Like, why do this?
It's a very good question. Short answer, actually, I don't know. It's kind of fun to get people together involved in a topic of this kind. We in our company use a lot of robot framework, and we using the tool, so we want to also give something back. So spreading the word about it, making it more popular, because in Poland it's not so popular, which I think it's a bit unfortunate, because I think it's a very good tool. So I think that's the basic idea.
Awesome. So first question is, you mentioned that RoboCon is also about in-person events. Have you any plans to organize something this year that's on site?
We want to plan something for this year. Unfortunately, watching RoboCon 2024 online together didn't work out because we are moving to a new office. So right now we don't have an office in which we could do the event. But I think something in spring before the summer vacation, probably will do open space again. And then in the October there will be the next RoboCon edition. And I'm not maybe after this summer vacation we will also do our next open space. We will see that.
Cool. What is your best advice for keeping audience engagement and interacting high during an online event?
Yeah, that's, I think, is the hardest part.
Yeah.
One of the basics is, of course, interesting content and interesting presentation. Of course, picking the talks that really are up to date and would engage more people. But beside that, I think there could be some kind of gamification, or like we did last year to activate the audience. We did a discussion panel at the end, and people got really involved in asking questions to the experts. So I think that was the biggest thing last year, in the last year's edition.
How far in advance would you recommend opening a call for papers before the next conference? Do you have any tips to have a lot of engagement with high quality presentations?
Actually, for this year's event, the call for papers is already online. We had already some people filling out the form, so we have the first proposals already. I think it's never too soon to open a call for paper, but yeah, closing date is probably the most crucial part, just to have the time to check all the proposals and give enough time the speakers to prepare a good presentation. So probably just like 2 months before the event, the call for papers will be closed.
Do you have a theme for the next event?
Yes, we are thinking about AI. I think it's a popular topic also in the testing area. So we plan to have talks about engaging AI in testing, and also about open source projects. So two main themes.
So with your event, is it a niche? Is it all in Polish, or is it all in English?
Actually, it's in English. Yeah, first the event was planned as a small Polish local event, but then again, when we were already online, and some of the speakers we invited for the first edition were not Polish speakers, so we decided that it would be the best way that the whole conference would be held in English. So this way everybody can join, no matter is he from Poland or not.
Nice. So 2 last questions really quick. What is the hardest part in organizing such events?
The hardest part, I think, it's actually start to organizing it, because like I mentioned, the idea was a bit older, and then we actually started to organize, and yeah, it took us some time to think about it. Is it really a good idea, and do we really want to get engaged in that and organize that event? And that, I think, was the hardest part. When we decided, okay, we have to go now or never, then I think went.
And probably last thing from David is he loves the idea of RoboCon in different countries. So you might have started a trend here for sure.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully that was the idea of the presentation.
Hey, Kristen, you mentioned you had a podcast.
Yes, I do. But actually, it's currently a bit on hold because
Okay.
I had other things on my head that I had to do. But yeah. Exactly. I hope I plan to go back to it.
What's the name of it?
Actually, it's a Polish podcast. The English title would be German for IT. It's actually about German IT language for Polish IT specialists, because it's quite popular that there are in Poland that are projects for German-speaking companies. So just thought to just teaching the Polish IT people some basic German IT language.
Awesome. Sounds awesome. All right. Thanks so much, Chris, for contributing to RoboCon. Really appreciate you. And hopefully we see you next time. And hopefully we'll attend one of your events. Look forward to it.
Yeah.
Talk to you later. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. All right. Great session. So our next session is going to be on RoboSapiens, SAP GUI automation for humans with Maruk. I see him in the green room. He's about ready for your questions. So get your questions in as soon as possible. So when I go live, the questions are all queued up. Here's the session followed by live Q&A.
Dear RoboCon, greetings from Germany. My name is Marduk. I am a software quality engineer at Imbus and the author of RoboSapiens, a human-computer interface for automating the SAP GUI that I've been developing over the last 2.5 years. Now, for those of you with experience with SAP automation, you might be asking yourselves, but we already have a robot framework library for automating the SAP GUI. Why do we need another one? Well, by the end of this talk, you will be asking yourselves, why am I not using RoboSapiens? It's so cool. And those of you who already use it, you are cool. So why RoboSapiens? In the summer of 2021, I started working as a test automation engineer at NRW Bank, a state development bank in Germany. They came to Imbus asking for help with automating a Windows GUI that looks like this. This is the SAP client in all its vintage glory. There's a modern monochrome theme, but I like colors. For those not familiar with it, SAP is a software suite that is used everywhere. Banks, insurance companies, retail stores, you name it. For automation purposes, it offers an scripting API. And as usual for GUI automation, one also needs an inspector that shows a GUI as a tree of components, each one having a unique selector. For SAP, that tool is a scripting tracker, written by Stefan Schnell. As you can see, the ID is a unique selector for a GUI component, and it resembles the XPath of an element in an HTML document. That means that to automate the SAP GUI, you need to find out the IDs of the components you see on the screen. This is how SAP GUI library works, and it is the main reason why I decided not to use it. Why? Because this is a time-consuming process and in my view is completely unnecessary. The scripting API provides all the information needed to build an in-memory database that can be queried using text selectors. And this is a key idea behind RoboSapiens. Now, from a user perspective, domain experts want to tell the computer what to do using everyday language, just like a Scotty in Star Trek 4. So what they need is a robot that understands humans. And thus, RoboSapiens was born. Its purpose is to allow humans to talk to SAP. As shown here, all that is needed to fill a form are the field labels and the values. Simple and easy. This is the beauty of Robot Framework. Now let me tell you about the features of RoboSapiens. So what is RoboSapiens? Well, first of all, everybody says it's a cool name. No wonder we already have 9,000 downloads. Now, like I mentioned before, it has two parts. One designed to be used by humans, which allows domain experts to automate the SAP GUI using familiar language. And one that interacts with SAP under the hood, which maps the keywords to the corresponding API functions and the text selectors to component IDs. This is where the magic happens. Now, humans speak several different languages, and so do the SAP GUI and Robot Framework. Well, RoboSapiens too. It actually consists of two localized keyword libraries that are generated automatically from a specification, RoboSapiens in English and RoboSapiens.de in German. I would like to point out that generating Robot Framework libraries from API specifications is a great time saver. Take note. And I hope RoboSapiens will inspire more localized Robot Framework libraries. RoboSapiens provides nearly 40 keywords that allow interacting with form elements such as text fields, checkboxes, combo boxes, and all that, interacting with tables, which is not trivial because there are several kinds of tables in SAP, and they can contain text fields, checkboxes, combo boxes, and so on. One can also export a screen to PNG and JSON, and I will tell you why this matters in a few moments. And one can also automate a running SAP session, which is very useful for debugging and experimenting. This inspired me to propose a similar functionality for the browser library, and it was introduced in version 18. Speaking of browser library, RoboSapiens also has a presenter mode, which I will show later. And of course, there are many other interesting keywords. You can read all about them in the documentation. So what is RoboSapiens useful for? The first use case of RoboSapiens consisted in automating the process of filling application forms for test purposes. Each application consists of a dozen forms, and there are dozens of parameter combinations. It's a tedious process and is error-prone. So RoboSapiens has been of great help. The second use case involved comparing the screens and the data between two SAP servers which are supposed to be in sync. RoboSapiens was basically used as a crawler that exported the forms, which were later compared, and the differences were documented graphically so that domain experts could easily know which forms are out of sync. The most recent use case arrived a few weeks ago. A certain function was going to be deprecated, and the domain experts wanted to archive the data calculated with the function. This involved crawling and exporting over 5,000 applications, which RoboSapiens accomplished in about 10 hours. I'm looking forward to learn about your use cases. Now I will demo some of the keywords. Along the way, I will give you some tips and tricks. Of course, it all starts with pip install. And as mentioned in the documentation, you have to make sure that the scripting support is enabled both on the SAP server and on the SAP client. Here it is shown how to enable it on the client. So like I said, RoboSapiens has a presenter mode. You can activate it when importing the library. On the right side, you can see the SAP GUI client. The first thing I'm going to do is connect to this running instance. For that, I'm going to call the keyword connect to running SAP. So in the lower right corner, you see this barber pole indicating that the script is running, which means that we are now in control of the GUI. So now we can execute a transaction, let's say Migo. So now we get a screen full of elements that we can control. In particular, we recognize the field delivery node that I showed in the presentation. So let's fill this text field. For that, I'm going to call the keyword field text field with the name delivery node and the value 1 to 3. So the first time that RoboSapiens sees a screen, it has to scan all the elements and build this in-memory database. So it takes a little bit, but the next time is much faster. All right. So now let's say that we want to read the value of a text field. For example, posting date. So for that, I'm going to call the keyword read text field with the name posting date, and we get a value. All right. So now let's say that we want to double-click a cell on a table. In this case, we have the cell 5 and some number, and we notice that it's in the column My Documents. So I'm going to call the keyword double-click cell, then the value of the cell 5 0 0 0 0 0 0 9 10, and then column title My Documents. So we did it, and we get a message in the status bar. So how do we read this message from the status bar? Well, for that, I'm going to call the keyword read status bar. And we get the return code from SAP, which is success, which corresponds to this green mark here, and also the message. So this can be useful when you want to make some road framework assertions in order to verify whether an action was successful or not. All right, so in this case, nothing happened. And we notice that actually all these entries are grayed out, which means that they are not actually active. So in order to activate them, we go to this menu and we have to select material documents. So how do we do that with RoboSapiens? So we position the cursor on the menu in order to get the tooltip, and we are going to use it to select a value. So for that, I'm going to call the keyword select drop-down menu entry. And first, we need the name of the drop-down menu, when in this case is reference document. And then the value, which is material document. All right, so now we see that all the entries are active now. So now we're going to try to double-click the cell again. All right, so it worked. So as you can see, now this table contains an entry. So let's try to push this button, for example. So for that, I'm going to call the keyword push button cell. And here we can use the row number, which is 1, and the column title, which is line. So I'm going to say 1 line. All right, so we pushed the button and nothing happened, but it's all right. Okay, so we also notice that this row contains a checkbox and the column OK. And we realize that the checkbox is disabled. But anyway, we're going to try to select the value. So for that, I'm going to call the keyword tick checkbox cell. And as before, the row number first and then column title. OK. So we do that. And now RoboSapiens tells us that this cell is disabled, which means that we cannot check the checkbox. All right, but now let's say that we want to double-click this text field. So for that, we're going to call the keyword double-click cell again. And now we enter first the content of the cell, which is hollow shaft, and then the column title, which is mat.short text. So now we are on the next screen, and we notice that there are a bunch of tabs. So let's say that we want to select the tab Sales Org 1. So for that, I'm going to call the keyword select tab, and then the name Sales Sales Org 1. So we selected a tab, but instead of staying in the same window, we got an unexpected pop-up window. So this is something that happens from time to time in SAP, and it's important to know how to deal with that. So in this case, we can use a keyword get window title. And that's how we know whether we stayed in the window where we were, or we obtained an unexpected pop-up window. So this is an important thing to know when we are dealing with unexpected windows. All right, so how do we get out of here? So we see that there is this button, which has a tooltip cancel, and then F12 in parentheses, which means that we can press a key F12 in order to close the window. So how do we press a key? Well, there's a keyword press key combination, and then we can just enter F12, and the window is gone. Perfect. All right, so now let's say we want to push the button additional data. So push button additional data. All right, so we get this table, and let's say that we want to read a value from this table. For example, this text here in Portuguese. So we notice that this cell is at the intersection of this row with this column. But we don't want to count the rows and say how, I don't know, this is a row number 10. We want to just use a text that we see here in order to identify the row. And we can do that. So now we can call the keyword read cell, and then the row is identified with the text PT, and the column is material description. And we get the text. Perfect. So let's say that we want to go back. So for that, we have to push this button. But we notice that this button has a tooltip that is back, and then some space, and then F3 in parentheses. So this is a tricky part, because there are several spaces, and that means that we will have to escape them in Robot Framework. So for that, I'm going to call the keyword push button, then back, and then there's one space. We have to escape the next space, and then F3 in parentheses. We are back. So this is something important to keep in mind. Some tooltips contain a bunch of spaces, and it's important to count them and escape them. Now, of course, this is very annoying, and we would like to just say push button back. Unfortunately, RoboSapiens allows us to do that. We can just say push button back, and RoboSapiens will match the beginning of the tooltip and will push the button, which is very comfortable. All right. So now we go here to the bottom part of the window, and we see this small text field which has no label. So how are we going to enter some text in this text field? All right, so this is the next tip. If you press a key F1, you will get the performance assistant will give you some documentation on this text field. And on the top, we see this title, which is the name of the text field. And we can use this in order to enter some text. So this is, we're going to use this with a keyword field text field. So this is field text field, and then base unit of measure, and value PC. Perfect. So now we were able to fill a text field for which we apparently didn't have any text selector, but we did. All right, so now we see this checkbox in the bottom. We would like to set it. So for that, I'm going to call the keyword tick checkbox, and then the label item OK. And it worked. Now we want to return the checkbox to its original state, and for that, we call the keyword untick checkbox. Perfect. So the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a screenshot. So for that, I call the keyword save screenshot, and then the path. So I will just say sap.png. All right, we saved the image, and now I want to show you the image. So I'm going to import the library process, and I'm going to start a process, which is start the sap.png PNG, and since the start is a Windows shell command, I set shell to true. Okay, so here's the screenshot. Now, you might think, well, this is trivial. We just made a screenshot of the window. But let me tell you something. In SAP, it is possible to embed a web browser, and it can be either Internet Explorer or Microsoft Edge. And it happened to me last week that when we took a screenshot of a window, there was an embedded Microsoft Edge, but the screenshot showed an empty area. It was completely white, and I didn't have no idea what was happening. So I did some research, and eventually I learned that, well, there is a Windows API call that needs a parameter in order to do the full rendering. And eventually we got a screenshot with the contents of the screen. So yeah, sometimes you think that taking a screenshot is something easy, but sometimes it's not. So here's a summary of the tips and tricks I just showed you. Like I said, use iRobot. You can get it by installing Robot Framework Debug. As I showed, when necessary, you can press F1 to get a selector for a text field. And watch out for tooltips with 2 or more consecutive spaces. And of course, you will find more tips in the documentation. So I hope you got a good impression of the why, what, and how of RoboSapiens. I will be happy to answer your questions in the live Q&A. Kiitos paljon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marduk. We have a bunch of questions coming in, so let's get you going. Let's go live. Hey, Marduk, welcome to RoboCon.
Hi, Joe. I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Great to have you. Bunch of questions. So let's just start off with the first one, and it is from Anonymous. Wants to know, how did you do the translation? Is that something that can easily be done by other libs as well?
Well, actually, I was inspired by the OpenAPI specification, so I just defined format in JSON that basically specifies the name of the keyword, the name of all the arguments. And I also specified the possible error codes that's basically the exceptions that can be thrown by every keyword, which allows us to also localize the error messages. So I would think that in principle, this should be applicable to many other libraries. But of course, it depends on the kind of library. Like I said, SAP has localized the user interface, so it makes sense in that case. But for example, for REST APIs, I don't think it would make sense because usually they are all in English. But yes, I think it's the approach should be scalable, so to speak, to other libraries.
Nice. I think you're onto something. You mentioned this already. Anonymous says, loves the name. Any tips on coming up with creative names for our libraries? So,
yeah, I mean, I play a lot with the words. I think it helps to always try to find associations between words that sound similar or words that are related. Try to create, I don't know, like a short word. I once heard that's like the successful trick that many large companies use. You know, like a Spotify, Facebook, Twitter. It's always like 2 syllables at most. Yeah. And yeah, that works pretty well.
Great advice. How can you handle screens, forms where they have multiple text fields with the same label in different groups? This is one of the problems I ran into.
Well, there are different ways. I didn't show it in the presentation because it's more involved, but actually you can use not only the text that you see in the screen, but also the position of the components. So, for example, that I've already run into this situation that you have several text fields that have the same labels, but the position is unique. And that means that you can take actually your text field is at the intersection of 2 labels. So sometimes you have like a label to the left of text field, that's the standard situation, but sometimes it's also a label above. And then there's a syntax which is in the documentation. For example, when you call field text field, you can say field text field and then the label to the left and then at like an email. and then the other label above, and with that you uniquely identified the field. Another possibility when you're talking about groups is that in SAP there's this concept of boxes. So for example, you could have like an application form where it says, I don't know, like one person and the other person, and both have a first name and a last name and an address and everything, but each person has like their own box, and the box has a title. So you can also use it, this syntax that I just mentioned. You say like, I don't know, first name at and box title, and then you can fill exactly this text field. So yeah, I hope that gave you some hints, and of course we can continue the conversation in Slack or the Robot Framework forum.
Absolutely. Exists a keyword like record selector from browser to get selector string when hovering with the mouse, or something similar to get selectors?
No. It would be technically possible because SAP API allows you to record the interaction with the GUI. But like I said, I mean, usually the string selectors, you can find them out yourself because just see the text on the screen, what's the label to the left of a text field or a checkbox, a radio button, whatever, or the contents of a combo box, a drop-down menu. So, I mean, until now, it hasn't been necessary. But of course, if you find some situation where you say, okay, that would really save me a lot of time, then we could consider implementing that.
Cool. Can this automatically take screenshots when a keyword fails? What does RoboSapiens not have this functionality, or why does RoboSapiens not have this functionality as SAP GUI library?
Yeah, so in SAP GUI library, when you import a library, there's like a library switch that says, take a screenshot when keyword fails, yes or no, or true or false. And then you provide a path where the screenshot will be saved. But this is actually not so flexible because error handling in SAP can be quite complex. First, like I showed in the presentation, you might get some unexpected pop-up windows that contain some information from the server. I don't know, like something didn't work, the server is down for maintenance, or you, I don't know, like some validation failed when you try to go to the next screen. And also, you will have to consider the text that you get in the status bar. So like I showed, sometimes it says success, but the actual message is on. So you have to interpret that as negative. And of course, that message is localized. So that means that it could be in Finnish or Chinese or Russian or whatever, and we cannot take into account that. So my experience shows that the best thing to do is to define your own keywords for error handling. And there you can take a screenshot if you want, and save the screenshots in the Robot Framework log. That's also possible to embed the screenshots like browser library, or store the message in the status bar in the log, in the Robot Framework log, using the corresponding log level, error warning, wherever. That also matches the error messages in the SAP status bar. So that's the reason I think that I think that it's important that users have enough flexibility to do error handling properly.
Great advice. Is this compatible with any desktop application?
I mean, RoboSapiens is explicitly designed for automating the SAP GUI desktop application, so that's not any desktop application. So I don't know if it was if someone interpreted it as being like a general purpose GUI automation library. It is not. It is only for the SAP GUI. I'm not an SAP expert, so I don't know if there are any other SAP desktop clients. But yeah, I would be interested to know. If you can contact me. Yeah.
The original creator of SAP GUI library says, I approved your message and I urge everyone to use your library, even if it was just for the name. So
oh, thank you. You're so kind.
To you. Very nice. No object spy. How to identify control properties using text tooltips results in typo conflicts while performing actions.
Well, as I showed in the presentation, there is this amazing program by Stefan Schnell called the Scripting Tracker, which is actually the inspector or a spy, as you call it, which allows you to scan like the GUI and see behind the scenes how it actually works, all the properties of the elements. When you get a typo, you get a helpful hint from RoboSapiens when you get the error message in the console. It says, "Hey, I couldn't find an element with the text that you entered. Maybe check the spelling. It could be the reason why." But yeah, I mean, yes, there are situations in which the selectors are not unique. But like I said, there's always you can either click F1 to get this small window with a different selector, or use more information like the intersection of two selectors, or sometimes you might have like two text fields which have the same label, but one is like to the right of the other. So you can use the label of the first and then the content of that text field. And then just like in Browser Library, you can write an arrow with two greater than signs, and then that points to the next text field. So we have some strategies for dealing with duplicates.
How fast would all these commands run together? Do they run fast when not executed with PowerShell? I assume PS has some extra network overhead or similar.
Well, I can tell you that when using RoboSapiens in a company network, it runs really fast. So what you saw here was a bit slow because on the one hand, I was using the presenter mode, which introduces a half-second delay for each keyword call. And on the other hand, my SAP client is thousands of kilometers away from the SAP server. So that also introduces some delay because you have to wait for the response of the server. But in my experience, I always execute a robot framework in PowerShell, and it runs in the intranet of the company. And it runs really fast. Like in a few seconds, you go through a whole sequence of clicking and selecting and filling text fields in over 15 screens. So that shouldn't be a problem. But of course, it would be interesting to know about your use case. I haven't tried everything possible, and there's always things to improve. So I would be looking forward to hear from you.
Let's try to do a 1-minute lightning round and clear the board. Is there a Python API for SAP? Or are you using another language, C#?
Yes, I am using C# because SAP offers the scripting API, which is actually COM interface, and there's a possibility to generate .NET binding, and I find that more comfortable. So I would say the Python API for API could be de facto RoboSapiens.
Nice.
Browser automation, yes, you can do that with a browser library. Sorry.
Is it headless mode available? Do you support it?
Somebody asked me that a couple of years ago, and I know that it is possible to execute SAP in a web browser, so maybe going that route. And I know there's also the Java GUI for macOS and Linux, so maybe you can also do that with a VNC server. I mean, even the Windows GUI could run with a VNC server, maybe. I haven't tried that.
Have you compared it against vendor tools like WinShuttle or other market products?
No, I've only tried to use a robot framework, of course.
And final, last question. Are you going to be on the dark side or light side for people that want to hit you up for more info?
Dark side, of course.
Awesome. All right. Thank you again, Marduk, for contributing to RoboCon Online. Really appreciate it. Really good session. Got a lot of feedback. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Joe.
Awesome. See you next time. Cheers.
See you.
Awesome stuff. All right. So I'm going to give you an hour so you can really enjoy GatherTown. Check out the sponsors. Shout out to all our sponsors. Check them out in GatherTown. As you can see here in the little image, you see little boots. Check out those boots. Also check out our videos because they have if you still haven't figured out the puzzle, it's one of your last chances to do so. All right, we're going to give you an hour break. We'll be back. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you had a good break. Our next session is with Yuri, all about am I good enough for open source? Definitely pay attention and get your questions in while you're watching this. So when we go live, all the questions are queued up in Slido. So sit back, enjoy the session, and be back with Yuri. He's already in the green room, ready for your live Q&A.
Hi, my name is Yuri, and I would like to talk about contributing to open source projects. I've been working with Robot Framework for several years now, and since last year I've been helping out with the Selenium Library project. Taking the first steps to contributing to open source can be daunting. There are so many projects out there, and people working on these projects are often very knowledgeable that it can be intimidating. We also tend to strive for perfection and can be quite critical of ourselves. I know I am. It turned out to be way less scary than I originally thought and has actually been a pleasant experience all around. For me, it started when I was at RoboCon and on stage was Ed Manlove. He was talking about needing people for working on the Selenium library. I thought to myself, that might be something I'd like to do, but what can I do to help? After the talk, I stepped up to Ed and said to him, "Hi, I heard you were asking for people to help out. I'm not a software developer, but maybe I can help. What kind of help do you need?" Am I good enough for open source? Over the last 13 years or something, working as a tester and working in test automation, I've met a lot of people. Never have I met someone that wasn't at least good at something. Yet, many people also doubt their skills, often comparing themselves with others that have more experience. It can be difficult to put yourself out there and try to help out people that are more experienced than you are. But I found out that it really isn't difficult. A bit scary perhaps, but once you take the first steps, you'll notice that it's not that difficult or scary at all. Let me try to give you some tips and ideas on how to contribute to open source, regardless of your experience or knowledge. Let's get you contributing to open source. So, why would you contribute? It's a game of give and take. You give your time to better a project and you take away all kinds of experiences. It's great that you're willing to help, but what's in it for you? I'll give you some reasons to contribute. So first off, improving. If you're also a user of the software you wish to contribute to, you may already have ideas about features that would improve your daily usage. You may be aware of bugs in the code that you could take a look at. And if it's something you work with on a daily basis, being able to improve functionality can make your life easier, and at the same time, you're also making it easier for others. but also improving your knowledge of the project, understanding its inner workings. When I started, I did not know how Selenium Library was tested, how the testing tool I use on a daily basis was tested. After reading through the documentation, trying to run the code for myself, I now have somewhat of an understanding of how it's being tested. And that knowledge is something I can take with me to other projects in the future, maybe. Community. Getting in touch with people that, like you, are using this project. See what they use the project for and in what way they are using it. But also getting in touch with people that are building this project, adding functionality to it. I met some of the people working on Robot Framework. And these people, they are lead developers on Robot Framework, its libraries and tooling surrounding it. And I was pleasantly surprised that they're also fun to hang out with and not some unapproachable person way up in their ivory towers. It's also a great way to get in contact with people all over the world, being a part of a community of people that are working on the same goals and are willing to help out or learn from each other. It can be a great way to find people with aligning interests or with experiences they can share that you can use in your work. Learning. It's an excellent way to learn new skills or improve existing skills. Learn how this project is created, how they handle testing, versioning, deployment, communication to the outside world. Learn how others are using the project and learn from their examples or their mistakes. Teaching others how to work with the project or how to set things up can also be a great learning experience. And getting new insights and staying up to date with your knowledge. But also learning how to work together with people all around the world. How they work as a team, learning how teams organize and prioritize work being done. Or your career. It can look great on your resume. Having knowledge of a project is one thing, but showing that you're an active contributor to it, it can sway possible employers. It can show that you're a team player and have excellent know-how of the project and that you are familiar with its latest developments. Maybe it can say something about your skills working remotely. I've heard it said that GitHub is the new resume. And recruitment's often looking at your GitHub activity to see whether or not you are a possible candidate. And feel good. It can feel good being part of something. When I watch a movie, I normally skip the credits, but you can imagine if your name is in the credits, how that feels. It's a small gesture, but it can make you feel appreciated. Seeing your name pop up in the acknowledgements, that feels good. I've been working with Selenium Library for some time now, and I've been able to help it get a little bit better. It's pretty cool to be part of something like that, and it's kind of empowering. And since I was working with Ed on Selenium Library, he asked if I would be willing to be a co-speaker on his talk about the future of Selenium Library. Well, I say that he asked, but he actually just added me as a co-speaker and asked afterwards. Well, I can hear lots of people saying, yeah, but I'm not a developer. I'm not that good at writing code. Well, it doesn't have to be code that you're contributing. You don't need to code. Of course, creating new functionality and writing code are often the first things that you would think about when talking about contributing. But maybe you can help someone test their code or perform code reviews. Most of the work I've been doing last year is just code reviewing. Looking at somebody else's code and seeing if their tests are useful. Do they make sense? If you look at these tests a year from now, can you still understand what you were trying to say there, what you were trying to test there? Helping out running alpha or beta versions can help prevent the need for patches quickly after a version has been released. And also, quite often when an issue is raised, it can be helpful if a small test or an example project is available to quickly reproduce the problem. If you can help create these tests or provide this feedback during development, it can add a lot of value. And designing, maybe designing is your passion in the broadest sense of the word. Can you create a cool new logo or branding? Or do you have experience with web design? Things like the user interface and user experience are subjects you can discuss without having to write a single line of code. And designing new functionality often requires several design iterations. You can help refine requirements and set boundaries for these new parts of the software. Or translations. English is often the main language of a software project where there are multiple people from different parts of the world working together. But also, quite often, English isn't their first language. If English is your first language, maybe you can help with grammar and spelling checks. Or if, like me, English isn't your first language, maybe you can help create translations. Or see if you can help make some English text more readable for non-native speakers. Or documentation. Documentation is something that can quite often be outdated or missing. Can you help update the documentation perhaps? Or remove incorrect information, outdated information? Maybe create some new screenshots. Or perhaps you can help improve the readability and add some examples. Or helping create a style guide for writing the documentation. Organizing. Working on an open source project with multiple people from different parts of the world can require some organizational skills. Sometimes a team meeting is needed and people need to align their calendars to find a time when they can have a meeting, a call. Or you can also organize meetups, knowledge sharing sessions for people that are interested in the project. Or maybe you can help create a workshop and share your knowledge. On a bigger scale, you can also help organizing a conference or see if you can organize an event somewhere near you. And join in on the discussions. Robot Framework has an excellent Slack channel with topics for all aspects of Robot Framework, its libraries and its tooling. Don't hesitate to join and see if you can help others with their questions. Every now and then I see people asking for feedback on new functionality or features of Robot Framework. So it's an excellent opportunity to give your opinion and you might help shape the future of Robot Framework. Going to events is also an excellent way to help out, being an active part of the community and supporting the project. Events can be a great way to inspire people to be part of a community, but also bring people together where they can create new ideas and get new insights. And if there's a subject you know a lot about, try submitting a proposal for a talk or do a workshop, or if you are interested, do a quick lightning talk. And what better way to promote a project than talking about its possibilities? So where to look? Where do you look first? I suggest start with tools and libraries that you are familiar with. Start with what you know. And maybe there are bugs that you want fixed or features or improvement you wish they had. It's a good starting point. And you could take a look at their GitHub pages and check out what kind of code and documentation they have available there. You can look at issues they have there and see if there are any issues there that you have some experience with or ones that look interesting to you. Often issues can be labeled with labels like good first issue or help wanted or needs review, something like that. They are generally well defined and can be good starting points. You can look at the README to see if there's any info on how to contribute to the project. Quite often it's at the bottom of the README, or sometimes there's a separate file for the contributing guide. And if there isn't one, maybe that's a good starting point. See if you can start with creating a document, how to contribute to this project. Ask around. And go join the discussions page, register for the forums, and see what's being actively discussed. See what kind of problems other people are running into and how they are talking about it and how they are solving it together. It's also an easier way to ask or quickly answer questions. Conferences are great places to get in contact with people working on a project. and it's easier to share contact information and talk about helping out. And some of the best ideas come from random conversations during a conference. Don't be afraid to talk to others on a conference. Don't just stay and talk to your colleagues and the people you know only. So if I summarize the last year for me, then I personally have had a great experience helping out with open source software development. It can help you improve your skills and your knowledge about how software is developed in an open source project. And I found out there are many ways to contribute, and a lot of them only require that you are willing to help. And people working on these projects often welcome and appreciate the help. So yes, you are good enough for open source. So I urge you, get started. Put yourself out there and ask what you can do to help, or tell them what you are able to do. And remember, every little bit helps. Now, in closing, I'd like to leave you with this question. Who is next? I hope I've been able to show you that there are many ways to contribute and that every little bit helps. Open source is about collaborating with others. If I've been able to at least help one of you take the first steps into open source development, that will be a great success. So, who will be next? Who among you will help and contribute to the open source landscape? I would love to hear about your experiences. And who knows, maybe next year you will be up on stage on RoboCon to share your knowledge or help inspire others. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Awesome stuff, Yuri. Okay, I see in the green room we're about to go live. Get your questions in Slido. So if you're watching on robocon.io, it's right to the right of the video, Slido. Put in your question or even your experiences that you've had contributing to open source so you could share with the crowd and with Yuri. All right, Yuri, we're about to go live again. Let's do it. Hey, Yuri, welcome back.
Good to be back again.
Awesome. Good to see you. So I guess the first thing that came to my mind is, have you convinced anyone yet in the year that you've been working to contribute to open source?
I don't know. I haven't heard directly from others. I have been talking about it a lot, also among my colleagues. So I like to think I did.
Awesome. So a few questions coming up. The first one is, do you know any mistakes do new open source contributors often make and more experienced contributors should keep in mind when onboarding new team members?
Well, yeah, I don't think that's necessarily something that goes wrong, but sometimes it's difficult to find how to get started. Like I said, maybe there isn't a guide for how to get started. So that's something that can definitely help. Be approachable, have some way of contacting you, saying, okay, we are here in these Slack channels, or we are approachable via this email. That helps a lot. I think those are the the biggest things I've noticed thus far.
Excellent. Does it ever yell at you? I'd go, what are you doing? Like, what's the communication like when you work with multiple people contributing on open source? Could that be an issue?
I'm glad there's a mute button. So no, there's well, it differs. You notice there are a lot of people, and a lot of people, they have different opinions and different ways to give out their opinions. And I try to always approach it in such a way that nobody means it in a bad way, but they can sometimes put some emotion into something. Just, I totally don't agree with this. Just keep an open mind with that. Yeah, mostly those kinds of things are yeah. And for the rest, it's just like working with my colleagues remotely. Just have to find a correct time zone.
Right.
When I'm working with Ed, he lives in the United States. That's a completely different time zone from where I live. So yeah, sometimes you have to make some planning.
Do you do anything like, is it like a real code project where someone submits what they want to put into the main code branch and you do a code review, or like what's the process usually like when someone's submitting new code?
Yeah, it's mostly something like that. They have a new implementation done, and they just create a pull request on Git and add me as a reviewer, or just put it up there and it's open for review. So I try to look at it that way.
Now, what's I going to say? I lost my train of thought. All right, go to the next question because I had an awesome follow up on that, but I'll think about it when I get to it. You touched on imposter syndrome holding you back. What advice could you give to someone to overcome their doubts and put yourself out there?
Yeah, that's a difficult one. It's I didn't explicitly name imposter syndrome, but it's definitely the one that's in the back of your mind at that moment. I think it's very common among software developers, or also among testers. Yeah, it's hard to overcome that doubt. So, but what really helped for me was being in an environment where you feel like you can make mistakes. So, like RoboCon, like the environment here is excellent. You can just talk around and you have fun, and people are very approachable. That helps a lot. So, being among people is easier because you can easier doubt yourself if you are sitting alone behind a screen and trying to type something, because you aren't really interacting with people sometimes. So that definitely helps, being among people and seeing, hey, they don't know everything. They're also human.
Absolutely. What has been the best and worst experience?
Well, the best experience for me was the first time I was mentioned as being a part of the release that came out. That felt super good, being added as a team member of the Selenium Library team. Excellent. And the worst, well, it is difficult sometimes, and you want to improve upon some stuff, and that's you don't have the time always. It's difficult to have those moments.
I'm not sure if you mentioned this as a benefit, but I would think it would be. When you contribute to open source, does it open up your network to almost give you other opportunities with other jobs possibly? So even though you're not getting paid for the open source, you could get a job like through the network you built up because you were contributing to open source. I don't know if that makes sense, but have you seen that happen?
Absolutely. I think it absolutely does. I touched on it a little bit, that it can be very good for your career if you just, you can see your GitHub actions of your contributions there. So people look at that often nowadays, also recruitment companies. And if they see your name out there, or you can put it on your resume, I'm working with this open source library, I think that definitely helps. I mean, if they're looking for somebody who has experience with robot framework, that's okay. But if you can say, I have experience, I don't just have experience, but I'm actually working on it. I'm helping improve it. I'm being part of that active community, so I know what's going on there. It's definitely an advantage.
Nice. So how about work-life balance? I could think someone's saying, oh my gosh, I don't have time for this. But I would think if you work for a company that uses an open source tool, can you use that to convince them to say, hey, can I spend 10% of my time contributing to this open source because our company relies on this software?
Yeah, definitely worth a try. Of course, it depends upon your employer. But I'm lucky my employer allows me to do those things, give me some time for it, give me maybe every now and then a day off, or allows me to go to a conference like that. But it doesn't necessarily have to take lots of time. If there are 10,000 people that spend 10 minutes reviewing something, that's a lot of reviewing being done. And it just costs 10 minutes of one person's time, for example.
So I don't know if you think this is true, but I've heard from on my podcast, people say opening up a bug report for an open source project is contributing. Any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I believe that's absolutely something, because lots of people especially the people working on a project, they know the project in and out. But they also use it in a certain way, and they know how to use it and how to unknowingly work around the bugs because they don't use it in such a way. So if they don't get some way of knowing what's going on there, yeah, definitely helping give them feedback in the form of a bug report definitely works.
How do you find your partner for code reviews, testing, all this QA stuff? Is it a specific person, or are you always looking for someone new in the community?
Yeah, well, I'm mostly the one doing the code review testing at this moment, but I can imagine it doesn't always have to be the same person. And sometimes it's not necessarily the code itself. I mean, if it works and the tests are succeeding, then it's often already you are in a far stage. But if the test has a weird name, anybody can review those kinds of things. So is it a specific person you're always looking for? Yeah, if there's somebody who has a lot of experience and you know that person, that's great. If you don't, try to reach out and see whoever gets there, because the person that does the reviewing at that moment, if somebody is doing that, then that's the right person at that moment, because if there isn't anybody, there's nothing being done. So everything more than nothing is good. Well, not necessarily good, but at least yeah, it's good that somebody is there and willing to help.
Absolutely. So this jogged my memory, what I was thinking. So you said you understand how Selenium Library is tested now. So do you have like regression tests that kick off when you commit new code? Is it like a real software project? How does that work?
It's almost like a real software project. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, no, it's there are unit tests for basic units, and there are also acceptance tests for the general keywords themselves. So whenever there's a new functionality, the unit tests run, and those are of course the quick tests. So these tests run for a few seconds in total, and you get some feedback whether or not the basics are working, and then you go into the complete tests, and they are the acceptance tests. They are simple tests that open a web page and have different kinds of links and selector items, you name it.
Great. Probably time for one last question is, if we want to contribute, what should be the approach? Can you guide us on this?
What should be the approach? I don't think there's necessarily one approach. The fact that you ask this question, if you want to contribute, is already the best start, I think. Just having the motivation to help out. And then I think it also helps if the maintainers and everybody is also approachable for helping out. So yeah, like I said, I gave some tips on where to start looking. Go look there, or just post it on Slack or the forums. I want to help out. How can I help? I think that's a good start. And yeah, it might be a bit daunting at first, but yeah, everybody else is also just human.
Absolutely. So Yuri, thanks again for helping out with RoboCon. Twice you've been here, so really appreciate all your time and efforts and all you've been doing for the community. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Talk to you later. Cheers.
Okay, cheers.
All right, awesome stuff. Take Yuri's lead. I highly recommend you contact him or any other. Everyone here in the RoboCon community is really friendly. And I think tomorrow, if you join GatherTown, you might find opportunities. A lot of the contributors will be there. Just ask them, hey, is there anything I can do? Is there any documentation that I can do to help? I recommend you take advantage of that starting tomorrow, right? Or just go and GatherTown, try to make some connections, hit Yuri up. I forgot to ask him if he's a light or dark side, but Yuri will be there. Say hello if you have any other questions we may have missed. All right, so here's our next session on reinventing test automation at Amadeus, the power of robot framework. So I highly recommend, once again, as you're watching this, get your questions in. So when we go live, I have some questions queued up. Just makes things a lot easier, and it gets the ball rolling, and it really helps with the participation and the energy of the event. So keep your questions coming. Appreciate you all hanging in there, and sit back, relax, and then get ready for live Q&A.
Hello, I am Sébastien Plaisant, and I'm here with Andrea Tipa.
Hello, everyone.
We are both principal quality assurance engineer at Amadeus, and here we are here to present you how Robot Framework has transformed our test ecosystem by simplifying it, and how, thanks to our Utopia project, we have built a full test shared framework on top of robots. Let me first introduce you Amadeus, which is a world leader in the travel industry for software solutions. We have centers all around the world, and with more than 20,000 employees. Our main activity is to connect people that sell tickets or contents and people that provide content, like hotels, airlines, rail operators, and so on. We also have facilities for air operations and ground operation for any airports. Regarding the numbers, more than 400 million booking has passed through our systems. 1.5 billion passengers has used and board thanks to Amadeus system without knowing it. And regarding the number of transactions our system has to deal with, we have an average of 70,000 transactions per second, and we can reach up to 1 million transactions per second. Let's take a concrete example with end-to-end air travel. Maybe you went to RoboCon in Helsinki on February. Myself, I booked a plane from my hometown, Nice, to Helsinki. So I took my mobile phone, search for the best flight, get the list of prices, select one flight, did the booking, paid online. Then I received the ticket on my mailbox. Finally, one day before the flight, I did the online check-in. And at the end, of course, the day of the flight, I board the plane and traveled to Helsinki. In all of these steps, an Amadeus system is involved, like journey and availability, reservation, ticketing, departure and control. Of course, you can imagine that the level of quality required by Amadeus is very high. We cannot afford a failure. For example, if the departure control system fails, you can imagine the queue at the airport with all the passengers waiting to board their plane. We have a technical legacy. We have started 30 years ago with airline-specific technologies, relying on protocols like EDIFACT and Cryptic, which are standard protocols from the travel industry. If I go back to the example I previously explained, some time ago, I had to go to a travel agency to search for a flight and to book for a flight. At that time, the travel agency had to type a request on the terminal, and this was a cryptic message. This cryptic message is transformed to a network message, which is an EDIFACT message that is sent to the network until to reach our servers. And our servers then compute the request and answer back with a list of available flights. In order to validate all of this, we have built an internal test system based on a C++ core engine. And the technology involved were very linked to this protocol, like EDIFACT and Cryptic. And we have developed thousands of tests running on this platform and on this framework. And still today, thousands of tests are run every day in order to ensure the quality of our systems. In the meantime, technology evolves and content evolves also. First of all, we have to deal not only with airlines, but also with trains, hotels, car rentals, and so on. All of this content is new. On the other side, technology evolves. Now, most of us, when we had to find a flight and book for a flight, for example, we go to a website directly on a website. We use web UIs. And underneath technologies now are well known, like SOAP-XML, REST API, and now for cloud native application, Kafka. In order to validate all of this, we have used from the market tools like Postman, SOAP UI, Protractors, Playwright, and so on. This leads to the increase of the complexity of our test ecosystem. And finally, by building a full end-to-end test solution became more and more complex because we have to synchronize all of these tools together. In the same time, in around 2015, we discovered Robot Framework and its great capability to write inside a single test, thanks to its well-known library mechanism, a test that address all this technology at the same time. And it was a great discovery. Now, in parallel, internally, we have developed a new project called UTOPI. UTOPI stands for Unified Test Automation in Python. The idea, and it started in 2021, was to build shared library written in Python, independent from the test system, that will allow us to address these legacy technologies and this protocol we use, Edifact, Cryptic, and to share this library between all the teams in Amadeus in order to avoid code duplication and test duplication all over. In 2022, we imagined that why not using this library with Robot Framework, adapting a little bit this library to have Robot Framework keywords, and then use Robot as a test framework using this library to write our tests. But you all know that writing tests in Robot Framework, you have lots of flexibility and you can write in many different ways all the tests you want. So we start thinking, as we have many different teams in Amadeus, to provide a common framework, guidelines, and rules to build this test and these libraries. And that's what we done last year in 2023. And finally, at the end of the year, end of 2023, we have introduced all the new technologies, not only Edifact, Cryptic, but REST, SOAP, Kafka for client native application, and so on, so that to complete the portfolio of this offer. Now, let me briefly talk to you what were the challenges we have to face for this project using Robot and the UTOPI project. The first one was standardization. As I explained, with Robot Framework, you can write tests in many different ways, and we have to give a common direction to all our teams. And this is quite challenging because we have to find the right balance between giving strict rules and leaving flexibility to the team to allow them to have creativity. The other thing was important for us is the functional approach. We use the functional approach to define our keywords. We wanted to have keywords-driven, functional keywords-driven libraries, meaning that we didn't want to have to be linked to the technology underneath, but really the functions, the business keywords. And so being able to have human understandable tests for everyone in the company. Another key pillar was sharing. As I explained, we didn't want to have teams redeveloping everything. So this library for Robot Framework need to be shared and to all the teams. And in order to ensure that all the teams know these libraries and what they're doing and so on, we have built communities and we open the development to this library to all the community inside Amadeus. And at the end, we are on the process to open source this project in the near future.
Now, the framework organization. We have one unique Bitbucket project for all the testing libraries. All the testing libraries are deployed in a unique Artifactory. We have standard template for the testing libraries, standard keywords for message injection, a central configuration catalog. The core of the testing library is written in pure Python. And finally, we are taking the strengths from Python in terms of flexibility and Robot Framework in terms of human-readable syntax. First, we standardize the local setup. We are VS Code compliant because it's the recommended IDE in Amadeus. We have standard templates for the local setup with some standard settings. Here, you have an example of a template that you propose that is based on some recommended extensions. We have a standard Python extension like black formatter and plint that are used in our CI pipelines. We have a robot framework extension. We have an extension to preview the HTML file directly in VS Code and an extension to handle the workspaces. Then we are also using some standard paths that are based on the Python virtual environment and on a common test suite skeleton. Such paths are compliant with all the operating systems, so Windows, Linux, and macOS. We are also using one VS Code variable called the workspace folder that represents the value of a folder mapped in VS Code. This variable is automatically evaluated by VS Code at runtime. And finally, we have a standard configuration for the local execution when the user clicks on the Run button. In this way, we can set up some environment variable, define the log level, define the output of a report folder, and we can also provide a UI feedback to the user, because as you can notice, we are using the attribute inputs of a configuration, and in this way, we can provide a drop-down menu to select, for example, the targeted environment. Now, let's jump at the heart of the framework. We developed a central library called Protocol. This library contains standard keywords to send messages via the various protocols that are using in Amadeus, like Cryptic, Edifact, HTTP REST, and SOAP. For the REST and SOAP, we added also the logic to automatically generate the authentication token based on the different authentication mechanisms. You see the structure of the library on the left, and you see also an example of the documentation of the library based on the standard template that we'll see later in the presentation. The central protocol configuration is handled using another library called the target library that is part of UTOPI. The goal is to have a central configuration library containing standard configuration to send messages via the different protocols that are used in Amadeus. Configurations are defined in the YAM file that you see on the left. Here, you see an example of a configuration for the cloud native application where you can recognize details like the path and the tenant. And one of the goals is also to mask the complexity of a configuration behind the common and standard profiles. Here, an example of a profile for one of our on-premises application, and for the cloud native application, where you can recognize the list of microservices that are exposed by such cloud native application. But how is it used in Robot Framework? If we take this example, we are sending a request to a shopper microservice on a production path. In the setup step, we are passing two parameters like the profile name and the path. And thanks to such parameters, the library is able to parse the YAM file that you see on the left and to build the target URL that you see in the example. We talked about the functional approach using a common library template. A reminder, a testing library is a Python package representing a collection of Robot Framework functional keywords. This is the standard template that we propose, where the product name is the library name, and then we have different folders for all the basic functionalities that are part of this product. Inside every folder, we have different Python files. We have one called the injector.py, a file that represents the functional keywords used in the Robot Framework script. And then, as the same functionality can be implemented using different protocols, we have different files for the different implementation. This one is the template for the Cryptic protocol, the template for the Edifact protocol, for the REST, and for the SOAP. Then we have also one file called responses.py that contains the functional keywords that are used to check the expected response. In this way, we have separated the Robot Framework keyword, the implementation of the keyword, and the keywords that are used to check the expected response. Finally, we don't forget that we're using Robot Framework, and we have one file called the keywords.robot that the users can use to aggregate the basic functionality to create more complex functional keywords. In terms of scalability, we have a model that is pick and choose. If you see such example, in fact, in the example called the PNR library, you can see that there is one functionality called the add contact elements that has been implemented using two protocols, cryptic and the defact. In the other example, in the library payout, we have a functionality called the create a car that has been implemented in cryptic, REST, and SOAP. So you can see that the architecture behind is modular and flexible, and the user can really choose what he needs. Then we are also protocol agnostic, as the message is routed to the right injector from the broker. If you remember, we said that the injector.py contains the functional keyword used in the robot framework script. So let's focus on it to explain the functional approach. Let's see the protocol agnostic approach in details. Let's focus on a functionality called the create a car. We said that in the injector.py, we have the functional keywords, in this case, create a car, that is used in the robot framework script. And now, thanks to a variable that we are passing in the setup step, we are able to route the right message to the right injector. In this first example, we set the value of a variable protocol equal to cryptic, and we are using the injector cryptic. In the second example, the value of a variable is REST, and we are using the injector REST. You can recognize that we are sending a POST request. And in the third example, we are using the SOAP injector. It's a SOAP message wrapped in a REST request. You can recognize that the body of the message is an XML, and you can recognize some details like the SOAP actions and so on. We implemented also a standard U2Py workflow that is adopted by all the Python testing library to automate the building of a package, the deployment of a package in the Artifactory, the generation of the library documentation, the upload of the library documentation, the validation of the changes against the unit tests that are included in the testing library. Here you see the different steps of the pipeline. We are using black to format the code and PyLint to have a clean code with an high threshold of 9%. In terms of documentation, we have a standard format for the testing library documentation generated via libdoc. We have a standard format for keywords documentation. The documentation is available directly in VS Code, and all the U2Py libraries documentation are hosted in one single place. To recap, we are combining the strength of Python in terms of flexibility and Robot Framework in terms of human-readable syntax. We are promoting the creation of testing libraries with standardized functional keywords, the sharing to avoid duplication, and the community approach with inner source contribution. Thanks, and don't hesitate to contact me and Sebastian.
Thank you very much for this invitation to the RoboCode Online.
All right, awesome session. All right, guys, I see you in the green room. We're about to go live. Get your questions in now by going to Slido, either to the right of this video, or if for some reason you're not watching this video somewhere that has the Slido embedded to the right of it, all you need to do is go to slido.com and just type in RoboCon, and it should get you in as well. All right, here's live Q&A. Let's do it. Hey guys, welcome to RoboCon.
Hello.
Good to see you. Awesome. Good to have you. All right, I thought we'd jump right into the questions. We got a bunch of them coming our way, so let's do it. First one is, have you encountered, it kept moving on me, so it is, have you encountered some pushback from devs or other members of teams when switching from Cypress Playwright to Robot Framework?
I can take the question.
Right.
It's slightly, indeed,
as usual, when you promote new technologies, new tools, some of them, some people from the company would say, I've got this tool which is much better. We use Cypress and we do lots of great things with Cypress, and we don't like Playwright or the other way and so on. What we try to enforce is that using, for example, Robot with browser library Playwright, and it's our choice. It's first of all, it's a technological choice. And Robot is the key tool for us because, as we try to explain during the introduction of the video, we address many different technologies, and we have to build sometimes end-to-end tests which are quite complex, meaning that we first have to open the UI, click on the button to do some stuff, and then check on backends using REST API or artifact protocols to see that everything went well and so on. And this was quite challenging using tools like other tools, and the power really what we love with Robot is that we can do everything within this tool in a single test, within a single environment that is well integrated in all our test ecosystem in the company.
So did you have to do any rewrites? Did you have an existing test suite that are like, okay, we're going to rewrite everything with Cypress or Playwright, or did you just start brand new? From this point going forward, we'll be using Robot Framework.
Yes, actually, I personally we were more working with Protector Selenium on sometimes some of our team use Cypress, but most of regarding specific UI testing, we used to have Protector Selenium, and when we start playing with Robot and the browser library, what I did is just take one piece of code, one piece of test that we had, rewrite it completely with Robot and browser, and so and demo. I tried to push and explain how simple it was now with the robots and the browser library to read the test, run it, and how it was much quicker also, execution time and so on. So just to push the advantage. And yes, we write, and sometimes it was a good thing because rewriting sometimes it can be painful, but also allows you to do some cleanup because when you have lots of regression tests running, sometimes you realize that some of them you have to delete them, are no more useful and so on. So yes.
Awesome. Okay, why not use request library from Robot Framework instead of coding a new one?
I can take this one and also link a little bit to the second question that we see in the list.
Yep.
What we love of the approach that we did, in fact, is that it's not specific to a specific domain. It's not linked to a specific domain, okay? The approach that we are promoting is really generic, okay? We can use it to test all the APIs that you need, and not only related to the travel industry and so on. Why not using the request library? Mainly because, first of all, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, of course. We are using the standard request Python the standard request module from Python, of course. But if I talk specifically to the REST part, we added all the logic behind to automatically generate, for example, the authentication token. So we have different types of authentication token that we are handling in the company. And the part that we add is the generation of the token. So the user just to specify which token is needed, okay, and it's the library that is able to handle everything. So the token generation, the update of the header, and so on. And in most of the cases, we realize that this is the complicated part, let's say, when you're testing an API, so be able to generate the token in the right way. And using this approach, in fact, we have simplified a lot the testing for our user. And the game is not related to the travel industry, but you can test with everyone. In fact, we plan also to open source our library, okay? We have something to adapt, of course, but as the approach is generic again, the goal is to open it to everyone.
Love it. Okay, cool. So that answers both questions. I'm not sure if this is still true. I used to be a travel agent in like early 90s, and there was a lot of legacy systems back then, which were very difficult to automate, I would imagine. Is it still the same in the travel industry? Like when you do an end-to-end test, could it be possible you would have to interact with the mainframe as well? Or a green screen?
Interact with mainframe?
Yeah.
Well, we used to. it's a long story in our company. We used to have using mainframes a lot, and when we move out of this, it took years and years to move out of mainframe and move to standard Linux boxes, and now we fully rely on let's say Linux box and servers in our data centers, and so we do not have any technologies related to mainframe. Our tests now are no more based on these mainframe technologies. We only rely on Linux boxes, and now we are same move. We are moving to the cloud, so it's now a big move, challenging move in our company. So we now need to address and to adapt all our test ecosystem to target cloud native applications and cloud applications.
So I guess that would be another benefit of using Robot Framework, because they have libraries for so many things that you don't have to reinvent the wheel if it's a different technology you need to deal with.
Exactly.
Indeed. Cool. So you mentioned in your talk that you plan on open sourcing some of your library packages. How do you plan to do this, and under which software licenses?
Yeah, it will be our next big challenge, let's say, in the sense that we have two things that for sure, two parts of what we presented that we can open source. One is the template of the library that we propose, because it's really generic and is not related to our company, our domain, and so on. So this is the easiest path, let's say, to open to everyone. Regarding the protocol library, yes, we have to rework a little bit, because it's not really specific to our domain, but for sure we have to do a little bit of cleanup to ensure that we are not publishing, let's say, some confidential information and so on. But we don't have a real, and now we don't have a specific step, let's say. We have something that we have to explore. We explore in the next weeks and months, but we can do it.
Indeed, we are trying to do it as quick as possible. We are just need time to do it. Yeah. The question of the which license, this is a very good question, and we honestly have not sorted this out. We'll see, but it's a strong will from our team to do it. So stay tuned.
Awesome, absolutely. So how do you do all this? Do you have a dedicated team to provide and maintain the keyword libraries in the framework, or is it just everyone for themselves?
Yeah, exactly. What we put in place around behind this framework is the governance, of course. Today, we are a big team. Of course, we are part of the transversal quality team in Amadeus, so we are serving the full engineering community in Amadeus, and we are the owner of this project, and we are the ones that are doing the governance around this project. So we are onboarding the new users. We ensure that everyone is moving in the right direction, and especially that when the libraries are developed, so the libraries are specific to a product, we ensure that the new implementation are done on this specific library, and there are no duplication behind it, because one of our pillars is to avoid duplication and to share at maximum what has been done. So yes, there is a clear governance that we put in place, and is also supported by some automated workflow, as we explained also in the presentation, that will help us to enforce this governance.
Yeah, and the final goal is that every team which develop new libraries based on this framework become, let's say, independent, is maintaining its own library. And of course, it's still open to everyone in the company. If someone wants to do some customization or enrich the library, it's an open source like model. But yes, the team that has developed the new libraries, then when they are independent, they manage and follow the libraries themselves.
Probably time for one last question. You mentioned we're using other frameworks, and then you went to Robot Framework. So I'm piggybacking on this. Can you share some figures on how the adoption of the project in the company? So did you see less flaky tests? Is it all the teams adapted it and saw quicker release cycles? Any type of figures?
Yes, indeed. The story is that we had this homemade test framework. Very well, I'm not blaming it at all, but it's lots of people, lots of teams were use it and develop new scripts. Some of the teams were just copy pasting all tests and adapting them and so on. So the test base become huge, very difficult to maintain sometimes. And people leave the company, new people on board and so on. So it's sometimes became quite challenging to ensure the stability of the tests and so on. So that was one of the goals of moving to Robot, and now using Robot as main framework, test framework. The idea was here, yes, we have a tool that now everybody knows, not only in our company, but outside. If we onboard newcomers, they know already Robot, and they can directly work on it. And regarding the figures, recently we have, I can't say numbers of employees or number of development, but we are around 30 teams in Amadeus, which is quite a lot, but now moved to Robot Framework and either develop new tests and with new libraries, either move out of our legacy test framework to Robot to implement this test. And the feedbacks are very good.
As Sebastian just mentioned, we are moving to the cloud, and the Robot Framework is the only solution today used for the application that are moving to the new cloud application. So it's fully deployed for that.
Awesome. Oh, really great session, guys. Appreciate you contributing and sharing this knowledge. I think it's awesome. And hopefully we'll see you again at RoboCon. Thanks so much for all you do.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks. Cheers.
Bye, everybody.
Awesome stuff. All right. Hey, I love real world sessions, and I love like how, they implemented Robot Framework, and it sounds like it changed everything. So if you're not using Robot Framework, here's your opportunity to do so. Or, tell your boss, hey, I went to this conference and you wouldn't believe what this other company did with Robot Framework. All right, I'll stop talking. We have another break coming up, I think. Yes, another break. Community time. Take advantage of GatherTown. I apologize. I keep forgetting to ask speakers what side they'll be on. But definitely check out either Sebastian or Andre in GatherTown if they're there for any more questions on their framework or what they did with Robot Framework. All right, so we'll be back in about 30 minutes. And once again, one of your last chances to pay attention to the clues if you haven't figured out the puzzle yet. So pay attention, and we'll go into a 30-minute break.
Read my eyes, do I want to stay? If you thought you weren't made that way, it's the choices we make. We give and take, and I know you will keep trying. Said I think I know what you mean. Pretty good for a dumb machine. And you gave me that smile. We stood there for a while. That was when you woke me up. All this time I didn't know I had my heart on standby. That it is love that I am feeling inside. What it means to be a human. All this time I've been a fool for not seeing you shine. I let my circus money say you'll be mine. You are the only one without emotions made of steel. What was I supposed to feel? I didn't want to take chances. Past romances were telling me I just crash again. Said I think I know what you mean. Pretty good for a dumb machine. You gave me that smile. I stood there for a while. That was when you woke me up. All this time I didn't know I had my heart on standby. That it is love that I am feeling inside. What it means to be a human. All this time I've been a fool for not seeing you shine. I let my circus money say you'll be mine. You are the only one who
Never seen you in the flesh. My laptop's upon my chest. Your pretty face upon the screen. Type lines like poetry. Together now, all I need is to get online. I'm your web camera girl, such a warm and tender place, making love in cyberspace. I've never seen you in the flesh. a web camera girl. So happy together in a digital world.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully you had a great break. Right, our next session is all about automating generation of acceptance tests of process-aware information systems. Should be another great session. So I highly recommend as you're watching it, you get your questions in. So when we go live, all the questions are queued up and ready to go. And to do that, to the right of this video, you'll have Slido. Just type in your question for the speaker. Or if for some reason you're watching this somewhere else, all you need to do is go to slido.com and type in the code RoboCon. Right, here's our next session, followed by live Q&A. Let's do it.
Hello, everybody, and a good day to you wherever you are in the world. It is with great joy that I welcome you to my presentation at RoboCon 2024. I'm very excited and honored to be here. I hope that you enjoy this presentation as much as I enjoy preparing it. My name is Thales Paiva. I work as a process analyst, and I'm currently a master's candidate in software engineering. You can find me on X/Twitter or on LinkedIn, and I'll be more than happy to connect with you and discuss further ideas related to process automation and test automation. Also, any feedback related to today's presentation is very much appreciated. Receiving honest and constructive feedback is always good, even if it can be harsh sometimes. I appreciate it nonetheless. Which brings us to the topic of our presentation today, the automated generation of acceptance tests of process-aware information systems, aiming at increasing test coverage through model-based testing. But what is a PAIS? Just to level the ground, a very quick explanation of what is a PAIS. Process-aware information systems are software systems that support the execution and management of business processes. It typically consists of three main components. First, a modeler in which the process model is designed, and a set of rules and configurations can be declared. In our case, we are using the Camunda Modeler, an open-source process modeling tool which implements and reinforces the BPMN 2.0 standard. We'll dive further into the nitty-gritty of BPMN later, but for now it suffices to say that it is a standardized workflow representation. Second, a process engine capable of interpreting the process model and controlling the flows and outcomes of each interaction. In our case, we're using the Camunda 7 engine, a Java-based open-source process engine with rich documentation and a thriving community of users. Third, a monitoring and analysis tool responsible for capturing the human interactions with the process engine, as well as displaying the status and the data contained in the processes. For this third component, we are using the Agile Key Process Automation Platform, an open-source project devoted to facilitate process and workflow automation initiatives based on code generation techniques. And this is a continuous and iterative process in which the analysis of the previously executed processes provide valuable information for evolving the process model, improving its efficiency over time, hand in hand with the continuous improvement paradigm. The main motivation for the present work is the fact that testing a PAIS is complex by its nature. Although that can be said basically about any type of system, given that software testing is a complex activity per se, a PAIS has some specific characteristics that act as catalyzers in this aspect. They are firstly the multiplicity of flows within each process model and require that all these flows must be mapped and tested to guarantee test coverage of a version of a process model. Given that one of the strengths of a PAIS is that it enables and encourages the citizen developer to propose changes to the process model and its flows, maintaining test coverage is a big challenge. Keeping track of changes in versions of a given process model and correlating it to the test suite, it's imperative to achieve the aforementioned test coverage. Secondly, within each of the possible flows, the forms, which are the human interaction points within the process, can have different behaviors depending on rules. Therefore, the presence or not and the behavior of each field in each form should be tested, taking into account such rules. Here again, given the ease in proposing changes in the process by the citizen developer, maintaining test coverage is even harder. Lastly, there could be many other functionalities in the system that aren't directly related to a specific flow or process model, but are part of the system nonetheless and should be equally tested. Given its repetitiveness, with minor changes between the test cases and the amount of test cases derived from each process model, testing a PAIS can lead to high-maintenance test suites with a labor-intensive and error-prone test execution strategy. And let's be fair, there's absolutely no joy in tedious, numbing, repetitive work. Imagine if there was a way to automate this. How convenient it would be if there was technology, a tool, or a framework to help us to automate such test executions. Well, we all know where this is going, right? I quickly mentioned that one of the characteristics of a PAIS is that it has an underlying process model, which in our case is the Business Process Model Notation 2.0, or BPMN for short, a standard maintained by the Object Management Group, the same group responsible for maintaining the UML standard, for example. Given the fact that a PAIS has an explicit model as a key artifact, a model-driven testing approach could be an interesting strategy to automate such tests. This assumption is, in fact, backed by a set of scientific articles and gray literature. So, from a process model, it would be possible to derive the test cases. Looking at this present process, we can see that, for example, there is a unique flow highlighted in green given by the decision made after the gateway element entitled type to take the lower path. This could very well be our test case 1, for example. There's another unique flow highlighted in yellow, taking the middle path, which will be our test case 2. However, if you happen to take the upper path highlighted in blue, there are a couple of different possible paths within that path, which must be considered to guarantee test coverage. As still doable, the tester only needs to be extra careful interpreting the process model to derive all test cases possible and implement the automated execution scripts for each one. So if you consider that done and you automate the execution, then, well, no more frustrated tester executing repetitive tests over and over, right? You automate the test cases associated with each flow once, and it's done. Happy ending. Well, not so fast. So considering this, you no longer need to spare a tester to execute the test, for execution is automated. And it has one big upside: an automated regression test strategy become a possibility, which is another benefit pointed out in the literature. But it's not all roses. You still have your good and old regularly overloaded tester or QA engineer creating and maintaining a whole lot of automation scripts associated with each process test suite. At least now the tester is only writing and maintaining automation scripts, not executing boring repetitive tasks, although it's a large set of scripts. But it's still a win, right? Well, again, not so fast. That's only possible if the process models don't keep on changing. Oh, but they do. Like, how dare you, business? Jokes aside, here it's important to remember that one of the key aspects of a PAIS is the ease in proposing and implementing changes in the workflow. Therefore, it is expected and normal to assume that a citizen developer on the business side will change the process on a regular basis in the pursuit of continuous improvement. That alone is enough to break the regression test strategy while increasing the work of the already overloaded tester or QA engineer. Poor thing. So given the changes in the process model could and probably would break the previously written test suite automation scripts, how can we automate testing of a PAIS? How can we make this castle of cards more stable and reliable? What if we could automate the generation of the previously mentioned test suite based on the process model? In this way, we could have both automated, the generation of the test suite and the execution of the test cases in it. What's important here is that given the automation scripts within the test suite are generated on the fly, based on the process model, if the process model is changed by the business or by the citizen developer, a new set of automation scripts can be generated with very little effort by the tester or QA engineer. In this way, the test suite can be automatically updated to reflect the changes in the new version of the process model, enabling again the possibility of implementing a regression testing strategy. The key takeaway here is, given how frequently process models might change and evolve, the automated generation of the test scripts is as important, if not more important, than the automated execution of the test cases. Our implementation achieves these through a Python script that manipulates the BPMN's underlying XML along with some other reference architecture files from the target system and generates the robot framework automation scripts. We are currently using Selenium, but we are considering migrating to Playwright. And we utilize the fake library for mocking the test case data. Shout out to Guy Kisel. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but I would like to give him a shout out for the wonderful work. It is important to state that having a keyword-driven RPA is key for our solution. So with that said, let's get our hands dirty and see some of the details of the implementation. It's time. Demo time. So here is our so-called Python script. It begins with a set of configuration and functions, and it manipulates the BPMN to gather a set of important information. And it also manipulates the reference architecture files, which in our case is a set of JSONs, which are directly related to how wait. So for example, here we can see that the view and the TypeScript of each of this user interfaces, like the files related to how the user interfaces behave, they are all tied together. So we are trying to manipulate that. So that's important to have in mind, that depending on your target system, you have to know where to find such informations to manipulate it. But here we are manipulating those, and from those information, we get a set of lists and dictionaries with all this information, and we use that to generate our test and our resource files, robot files, which look a little bit like this. So let's give a quick example. Here is our platform, and let's deploy a process, which is this version 1 of this process. So we deployed it, and this is our process. So it's like this, and we can see it here. This is the process. It's just a small process, begins one way or another, and then it ends pretty much. It can log something to console, but it's pretty much this. This is the human interaction points. So with this, what we can do is feed it to the Python script and generate our robot files. So let's do it, and lo and behold, here is our test and our resources. So in the test, we have a bunch of information about where should we interact, how should we interact with each of the user interfaces, and the implementation for such keywords. So it's aware that in this user task, it's supposed to have these fields. In this other user task, it's supposed to have these fields. So it's aware of that. And the locators and everything comes from there. So let's see it working right now. So I'm going to run a test, and it's going to execute 10 process instances. We can do it parallelized if you wanted, but I'm just trying to see it. And we can go headless, which is much faster. And I have a bunch of sleep and wait for us to be able to see things happening. But this could be much faster. And even with these, like not going headless and not having, and still having the sleeps, we average like 4 or 5 seconds per process execution. And a human tester usually would take around 30, 40, 50 seconds to execute each process instance. It has to go through each field and find where things are. So that's an order of magnitude. And you're giving way more tests. You're testing way more extensively, in a sense. So yeah, it's executing, and then we can follow what's going on in the test. But yeah, that's pretty much it. But let's suppose that the business sides decide that now it wants to, depending on the gravity of what happened in the process, it analyzes the complaint, and if say, oh, this is serious stuff, this is grave, I should escalate it, I should ask my supervisor to take a look, I should ask my manager to take a look. So if that's the case, it wants to implement this bit of decision in the process. So it creates a user task, it generates the rules over here, and then for the business side, that's it. That's what he wants to do, and that's what he will do. So if we think about it, the business side would just come over here, deploy a new process definition for that process, a new version of that process. And from the business side perspective, that's it. It's implemented. So according to him, like things are working and that's it. But if you want to test it in an automated way, this is not going well. It's not going to go well because your robot script is not aware of this new user task. It's just not aware. And we can actually see that happening if we force it to try to execute tests that will go bad. So let's just ask it to run again a set of tests and see what's going to happen. Just a second. Okay, here we go. So now it's going, and okay, a suggestion. It has nothing to do with that flow. Another suggestion has nothing to do with that flow. You can actually, I'm going to show after, like you can go on a linear base. You can tell it like exactly which way you want it to go. But this is like blind. This is like simulating a bunch of users doing whatever they want to do. So that's the approach we're going because we want to test it like more extensively. And funny enough, it's not getting a single complaint. Oh, finally a complaint. So it's going to analyze, going to give it a gravity, and it's going to break because it doesn't know what to do with the review escalation user task. It got an error, unexpected test found, and it broke. So for the tester, if you're doing a regression testing, you're going to see that something is wrong with the platform, with your application. So you're going to go, oh, this is the process model. Let me check it. Oh, the business side did something. Or you could be on par, but if you're not, you would see afterwards, oh, the business side did something. So I have to correct it. What you're going to do is you're going to prepare a new set of test cases. What you're going to do is you're going to run it again. So now it's this new process model, and you're going to run your Python script again and generate new resources and test robot files. And lo and behold, in the new test robot file, now you can see it gets the task review escalation. Now it's aware of it. And this is from the previous execution, but now it is aware. So now if we want to try it again, and let's again ask it to go, so we can actually go straight to the review escalation. We can try and run a set of tests again, and now it's not going to break. And in fact, it's going to begin this test by going through the previous task that broke the other time, and it's going to go well this time because it's going to find it and it's going to be able to deal with it. So let's see it happening. It's creating a new form, but now it gets the review escalation, and now it's done. It was able to deal with it, even though it's from the previous execution. Now it was able to do it, and another one, it's going to go again and it's going to review escalation again, and now it's not a problem anymore. So I updated the process model. I generated a set of new tests and robot, and now it's working properly. So there is a direct relation with the process model and the automation scripts that are being generated by it. So with that said, I want to finish the presentation with a set of takeaways. And so automating the generation of test cases is as important as automating its execution. Helping the tester focus its attention on more meaningful work is very important. And now with that, you can implement a regression testing strategy, because now it is a possibility, because you can always be going back and remaking it. And with that said, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed it. And again, I would deeply appreciate any sort of feedback. Please feel free to connect and contact me. If you have any questions, I believe that now it's the time for us to go through some of them. So see you on the other side. Bye.
Awesome. Thank you, Talis, for that. I see you in the green room. We're about to go live. Get your questions in now, and let's do this. Hey, Talis, welcome to RoboCon.
Hello. Can you hear me properly?
Yep.
Yes.
Can hear you. Look, sound great.
Good.
Cool.
Perfect.
All right, let's get into it. First question is, I think you mentioned this in passing. You said you're considering moving from Selenium to Playwright. Why?
Basically, feedback from some people more knowledgeable than me regarding screening automation and the benefits that could come along with that. But it's basically just listening to people that are way more knowledgeable than me. So we've been considering that, but not implemented that yet. That's like the next step. But that's basically feedback from other people from the community that have great feedback to give always.
Absolutely. So I'm a novice. I'm just curious. I may have missed this. The process graph you had, is that built into Robo Framework, or was that a different software that you use that you then use to automate Robot Framework behind the scenes?
That's actually BPMN. So it's business process model notation. It's BPMN, and you could usually would do that using a modeler, like a desktop modeler or something. Actually, I was using a VS Code extension from Miragon, and they have like a really good way of doing that straight on your VS Code and your IDE. But that's not related to Robot Framework in any way. But it's just like there on VS Code, and you do it all in the same place.
Oh, really cool. So Adam wants to know: are the tests generated locally or remotely on some pipeline? Have you automated also the creation of pull requests when tests are created?
Locally, the test is generated locally. We've been exploring some, because this is part of my master's dissertation.
Oh, cool.
So this is not yet into a production environment, but we are considering it in a production environment. But right now it's all made locally. It's not integrated in the pipeline yet, but we're moving towards that direction. So if you actually have some sort of expertise or tips you want to give me, you're more than welcome. I would really appreciate it.
So we're gonna have a dissertation. It'll be about Robot Framework and this whole process when you're done.
Robot Framework. It'll be like two Robot Framework and Camunda, two great open source projects helping in this whole scenery.
That's awesome. All right, Heinz wants to know in the test case. Let me highlight it. So. In the test case TCO3, a waiting time of 3 days is planned for a task. How does the test robot check whether the process is actually continued after 3 days?
It doesn't, not the Robot Framework. That's all managed by the process engine. So the Robot Framework acts on tasks that are available to it. So if it has to wait for 3 days for a task to be available to it, it just wouldn't get it, and it would stay there. What we consider implementing is, what we want to do over here is check if wait times are being respected. So what we consider is, in a future implementation, is we could get those type of timer events, and at the XML change it for example 3 seconds or 30 seconds, and that could be tied to what the Robot Framework, to what the robot is aware that should wait. 3 days, it's just too much for a simple regression testing before put in production. But we could mimic and change that to reflect a more realistic way of doing it during test. But no, the Robot Framework's not aware of that exactly.
Will you continue with the process flow testing? What is coming next on the roadmap?
Yes, we will, not me, but the whole group of researchers that is associated with we will. Actually, that's I'm going for a PhD now, and we're supposed to dive much deeper into it, because that was just my master's dissertation. We're gonna dive much deeper, and we are considering. I know it's all the hype about AI, LLM. Everybody want to talk about it, but we were pretty much aware of that even before. Because just hard coding every single possibility is just not really scalable. We need some sort of way of matching the semantics of a process with the process model itself. So we're considering something in that direction. But yeah, we will continue, and it's part of our plan to make it more reliable, more robust.
Very cool. You have to come back once you do that with AI. That'd be awesome.
Yes.
How are the test steps generated that check specific data attributes for correct values?
That's actually we can do that because we know what type of data. If I got the answer the question correctly, each type of field has a specific type of data that is expected. Because it's there in the reference architecture files, we can check, oh, this field over here expects integer, expects a number, and expects a date. So what we can do is consider all types of data you want to work with, and then you can do the expected fail. So this is supposed to be a number. Let me try to put letters or a date or something, and it will break. But you're expecting that. But you can work on the the complementary part of what that data field is about. That is actually an open issue that we are going next. So how to make each of the user interface tested not only the happy path, but for each user interface and each field in each user interface tested as way more what it should go wrong and expected and have a success still.
Nice. Could this way of test case generation be applied to any kind of BPM model? Could I reuse it in my projects too?
Any kind, it's a difficult way of putting it because we still have some restrictions about which sort of elements we can get. We can get exclusive gateways, we can get parallel gateways, and we can, well, most of the times it works for inclusive gateways, but not any type of, we're having a hard time with event-based sub-processes. So some BPMN models will not work, others will work perfectly, but it's, not any kind of BPMN, but you could use it. And I think the repository is open. I don't remember, but it's supposed to be. It's part of my dissertation. My dissertation is a public. It's going to be public. So it's all going to be public and available to whoever wants to use it. But I just don't remember the repository right now, but it will be.
Cool. Anonymous, have you already checked out RF7 and the new listener API version 3 with the new start _ keywords?
No, I haven't checked RF7 yet. There's still RF6, but I'll take that into consideration.
Awesome. Probably time for one last question. How would you recommend teams get started with model-based testing for business processes? What skills or knowledge do you think are important?
It's about like really, you remember like the Doctor Strange in the Marvel movie, seeing all the possibilities in the future. You have to look at a process model and really see all of it to actually see if your script is doing a good job or not. So it's about really exercising, maybe like chess. I don't know, like it's about really exercising a whole lot of movements in the future and making a whole lot of adjustments to whichever model-based strategy you have. But it's about really diving deep and like maybe studying graphs. Graphs is a great way of helping with that. I don't know. It's not an easy subject. It's not an easy way of doing things. But it's really rewarding when you get something right. It's really rewarding to see like how much time you can save by doing model-based testing. I just enjoy it. I love it because you just see like it saves a lot of time when it goes live.
Absolutely. Really cool stuff. Yeah, absolutely. So speaking of helping, which side will you be on in GatherTown? I'm sure people have a lot of questions. Will it be the light side or the dark side?
The rebels all the way.
Okay.
Light side. Definitely. There's no question there.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thank you so much for the session, Thales, and really appreciate you contributing to RoboCon Online. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
See you next time.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. All right. Next session coming up. is MTM Unleashed, hacking your network communication with the Robot Framework. Robot Framework does it all. Here's another example of what it can do. So keep your questions coming. That was an awesome session. A lot of good questions. Let's end the day strong. This is your last one of the last sessions, and then we have a roundtable. Pretty much ask us anything with Renee, Daniel. What's it, Daniel? No, David and Pekka. So next session followed by a panel. Let's end the day strong. Here's Mark's session, and he's in the green room ready for your Q&A. So get your questions in. Let's check out the session followed by live Q&A with Mark.
Hi, everyone, and welcome today to my presentation, Man in the Middle Unleashed. My name is Mark Moberts, and I work for Society in the Netherlands, and I've been working in test automation for about 4.5 years now. I am here today to talk to you about how I use Man in the Middle to take control of my own network traffic. Basically, what I'm doing is hacking my own network, and I'm using Robot Framework for that. I must say that this is probably mostly suitable for testing purposes, but if you think of any way to use this within RPA, I would love to hear why that is also an option. So one of the challenges that I, my colleagues, and probably you as well have encountered is that sometimes we have to test functionality that is not easily testable. It might seem untestable. And if we find a way, it might not be very suitable for automation. We may have to manipulate some code or other ways of being able to test it. So in those cases, we might even decide not to test it at all. And that is a risk that we can sometimes deem acceptable. But maybe if we look a little further, we might find some new technique that allows us to test it after all. And today I am going to tell you one of those stories. So our story starts today with one of my colleagues. My colleague worked for one of the largest companies in the Netherlands, and he worked on one application within one team. And the application his team made use of the generic login functionality that the company had available. And that application he worked on was deemed very, very important. And because it was so incredibly important, the company decided that if the generic login server would fail, their application would have to make use of some backup. So, well, their team made a backup functionality that made contact to another server. And if ever the first login failed, they would make sure that they tried to get the data from the backup login server. And the thing is that my colleague had to test this somehow. He had to find a way to simulate that the login server that was always up was actually down, but he did not have any mocks or stubs available at that time. What was funny was that at the same time, I was working on a similar problem. At least I think it's pretty similar. So I work in an assignment where we have to deal with a lot of data. And some data, as you can now see in white, for example, comes from our own database, while in red and blue, that data comes from various other sources. Those are our external dependencies. And at the moment, it works like this. We have a request to our backend. That backend sends some requests out or gets some data from another database. That information is relayed back to the backend, and that information is sent to our frontend. And that makes it so that I can see it when I look up the data. There's a lot to say about how this currently works, but yeah, for me, that's the reality I have to deal with. There's various ways to improve this, but there's no time, no money, and yeah, it's not going to change very soon. The only way I can test this is by actually breaking the environment, because what happens and what we saw is that if one of those services is down, our backend does not get a response, and we actually saw that we got infinite loading. So we had to find a way to deal with this. So what we did is we made a generic API handler, and that generic API handler makes it so that we can just see technical error for the data that's unavailable, and the rest is shown. Because as you saw before, all of the data was hidden behind a loading screen. And the thing is that to test this, I had to find a way to simulate that those requests came back with a technical error inside, because I cannot take down the server from another team easily. And the only way I could actually test this normally was by just changing the code, by adjusting the URLs that were targeted. And if I changed those URLs, I was able to simulate that a server did not exist. But this is not ideal for automation. So I too had to find a different way to deal with this. And I think this quote really sums it up nicely. If everyone were as I should be, the world would be a perfect place. But we do not live in an ideal world. We do not have ideal working circumstances. And, well, we don't have anything to complain in our field. But there's always things to improve, but it's not always something that is going to happen. So sometimes, as test automation engineers, we just have to deal with those challenges. We just have to test the untestable. To deal with this challenge, we actually have to take a look at the various solutions that we have. The first of which is mocking and stubbing. And I already quickly mentioned it. Mocking and stubbing are well-established techniques. They are often used to fake data, but they have some challenges. And for mocking and stubbing, you often need developers. They have specific knowledge that most testers don't have. They have access that most testers don't have, that you do need to actually make sure that the code, instead of going to the actual application, makes use of the stub or a mock. And another thing that mocks and stubs have is that they are often environment-wide. At least in the situations that I have dealt with them, meant that I could not run certain tests in parallel, because that would mean that all of my other tests would fail, because I had to turn a stub off or a mock off to make sure those tests could be tested. So they do have some challenges. Another solution is to start testing manually. So instead of trying to run this with automation, just use your hands. And I already mentioned that in my solution, I could break my environment, I could change something in the code, but this is not a viable solution for long term. I'm not going to do this every time we have a new release. I'm not going to do this every time there's a new PR. And we're running in CI/CD pipelines. We do need to automate these kind of things, and especially if they're so important, because we use them hundreds of thousands of times during our application. So don't test it at all. While it is technically a solution, is in this case also not an option. And there's probably a lot more solutions. You can think of, for example, setting up organization-wide contract-based testing, which is a very nice way, which basically comes down to mocking and stubbing. But instead of having to maintain those yourself, the team that built the application will make sure that you have that, as far as my knowledge goes. But this is not something you set up overnight. This takes a long time, and a lot of people have to be on board before something like this can actually happen. This led to my colleague coming up with the solution to use man in the middle. And man in the middle is a technique that is well known in cybersecurity circles, but we can use it as well. So man in the middle basically is exactly what it says. We have a front end, we have a back end, they communicate with each other, and there is someone in between. And in this case, it's Rob Gibb from the BJs, well known for their hit Man in the Middle. And the thing is with this man in the middle is he basically intercepts all communication, but he can just relay that on without doing anything with it. So everything the front end sends to the back end will come there, and everything the back end sends back to the front end will also arrive nicely. But the problem with this man in the middle, and that's why it's well known in cybersecurity, is because you can also decide to manipulate or to block those requests. So that nice free Wi-Fi network in the coffee shop might actually be operated by someone who uses man in the middle to steal your data. And that is a threat to cybersecurity, but it's also something that we can use as testers. And for that, we use the man in the middle proxy package. It's a Python package, it's freely available. And because of that security risk, I urge you to only use this for applications that you or your team or your company are responsible for. Don't use this for anything else. I have an example to show you how this works using Python. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a Python file. That Python file includes some man-in-the-middle import. We have our robot framework URL. We make a request, which is a basic man-in-the-middle function. We are going to get our pretty URL, which is the current URL of the website we are trying to visit, the request we are sending. If it equals our robot framework URL, not contains, but equals, we will kill that flow, which basically means that we are going to block every communication to that website. So what we're going to do is we're going to use man-in-the-middle dump. It's one of the packages that man-in-the-middle proxy has. We're going to use that for running this script. What we're going to do is we're going to start a browser. We're going to reroute that browser through our proxy, and then we can do as we want, except for visiting Robot Framework, because we have just said we have blocked that website. Now, before me is the same file as we have just seen in the PowerPoint. So I can start running this file, man-in-the-middle dump, using man-in-the-middle dump, with my settings file, man-in-the-middle test.py. And you will see that a proxy server is starting up at our host 8080. Now, I have started up an incognito Chrome browser already. And as you can see, I have Switchy Omega as a plugin added to my Chrome. And Switchy Omega allows me to use proxies. And in this case, I'm going to use my proxy that is set up already, man-in-the-middle. Now, I can go to google.com, which works perfectly. But when I try to go to the Robot Framework website, you will see that there is an error. When I go to the RoboCon website, no problem at all. And if I turn my proxy off, and I then move on to the Robot Framework website, I can reach it as normal. So you can see that, as I have said in my Python file, every time I will try to reach the Robot Framework website, at least the homepage of the Robot Framework website, I will kill the flow and thus block every request to that website. Well, we've just seen how to do this in Python, but we're at a Robot Framework conference. So I'm also going to show you how you can implement this in Robot Framework directly. So the easiest way that you can do this, and that my colleague and I came up with at first, is to use man-in-the-middle dump directly. We can use the process library, which is included in Robot Framework itself, to start a process. And we run our Python file as usual. The only thing with this is that if you have a lot of changes you want to do, you either get a very large Python file, or you are going to use a lot of different Python files for all of your changes. So one of those solutions for me and my colleague was to actually use cookies. We would add a cookie if you wanted to do something special, so we didn't have to restart the proxy server every time we had a different thing we wanted to do. That way we could still specify, at least partly, what manipulation we wanted to perform. And combined with this start the server, you will also need to start the browser using a proxy. But this totally depends on whatever library you are using, whether that's browser or Selenium or some other browser. And this is a possible solution, but it's not ideal. You need Python knowledge, you need to start a process which might be running or might keep running in the background, and we don't want that to happen. So that's why I decided to try and make this into a Robot Framework library. And I had some challenges at first, and that's where my second colleague came in, because independently he had created the Flask UI combined with man-in-the-middle, completely independent from the two of us. But it can do similar things. You can block or delay or change a request depending on whatever setting you choose, which is a very nice way. He also helped me in implementing it in Robot Framework, because thanks to him, I knew for sure what part of my code was wrong, what was working, etc. And eventually that led to the man-in-the-middle library. And let's start this off by saying, I don't think it's very used that much. I think I'm the only one at the moment, but maybe some colleagues. But if you want to take a look at it, please do. I would love to get some feedback on it, and I would love to hear whatever you need for your testing purposes. So the thing about this library is that by using it, you can block or delay or manipulate directly from Robot Framework itself. You don't need those special files. You don't need to do any Python coding. You don't need those sub-processes. That is all handled within a Robot Framework itself. And the neat part about this is that it also runs isolated. So compared to mocking or stubbing, which is, at least in my experience, often environment-wide, you can also do this within one single process. So if I want to do some test where I manipulate that request, I can just start my test with a browser with a proxy instead of a regular browser. I can do my test, and at the end, I'm done. And no other test was influenced by the fact that the proxy has run. And I think that's one of the key strengths of using man in the middle. Well, how to do this? In your Robot Framework file, you will have to import the library, of course. You will have to make a test case that blocks a website in this case. We have a generic start browser with proxy keyword. You will have to make this yourself, specify to the browser library that you are using. Then you can make use of the keywords from the man-in-the-middle library. And what isn't specified here is that you will also need to start the proxy itself. You can add something to the block list. So now every URL that contains Robot Framework in it will be blocked. And if we now use the run keyword and return status, we can see that hopefully going to the Robot Framework website will fail. Before we take a look at how we can run this using Robot Framework, it's a good idea to take a look at the documentation. If you look at the documentation for the man-in-the-middle library, you will find a section about certificates. These can be very helpful when trying to test websites with man-in-the-middle. On the left, you can find all of the keywords that are in the library, and most interesting are, of course, the various ways to manipulate your data. That's the custom response, the status code, the response delay, and the add to block list. And of course, don't forget that you always need to start your proxy, and well, let's say it's a good practice to also stop the proxy. So when going to Visual Studio to our robot file, we can see a few things. First of all, of course, we have to implement the libraries in our settings. Then we also have a test setup and a test teardown where we start the proxy and stop the proxy. And also here you can see that I use the certificates as well. Then in our variable section, I have a small dictionary that is used to define where my test can eventually find the proxy. And that information is entered when I start a new browser. Then in the test case, you can see we're going to block a website. We're going to open a browser using the proxy. We'll navigate to Google. We'll add Robot Framework to the block list and try to go to the Robot Framework website. For my information, I will log the URLs as well. And then we should see that we are unable to reach the Robot Framework website. Afterwards, we will remove the URL from the block list and reload the page, after which the website should be loaded again. So let's take a look. You can see that man in the middle, the test is starting up. We open Google quickly and now Robot Framework is unreachable. And after 5 seconds, we will reload the page and we can see the Robot Framework website successfully. So now we have set up a test using the man in the middle library. We have seen how we can use man in the middle combined with Python, combined with Robot Framework and the process library, and also using the man in the middle library itself. So now let me tell you how I actually use this in practice, because these examples are nice, but they don't really show much. I've already told you about the first one. It's to simulate that servers are down. So the idea is I have a request that comes back from my backend containing some data, and I simulate that I have a technical error. That way I can check how my API handler is shown in the front end. But I have a second way of using it. And that is I have some tests that use a lot of data, and they only give me back a false or a true response. And setting all the data takes a lot of time. I already have an API test that does this for me. And I only want to see that if I have false, I have a certain front end response, and if I have a true, I also have a front end response. So I have split these test cases up so that my basically my API tests and my front end tests are split. So in conclusion, I think man in the middle is a possible alternative to existing test mocking, giving more control to you as a tester, which can hopefully, as I have shown, be easily integrated with Robot Framework. So I want to say thank you to the organization for having me. A special thanks to my Society colleagues Tim and Sachin who have helped me. And if you have any feedback regarding the library, please let me know. Thank you very much for watching and have a nice day.
Awesome. Thank you, Mark, for an eye-opening session. All right, we're about to go live. Let's do this. Hey, Mark, welcome to RoboCon.
Good evening. Good to be here.
Good to see you. Really excited about this session. Love security, and I love how you presented this. So let's get to some questions. Now, you mentioned you did a warning, so everyone was warned ahead of time. But what did your security department think about using this testing technique? Did they freak out? Did they block it?
Yeah, that's quite an interesting story because when I implemented it at first, there was no problem. Nothing happened. And the moment that one of my colleagues installed the library, he got a call from security like, hey, you're using this. What are you doing? So I already installed it and I never had a problem. But yeah, it is a buzzword within the security world. And there might be companies that are scared of hearing it.
Yep.
And when you explain it, it's not a problem at all. They can find the package. It's an open source package. You can just see it on every platform available. And yeah.
Excellent.
Eventually, there was no problem.
Oh, good. For testers new to MITM tactics, what skills would you recommend they learn? What resources were most helpful to you?
Yeah, so this is mostly to manipulate network traffic. So you're updating API requests or you're updating responses that you're getting from your backend. So yeah, most skills are related to requests to HTTP traffic. So the request library from Robot Framework is of course a useful one. And I always combine it with a browser test. Because if I want to do something with a specific request, I can just do that using an API. But I want to see my front end react on those responses that I manipulate or a block to a different website or something. So that's, yeah, of course, you need some browser testing in that case as well. And yeah, what more? I don't know if there's really much more. Python skills, of course, if you want to participate in working on the library.
Awesome. So you did mention support from the community. Is any specific kind of support you're looking for? We had a session on how to contribute to open source. So how could someone help you out?
Yeah, I think Yuri already mentioned it this afternoon. One of the best things to do is, for example, add bug reports. If you find something, I was working on this with a colleague a few days back, and he was using one of the functions that I personally don't use in my project. And we found out that there was a bug in it, and I fixed it. So there's a new version since yesterday. But yeah, knowing that it's being used, getting requests on certain functionality. If there's a bug, I would love to hear it because I would love to fix it.
Awesome. How does MITM can be tested for Bluetooth connectivity from devices from mobile app and any wireless connectivity using Robot Framework?
Yeah, at this moment, I don't think this package is, it can be used in that combination because it checks for HTTP traffic. So that's the specific Python package that it uses. It's the man-in-the-middle proxy package. So I don't think there's actual Bluetooth connectivity. Man-in-the-middle itself, the technique, the hacking technique can do that, but this package can't. So it's mostly meant to check your HTTP traffic, listen to it, or manipulate it. What you could do is if you're talking about a mobile app, there's HTTP traffic between your app and a backend somewhere, and that could be manipulated if you run the app through the proxy as well.
Nice. I have more than 2,000 robot files and test cases are running on Selenium Grid. Starting MITM proxy doesn't seem friendly to operating systems. Any suggestions?
Yeah, so I'm also using it with quite a large test set. I think I have around 900, which I'm saying test set. This is 2,000 robot files. That's even more. But I think the good thing is that you don't always need to run it. So you only need to run it when you have tests that have to use it as well. So all of the times, if you want to use it in 2,000 robot files, then it might be very demanding on your system. But if you have a few tests for which you could use it, then you could start it up, use it, turn it down, and then at that moment there might be a little more demand on your system, but all of the other test cases will just run normally.
Can the man-in-the-middle library be used also for blocking the communication between two application APIs?
Technically, yes, not in the way that I currently use it myself. But in that case, you would need to run the communication from one backend or one API through the proxy instead of the way that I use it. I do it with my front end. But yeah, every connection through the proxy will run, and you can manipulate that traffic. So if you change your application to use the proxy instead, then you can still do that.
Cool. But do you know that you can do similar things with browser library, but then you are limited within the browser and can't access traffic from elsewhere?
Yeah. I figured this out a few weeks back. I saw that it was also possible. I think it's a nice functionality as well. But yeah, this library also enables you to do it without using browser library, of course. If you use Selenium or if you're doing any other web libraries.
Awesome. I can't believe how time flies. Let's do a quick lightning round. 2 more questions. Let's clear the board. What kind of features would you like to see in a future release?
Yeah, currently it's mostly to manipulate the traffic, but man-in-the-middle can also listen. And I think that would also be nice if you can check for certain requests to come by. That's one of them.
Awesome. And your library is still labeled pre-release. What needs to be finished before making it an official release?
Yeah, there's still some, there was a bug, so I'm happy that was fixed, but still there's some code that there's not real nice error handling at the moment. I think that would be a very nice thing to finish before actually making it into a release. I think that's one of the requisites for me. So.
Great session, Mark. Before we go, though, any parting words of wisdom you want to leave RoboCon?
I would say that if you ever are doubting, like, hey, I have this idea, should I make it into a library and should I publish it? Just do it. For me, that was a very large step to take, but I'm very happy I did. And I now have quite some colleagues who are also using the functionality, so that makes me very happy.
Very cool. Very good for your cred. So awesome job. So thank you so much, Mark. Really appreciate it. And thank you for contributing to RoboCon. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Bye.
All right. Awesome. I can't believe that was the last session. We have one more roundtable, wrapping everything up, speaking with the experts. Pekka, we have Renee, we have David joining us after this break. One more break, and then we're going to wrap it all together. So any burning question you have left, you want to ask it. So it's going to be like a roundtable, but it's also going to be like an Ask Us Anything. That's what I'm saying, but we'll see. And we'll see how it goes. But get questions in. One of your last chances to check out GatherTown, all our sponsors. Last chance to do the try to solve the puzzle. Also check out our awesome sponsors. Our sponsors really have helped us, so definitely show some love to them within GatherTown. Visit their booths, say hello, and let them know that you're interested in all that they're doing. All right, let me give you a 30-minute break and let's end it strong. Don't leave me. Let's end it. I know people in Europe, it's getting late, but let's really wrap it up and show your support for everyone in the RoboCon community and the robot framework, all the contributors and everything. So one way to do that is to stay all the way to the end and show your support for them. All right, let's go to a quick break followed by our last session. All right, I can't believe last session of the day. Excited to be here. Let's end the day strong. Also, show some love for our sponsors before we go. And also make sure to join us tomorrow for Community Days, where you can really get the community feel. It's like an unconference and you can learn a lot. So really excited to have these next three experts joining us to wrap up this whole event. So any question you have about Robot Framework, they can answer. We have some high-level questions or topics we'll focus in on, but really I want this to be more of a you ask them what you want to know. But all right, guys, I see you all live. Pekka keeps moving. He's freaking me out, but we should be good to go. Let's pull them all in. Hey, guys, welcome to RoboCon.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Joe. Hi.
Good to have you all. Awesome. So I always just wonder what your key takeaway was from this year, both on-site and online. Have you seen any themes you felt or key takeaways you got a lot from? Let's start with you, Pekka. You're muted.
Well, then we start with you, David.
Oh, perfect. So I would say that for me, it was definitely, again, the community. And in Helsinki and also in this online conference, the community is so good. So many interesting topics that we had, both on site and both today and yesterday. So that's always for me the goal line, to meet people, to have a chance to discuss interesting topics, and maybe a little bit promote our ideas as well.
Awesome. Renee, Pekka, I'm going to send you a new code. For some reason, I think that's a wonky code. It's the same one Tattoo had. So go ahead, Renee. And Pekka, keep your eye on your email or Slack. I'll send it to you in Slack.
Good. Then I can just repeat what I already kind of visionized in the YouTube video that we had before the conference. I really enjoyed that whole community. The talking with people you have never met. Again, here I really like to be in Gathertown. Even the whole night, like sitting there in the speakers corner or in beer talking with the people and just meeting new people. And I think this is what this conference is about. And I got really good talks. I definitely have some of my rewatch list and pause list in between because there's so much stuff happening. I really like that we have them directly available. But still here, the community, I I'm every time overwhelmed when I'm working with the Robot Framework community, because it's such a nice and friendly, helpful community, and you just start talking with people from all over the world. That's my RoboCon summary.
Awesome. So I know one of the key things I heard, people seem a little nervous. Don't worry, let me get rid of this for a second. But Pekka will be joining us in a moment.
That was not Pekka.
No, that's Jerry using the same code. Is the RoboCorp leaving? Any thoughts on that? How does that impact? Should people be worried? Is this just something, just things change over the years and it's just one of those things?
Yeah, I mean that's just what stuff happens. So like, I had a best friend in my first grade school, and I'm not seeing him anymore. That's just life. So, and same with RoboCorp. RoboCorp was a fellow companion over many years. They like the founders of RoboCorp were all early there in Robot Framework, and it's absolutely normal that companies change their opinion, and that just shows again how super important this Robot Framework Foundation concept is. And we are again talking with another open source tool where a company is begging that tool that they start to copy or want to copy the Robot Framework Foundation concept, because they just see that it's working, that they say, okay, so we can give this tool to the community, and we have a lot of users of that tool, but we don't want to spend a lot of money maintaining that open source tool. So maybe the user companies can join and can group together, maybe first under the lead of that company. But so closing that bracket to the RoboCorp, they did a lot for the community, and they are leaving now, which is barely impacting the overall tool. Of course, they have some open source libraries there that are heavily used, and the good thing is they are open source. And we have this Market Square platform where, so github.com/marketsquare, where we have community project. And also that happens all the time. Like the request library was super heavily used but abandoned, and then someone else took over. We have the database library, like Andrei Moshinin he was on the Helsinki talk, hilarious talk, grand opening. You must see that one. At least the first 5 minutes is the best talk ever. And so he also took just over another person's project, and that happens all the time. And that's a great thing with open source, and that will also happen with the RoboCorp tools. And so we, as a foundation, as a board of the foundation, there's absolutely no bad feelings at all. We wish them any luck they get, and really hope they have a good and successful road. And typically you see twice in a life, so maybe we see them back.
Absolutely. Anyone else have any thoughts on it, Pekka or David?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome. So, yeah, there was a before I left, there was a question that we were asking that key insight from the conference, and I guess it's the same for me as pretty much every time. I'm so amazed about both the community and the ecosystem. Of course, there cannot be the ecosystem really in our case without the community. So I think they're both awesome. But the community, there's been a lot of community talks both on site and online, or some about community in general, how to contribute to open source, stuff like this. Those been really, really good talks. Also, then the new tools in the ecosystem, and also I guess that's kind of a new thing now. That was Rene was talking this. Old tools with new maintainers, and that's awesome to see how this open source stuff is working. That okay, there's tools that they may have been not maintained for some time, but people still find them useful, and somehow we find new maintenance for them and so on. And that's really, really good. And also, of course, something also that I hope the foundation can help more and more. We have the ecosystem founding rounds and so on. So we hopefully can help, but the foundation is kind of a small part of the whole thing. The ecosystem with all the maintainers and so on is much bigger than the foundation. So yeah.
And this is kind of a new thing, like you said, this whole taking over other project. It happened here and there, but now it's more organized. And great thanks to going to Ed Manlove, who initiated this Market Square thing, and is really like also searching for abandoned projects and contacting them, the old maintainers and so on, and like making this actually a little bit more actively to support these revitalization of these projects.
Nice. So along these lines,
Market Squares. Market Squares, an awesome initiative by Ed, started already some time ago, but it's also very good to give this new project people are now launching, that to give those maintainers or creators an idea that they don't need to be involved with that forever. So it's okay that if you launch something and create something, you don't need to be something that, okay, if you launch it and then you need to be somehow married it forever. It's okay that you did it, and then if people find it useful, then you can, if you put it on Market Square, then if people are finding it useful, they'll continue with it and so on. So that's also very helpful for the current maintainers to think that, okay, this is they are not responsible for it forever.
Yeah.
So I guess along those lines, someone asked a question. I think you mentioned this, are there any plans to take over the tasks of RoboCorp? Sounds like there is, but is there like a steps?
Yeah, we are in discussions. There has been already before they have publicly announced this step that they are just doing security patches for their stuff, but no feature development for their open source stuff. There were already discussions happening because they quitted the foundation already half a year ago or something like this, or like 5 months ago. So we knew that there's something happening, and they're actively searching for maintainers. Of course, there isn't step before, because they have to kind of dissect these elements out they want to give to the community, and they have other parts that they will still use, because they still will do automation, but with Python. So for example, the technology where the Windows library is based on, they will still maintain, but as a Python only or pure Python package, without taking care of robot framework specialties or so. And same with the language server, they have one monorepo with a lot of stuff that has to be splitted up. But they are in discussion with us. We are helping to find new maintainers for that, or new ways of revitalization this project.
Yeah, I'm positive that all the used parts will be available in the future. They have this huge RPA framework, which is basically a single library that contains many different libraries, and it might be easier for the community to maintain those individual libraries separately, because for example embeds both browser and Selenium, and that kind of something that may not be so useful for us. But of course, if somebody from the community is interested to maintain that, we have nothing against it. But I see, and I think Rene agrees with me, that it might be better to split the individual libraries that are useful from there and maintain them separately. But
but if anyone is willing to maintain those, or say, hey, I have an interest to maintain those, just contact us. Write to board@robotframework.org, or contact @Menlove or so, and just throw in this information. It's always good to know.
Yeah, you can chat it at Gather later today, or tomorrow at Open Space, or then just contact on Slack.
All right, so weird segue, loosely connected. And if you go to RoboCorp, they just announced they just joined, Semaphore.ai.
Yeah, Semaphore AI is basically the company that they founded to buy themselves. So.
Okay, cool. It's just a back way for me to get into AI. So like AI's been all the rage, and obviously they're on this rage. So David, any strong feelings about AI? How any plans to incorporate AI into anything you're doing, or even maybe Robot Framework itself?
I would say there are big plans, and we are already starting with some. One being that we are founding a Robot Framework AI library. So we want to have, for our QAs, for our Robot Framework users, we want to have the option to integrate with AI and not just the ChatGPT version that that is out there, but also all those open source models that are available. So we are actually starting the work right now. We have 2 interns that will be working on the basis, but this library will be fully open source. It will be on GitHub from the start. So we will be doing also like the project general like development directly in GitHub. So anybody interested in AI, anybody who wants to contribute, you are welcome to join us. You are welcome to share your ideas, how you think the AI could be used. But personally, I'm using the AI for last year. I'm using it for like my day-to-day business, like writing emails, making sure that it has proper business English and etc. But also for all that testing and doing maintenance, because there's so many options now with the AI. It understands good context pretty well. You can share whole files, and this can be like export the database, HTML of a page with all those, and ask the AI how to find the locators. So I feel like the AI is really on the rise. I think we have pretty good projects that will be out there for the community as well. So definitely, I would say this would be the year for AI and robot framework.
Well,
just
awesome.
one very short addition.
Yeah.
I think when David said we, it is David and his company in that case are not the Robot Framework Foundation, but of course the Robot Framework Foundation also supports that. But it's not like Foundation is now doing with Foundation money the AI library. That is so Containero is luckily spending money on doing open AI and AI stuff in general. Yeah,
that's correct. But
Yeah,
me being also the Robot Framework board member, I also wanted the community to grow. And before actually the conference, I was like, so are there any AI talks? And I think I was speaking with Mika, and he was like, no, there is nothing. So I was like, yeah, we need to get it out there. We need to start thinking about this stuff.
A lot of the AI is paid. Is that one of the reasons why we're not seeing it as part of open source? Because it usually relies on a language model and then, has to be charged for time spent?
I would say the biggest voice is the security issue. And that's why QA people and basically developers are not using the AI much, because companies are afraid about losing the data, about sharing the data with other companies like OpenAI, Google, or others. We saw it with GitHub Copilot. Well, we might heard about what happened with private repositories, but who knows what really happened. So really, the security is an issue. But there are many open source models already out there. You can build your own AI. You can run it on your notebook. You can run it on your server, and then nobody has access. So we are trying to also utilize these models that are out there. And there are big companies like, for example, Meta, really pushing into the whole open source for AI models.
Yeah, with robot, it's good thing is that, well, interesting with AI is that I don't think the core itself needs really AI features, but what's important is that we have a lot of APIs and you can use AI with robot in many, many different ways. So you could use AI to generate robot framework test cases. Then, of course, the framework doesn't really care how they have been created. Did someone created them by hand, or was it some AI model? Listener version 3 just got in Robot Framework 7 new enhancements that makes it possible to make all kind of interesting, even crazy modification to test or task on a fly. So you could, of course, attach AI to that. And then we can have libraries like David was mentioning and so on. So a lot of different kind of interfaces where you can attach AI in different ways. And I'm sure that there will be a lot of new tooling around that in the ecosystem going forward.
And I would actually add also like to doing a back loop to the RoboCorp thing. One thing that I do not understand, and I think this is something where Robot Framework could really benefit from, is these LLMs do understand language. They are pretty good in interpreting language and putting language into context. Also understanding if there is a technical information or business information in there. And because of the simplicity of Robot Framework syntax, I think Robot Framework itself and editors with Robot Framework can pretty good incorporate with AI tools that do generate syntax, that do propose maybe keyword names or so. Like you're just selecting some text snippets, some keywords, and then you maybe have the refactoring AI in VS Code that says, okay, let's make a keyword out of there. Here you're setting a username and a password and clicking a login button. So let's make a login user keyword out of that. I think this is much easier for these engines compared to some complex Python stuff or Java or so on. And therefore, I just think also that AI could be a really like accelerator for Robot Framework itself as well.
Yeah, and most libraries you see for AI are built with Python. So it looks like Robot Framework is, it would easily integrate with it. And that's what I like about Robot Framework. Maybe on the outside looking in, it's more of like a platform where it's extensible and it's not going to be like replaced by AI. It's just going to incorporate AI or sit on top of AI at some point.
Absolutely. And if you think like how many open source test automation tools and so on, show me one that has so many APIs and interactive possibilities. Like you can interact with the core, you can generate your test cases, you can manipulate the test case on the fly, like the model-based testing one. Yeah, you're just doing what's completely freaking different then in the end. And I think there are barely tools out there that are so versatile and maybe even misusable, but that's also flexibility, right?
Absolutely. All right, so a little more info, some more questions. I don't know if this is true, but recently Robot Framework is using more and more code principles, vars, syntax, etc., drifting away for keyword-driven focus. Is this the intended direction?
It just has basically turned out that in some cases, this keyword-driven approach doesn't really work well. We realized that fairly early on that loops, for example, aren't very nice to construct with keywords, and that's why Robot Framework has forever basically had for loops. And then since Robot Framework 4 got if structures, and then later also try and while and so on. So those are just more natural to implement using kind of programmatic syntax. We have had similar functionality implemented using keywords, but in some cases, native syntax is easier. That's also one of the benefits there is that this native syntax is then understood by Robot Framework's parser that is also usable by external tools like editor plugins. So editor plugins can also know that, okay, this is special syntax and they know how to handle it. Because whenever there's basically a keyword call, you actually don't know what keyword is going to be called until it's actually executed, because it's kind of dynamic how it's selected. So you can import different libraries, and then IDs cannot really be assured that what is going to happen when there's a keyword call. Whereas when there's this syntax, they know that, okay, this is a for loop and so on. So we realize in some cases, this kind of syntax is needed, different syntax is needed. We aren't going to add too much new syntax like that. But if there are use cases for something more, maybe we can add it. Something like match statement in Python for different kind of matches could be useful. We have various keywords for that, but I don't know, could be done. But we don't have any concrete plans for any new syntax. This var syntax lately was that we had this creating local variables was just kind of a mess. There were two different kind of keywords for that, working differently, and there was all the confusion. So now with this kind of unifies it and is easier to understand and easier to use, and also of course better for editors.
And to that question, I would add. I mean, it's saying drifting away from the keyword-driven focus. I would actually say we are teaching keyword-driven some more tricks. I'm doing keyword-driven for many years, even before Robot Framework, also in big automotive project and so on with thousands of tests. And one issue that you have is like the pure linearity. So you're just having a sequence of calls, and you have no flow control there. And with the features that we have with if-else, with try-catch, and also now the var syntax, we are introducing tools that you may use that gives you the possibility to not necessarily go into the Python code if you don't want to. So you still can have linter rules, RoboCop, like prohibiting if else, while loops, for loops on test case level, for example. And it'd say, hey, don't do that shit on this high level, yeah, because here you have to define some business logic. Don't do variable assignment even. And so I wouldn't say we are drifting away from keyword driven. We are well aware that we have here a tool that is a test or a specification tool, not a test specification, but it's a specification language. It's not meant as a programming language, so you should not program complex logic in robot framework. That's not what we're intending to do.
It's almost like behavior driven development, using it for communication, and then the side benefit is automation almost.
Yeah.
Excellent. So people keep asking about the foundation or the Robot Framework Foundation. I'm just curious to know, where do you see the future of the Robot Framework Foundation? And also, someone wants to know how they can convince their manager to join the framework.
I mean, it's always this question of arguments. Why should we go there? So what do I get when I join the foundation? So my honest answer is really like, hey, you get all of that already. Now it's your turn. So you got a free tool, you got a well-tested, well-developed tool, you get an awesome ecosystem that we are supporting. So maybe it's now your turn to do a move. But I mean, the actual process is super simple. Like, just fill a Google form and you will get an invoice from us after it's voted that you will join, and then you are in, and you can pay yearly bills. But the question is, I think, more about the benefits. And I think the benefits is the exchange, the possibility to also discuss topics closely with Pekka, like being influenced, being involved in roadmap discussions. Does not really mean that you have a real power to decide where Robot Framework goes, but it's just the involvement is higher. And maybe as part of that, because today someone asked me about, like, okay, how do you see the future and more developers working on the core and so on? That was also something that Mika started in the very beginning of the conference. I think more developers for core is generally a good idea. But it's also not nothing that we want to, like, grow forever. I don't think that the core needs 5 or 6 core developers working full time on that. But what I really would like to see is that the Robot Framework Foundation takes over responsibility of the ecosystem. And exactly that point, what we discussed with the talk with Tato I had today, like founding all these open source contributors, like giving something back to the community, is, for me personally, way more important than really like accelerating more and more features in the core, because at some point you also are saturated with new features. You can do maintenance, and that is definitely something that we want to do. We want to fund 2-3 developers full time if possible, but we also want to give something back to the ecosystems. And I think it should be from the point where we are with this ecosystem funding, it should be a constant growth. So, like, put 2 euros on the core and 1 euro in the ecosystem, something like this all the time.
And I would
I agree with
to that. Yeah, go ahead, Pekka.
Yeah, so I agree with Rene that we definitely want, as a foundation, to more and more help the ecosystem, and it doesn't make sense to try to get the core team too big. Having more people somehow involved, knowing it well, would be good for future maintenance and in case of bus factors and stuff like this. But one thing that I was read this question, that how I can get my manager to join. Well, I guess that's also something. If you as a community have ideas what the foundation could give to foundation members, then we are of course very eager to hear, because that's been always kind of a problem, that what can we give other than the, well, you can use this tool which you can use anyway. We are giving discounted conference tickets and so on. But of course, we cannot give like too many conference tickets, because then it's cheaper to join the foundation than buy those tickets. That doesn't really make sense. And there's also even kind of legal things that if companies are paying a membership fee, we cannot give directly the equal amount of work back, for example, because then that would be actually contracting and not membership fee and anything. So, but if you have ideas what to do, would you benefit from having a more direct access to the board, or maybe discussing with me, like something like this? Those are all of course possibilities, and we'd like to hear about them. But in general, if you have certain pain points on how you can convince, they can also be very different in different cases. So we nowadays have Mika, who is very very skillful in answering this kind of questions and helping. And so contact Mika Somela, and he can help you. And then Rene can jump in, or I can jump in if needed, and others. So, but anyway,
just write an email to executive director.
Yeah. So. If you have ideas, what can we give as a membership benefits, then let us know.
Yeah, just write an email to executive.director@robotframework.org, and Mika will have a call with you. He has time for that, and maybe also have a call with your manager, talking about your needs and what benefits it could bring. And I think there's an answer below there, free merch. I think that's a good point. You can get a 5,000 euro hoodie.
Ooh. Actually, I wanted to say the same thing like Pekka and Rene mentioned. If you are unsure how to sell it to your manager, just get him on call with our Mika, and he will get it done.
And it's not easy for big techs, for example, to join a foundation. So, I mean, let's just imagine you're working for Siemens. And can Siemens join a Finnish association? I don't know. But Siemens could, I don't know, maybe just buy 20 RoboCon online tickets or so. Still not going there, but just buying the tickets, still fine. So it's same amount of money. So you can also just support us by buying tickets, for example, as a loophole of like this joining situation.
Yeah, so how can individuals contribute other than their time? Can they give money? Is there like an ambassador program or anything like that to help? Not necessarily part of the foundation, but maybe like a offshot of the foundation, like pay dues or something. You get some extra perks.
So what we really don't want to have is like that we get 20 euro from one person. So honestly, you all that are our members of the community is really helpful for us. Spreading the word is helpful. Please don't give us money. Yeah, the money shall come from the corporates. So that's definitely nothing that the private people should do. But you mentioned a buzzword there, the ambassador program, and that's something that we had on our roadmap this year. So we every end of the year or beginning of the next year, we are forging an action plan, and that action plan is stuff that we want to achieve in the year. And one of the action items on that plan is the ambassador program. And the ambassador program means actually spreading the word, like telling people about Robot Framework, maybe going to conferences. So if a company goes to a conference, or if you say, hey, I'm going to a meetup, I have a Python user group in my city, and I want to go to, let's say, this meetup and that meetup and that meetup. So like 3 meetups or so. Can you send me some merch? Then definitely we will send you a t-shirt that you can wear there, and maybe some stickers and so on, or so you can bring it there and spread it around. That doesn't mean that everyone who goes to a meetup get a free t-shirt from us, but it's the idea behind it. Like if you're active in the community, and if you want to be active also outside the community to inform other people about that, you can then become an ambassador. It's not yet kind of defined totally how we will do that. And there will definitely be 2 different aspects. The one aspect is having a community member becoming an ambassador. And the other aspect is like a company like Continero can be ambassador company that then goes to exhibitions and spin up a Robot Framework booth there and be there for community on these
cool.
days.
Right.
Yeah. So that's, for example, something we do on QS Talk in Germany, where we have just a robot framework booth, and we put two, 3 people there, and people who are using the tool can just ask them holes in the butt and get the great answers.
I would actually catch to this topic of the conference, because we are starting to get out there. Like already last year, we were in several conferences across the Europe, so you already could see the robot framework flag in several conferences. But this year we want to do much more. And also, like Rene mentioned about the ambassador program. So we are thinking how to get the robot framework out there. So if you go to a testing conference, you won't get lost that the robot framework is not there. You'll find your home there. So we really want to be out there. We are sending the call for papers now this time, but also it's about the community. So anyone in any country, if you know about a testing conference, you have an interesting topic that you want to promote, just send the paper. And if you want, we can help you. We can get you prepared also to give the presentation, like we did for the robot framework in Helsinki. So really, if you're interested about this topic, about going to conferences, let us know, and we can help you.
Absolutely. And the test guild's always looking for speakers for our automation guild. So if you have any good robot framework sessions, send them our way as well. We'd love. I think it's something that the community needs to be exposed to.
We have to really talk a little bit, we too, about the dates you always pick.
Right. Yeah. So, you pick. I've been doing it first.
As for those who do not know, like Test Guild was again, unfortunately, parallel to the Helsinki RoboCon. So it's always like early in the year, so we have to sync it a little bit better here.
Yep, for sure. All right.
Yeah, so, I can recommend. I was talking there ages ago.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You were the first speaker. One of the first speakers at the first event, 2017.
Yeah, something like that. So I can recommend it. And if you have a good topic for me, you think that your audience is interested, I definitely can also myself be back there speaking. So
awesome.
But let's talk. And I recommend for the whole community that if you're interested in what Joe is doing, try to go into his conferences, podcast, and so on. He's doing a great job.
And I apologize. I wasn't promoting it. I was just trying to think of ways to contribute to RoboCon, as a
yeah. But it's
all right, cool. So good.
About the ambassador program still, so the details aren't, as Rene told, not really. We don't know the details yet. But if you find this interesting, then Gather is already a good time to chat with Rene or David or Mika. Possibly me as well. I don't know. I'm not on a board, so I don't know too much about that. But all the board members and so on. So if you're interested, you can basically sign up already now without knowing the details.
Nice.
Just sign up.
Right. Awesome. So good.
There was about this sponsoring, like individual people sponsoring the development. I agree with Rene that that's not something that we really need. But then again, we've had discussion that should we somehow allow individual people join the foundation? How would it work? But it's also kind of complicated. Now we have only organization as members, and it would kind of odd then if there would be like some organization that would also have 10 members or 100 members as individual members. I don't know if people are eager to join and have ideas how to make it work, then that's something that we can also consider in the future. But I don't think it's on the agenda for this year. There are this Amadeus program, for example, that we are now planning and so on.
Before we go in the question, I want to add one thing about individuals helping.
Yeah.
And the one thing is giving reviews on tools or star projects. So go on GitHub, star robotframework.org. Go on github.com or RobotCode.io and check out Daniel's GitHub repository. Give a star to this awesome IDE. Market Square. There was another question in the Slido also. What is Market Square? So Market Square is a GitHub organization. So github.com/Market Square. There's a collection of a lot of robot framework projects. You can start a project there, or what, for example, helps others to find great tools like RobotCode. If you go to the VS Code marketplace, so where you can see all the extensions, go to the RobotCode and leave a 5-star review. This is contribution. And some of these open source projects, like I know it from Daniel, for example, you can do sponsoring on GitHub. So on GitHub, you have there a sponsor button, and they can just throw in €5 or something like this. And that piles up if many people do it. Unfortunately, until now, not many people have done that. But if you think that's awesome and you can afford €10 or something like this, buy Daniel coffee, throw this in. That is good invested money. Don't give it to us.
Love it. Yeah, I can almost see like Chris did online with their own RoboCon online. If they had little RoboCon guilds all over the place, you have a speaker come in and given that time to do it local, these little meetups would probably help with the awareness as well.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Next question. And what's the URL for Marketplace again? How do they get there?
GitHub.com/MarketSquare.
Market Square.
Yeah, it's not Marketplace, it's Market Square. Because it's what is the name of that Market Square thing in Helsinki, Pekka?
Kauppatori, but that's so Market Square is actual square in Helsinki. That's known to be a location where Finland wins something in ice hockey, not in football because we don't win anything in football, but in ice hockey we have won something. So and people all go there. It's like let's see at the Market Square in Finnish, like Torilla tavataan kind of thing. Maybe I heard there was Simpsons had in Finland or something from Finland like a few days ago. So that would be kind of close to be an event. And let's go there. So that's a good name by Ed. So of course it's kind of causing confusion because people are typically thinking about Marketplace, but it is actually Market Square, but it's the name of this actual square.
Awesome.
But it's basically it's a GitHub organization basically. Okay. What it basically is.
So AI, we talked a little bit about how it may be possibly added to robot framework or something. Any other use cases for it? Like, is it a test case generator? Do you see it like analyzing results? What are any use cases you may see applying
I think,
AI?
David, you can say something about the healing selector stuff.
Oh, yeah. So actually in Helsinki on the workshops, we were doing this nice little integration with the robot framework that was using SeleniumLibrary. And we were using also the OpenAI. So we were directly connecting to ChatGPT with the paid version and also with the Jira. And during this integration, we actually let the test fail, one of the Selenium ones. So we changed the locator to be not found. And then during the execution, we had a listener. We asked the AI why this is failing, and if the AI can assist us into fixing this. And we did it in a way that we just sent the whole HTML file where the issue was with the failed locator. We gave it to the AI and asked, hey, can you help us? And in many cases, it was able to find the proper locator, because finding a locator is the same process over and over again. So this is where the AI really shines into doing analysis, into doing summaries. So this is one of pretty nice examples how you can utilize AI really quickly. And we managed to do that in just a few hours with everyone. So really quick and neat trick to try. And about that summaries and analysis and about the testing results. So Robot Framework is all about making it presentable to the business or to the manual testers. But sometimes those errors that we get out of the logs are not really nicely readable, or the person that needs to understand that, they need some technical background. But with the AI, we can do the summary for this as well. So we can summarize the report, we can summarize the logs. We can also make the error log to be more efficient. We can include screenshots, and AI can also understand the screenshots. So,
and this is also not just possible like with OpenAI. So at Imbus, so my employer, we are working on a project, or it's already done, where we have a locally hosted LLM. So it has no connection to the cloud, and it's still analyzing the logs from a test automation. and then raising Jira issues and explicitly like describing and explaining the bug that happens there. So like describing the reproducibility of that, describing the effects, what's happening, and giving ideas what the cause could be. That is specifically trained. And we will also show that in, I think, April in Germany. You can Google for trends in testing. It's a free roadshow where we talk about that. So if you're located in Germany, you may show up.
Nice. I was just looking to analyze results. If someone brought up reportportal.io earlier, there's actually an integration for Robot Framework. There's so many integrations, I don't know how to keep track of it. I just Googled Report Portal, Robot Framework, and bam, there it is. So if anyone actually wants to check it out, they could do it now, I guess, with AI.
And you can see it, how it works live. If you go to RoboCon.io from your ticket link, the first workshop that we had actually on Tuesday, Manny talked 2.5 hours about reporting, and he showed how to integrate Robot Framework with Slack and Teams, sending messages there, or using Allure reporting, and also showed how to display that stuff in Grafana and in Report Portal. So nice. He showed actually how the integration with Report Portal works, how you have to set it up, and so there you can get a hands-on example how to do that.
Those have been recorded and those are available.
Yeah, and they are available, and we will publish them, I think, also soonish publicly. And Report Portal has an AI that if an error or a similar error appears the same time, and you have already categorized or triaged these things in a certain manner, it will propose these triage then for the future for new things. Yep. And so there is already a machine learning involved, and they had it before OpenAI, so that's also something integrated there.
Absolutely. All right, great Day 2 conference, awesome presenters. How can we get an opportunity to present our achievements using these excellent tools, libraries from Robot Framework? Do you have any certifications that go out, after the event? Hey, you've been certified Robot Framework Fresh or something.
Okay, that's I'm not sure if that was mean, but if you want to have a participation certificate, of course you can have. But what I thought more like, how could we get the opportunity to present what we have achieved? Is more like, how can we show that also? Yep. Maybe that was the question. So
you're probably right there, not me.
We have once a month we have an open space. So every last Friday, I think, in the month, we have an open space that will also be in the future be live streamed to YouTube. And there we have then, for example, last time Ismo Aro, the kind of founder of the Robot Framework Foundation, had a presentation about energy consumption testing. So you're doing your test automation and you're testing, and you check how much energy your tests cost and or your system costs. And if maybe performance improvements kick in or your CPU load goes up, you can verify those. And there would be a platform to show these things.
And of course, there's a new CFP, call for papers for new proposals at some point for the next RoboCons.
Someone else also asked about GatherTown. Is GatherTown just for these 3 days? Is it all year long? When you do the open space, is that a Zoom call or is it on Gather?
It's the open space would be a Zoom call. GatherTown theoretically is be there all the time. So you can, if you once have the link, you can go here, but typically it's not really used. It's free for up to 25 users. So you can just go here. You can use that link the next years. When we started the conference, we saw something like 20 people running around of the last year's RoboCon because it was different space.
Oh, right.
Because we wanted to preserve it. So, So GatherTown is there, but typically I would say so the open spaces are in Google Meet the past, and in the future it will be in Zoom.
How many people know how to get to the Slack channel? Is that something well known? Because
I mean, it's if you go to RoboCon, robotframework.org, and then you scroll down, you see under community, you see the Slack invite and the forum.
Okay.
So if you click there, you directly are on the invite mask and you type in your username. I mean, we have
20,000?
20,000 something. Yeah. We just hit the 20,000 mark the day before the on-site conference. So we are now at 20,846 members.
Wow.
So someone seems to find that button. So I would say.
Awesome. Mobile testing. Any plans around mobile testing?
Yeah, that's a thing. I would really. So we had the same situation with Selenium Library. Like it grew over years, and we want to make some kind of a new start. Not to breaking it down or so, but making something fresh, making something modern. And I would actually like to make something with that Appium library as well. It kind of has aged. It's grown. I think there should be something new. The problem is like the time and the money you can spend there. So if anyone is willing to kind of really give some love to the Appium library, or making a new Appium library that really has some cool features or other technologies, we are totally in supporting that. But I think yes, mobile testing, and specifically the heterogeneity of mobile, web, database, everything in one row, is a unique selling point of Robot Framework. And I would love to see someone really actively maintaining that library, because I think it's key. Yeah.
I would say that if there is a new ecosystem project funding round and someone proposes either making new release of Appium library, making it alive again, or creating a new mobile testing library, that kind of project has very, very high success rate.
Yes.
It's likely that it's going to get some funding, but the foundation itself, I mean, the board is not there to do all this. We rely on community, and of course, sometimes, most of the time, these projects come from so that they are funded by companies people are working for, or something like that. People need them for their own work and so on. But of course, as mentioned multiple times, the foundation also tries to help funding if there are individual people working with this. So it would be nice to see something new in that area, but that will require community help.
All right, I know you covered new features, Robot Framework 7. People are, I guess, excited for Framework 8. Any updates or anything on your roadmap for what would be the next major release?
It's kind of now open, so not sure how well now it's known, but I'm actually currently on paternity leave, so not working that actively. So the next major release, we'll most likely start developing it next autumn. There's going to be at least one bug fix release relatively soon. There may be a feature release before sometime in June or July possibly, and then I would assume that in August, when I'm also more actively back, we'll start thinking more about the next major release. We don't have any concrete plans yet, but I would assume that most likely in the next major release, we are going to look at keyword namespaces and possibly variable namespaces, and how when you import something in a resource file, when you import the library, where those keywords are seen. There's some of that current logic in Robot is kind of messed up, and then also we may also want to have something like private library imports or something like this. But we don't know yet. We don't yet know what exactly will be there. There was a question that can I influence? Well, that is of course. First of all, if there's some feature you think that would be useful, then first I think you should go and submit an issue about that. Make sure or check that if there is already an issue about that, and comment an existing issue if there is. Make a talk about the enhancement on the developer channel on Slack or some other channel, maybe here on Gather, maybe today or tomorrow in the open space. If there is enough need, we see that, okay, this is actually really, really useful feature and many people will benefit, and then it's possible that we'll add it in the agenda and it will be implemented basically on the funding from the Robot Framework Foundation. So I might be implementing with someone else. So that's possible. So that way you can do it. But if we agree that, well, it's useful feature, but not super important now, or we have other features that are more important, then if you want to actually influence and get it in, then the way is to provide a pull request, implement it yourself, or possibly, if you're interested, sponsors development of that specific feature. So that's of course something we are always open foundation. That if there's something you want, that's not at the moment high priority for. Otherwise, you can sponsor that development of certain feature. But yeah.
And that's basically also like the next question, like can I purchase a new feature? So I mean the one thing is like taking influence by bringing up ideas or being involved in the discussions, like in the roadmap work group. You can just approach us and say, hey, I want to be part of it. And but the other thing is, how can I pay for it? So this question, I would say definitely yes. You can get any dumb or smart feature into Robot Framework as long as you throw enough money on it. Because even if we consider it's a dumb question, you can pay someone else to just make a fork of Robot Framework and implement it there. So any feature can be added. The question is, are you then on the main track still? But with good ideas, they are considered to be useful. It's similar to like paid software. If someone approaches me and I'm selling a paid software and say, I would like to have that feature, I would like to pay you for that. We are typically then considering, okay, is that new feature good for all of us? Or is it just like breaking 90% of our users and just suiting you? And in these cases, then we would obviously, independently how much you pay us, we would say no. But if it's a meaningful question where we can actually bring value to the bigger community, we are happy to take your money and implement that, buy Pekka or pay someone else, maybe from the former core team like Janne Härkönen or so, to implement that. So we have possibilities to scale there, even that Pekka is on paternity leave. And there were examples of that. For example, the RPA feature was added by external funding. And the if-else stuff were basically added by external funding. In those cases, or the if-else were, for example, funded by RoboCorp. Also, the browser library, the first funding round came from them. So this is definitely possible. But please be aware that if we are considering to create too much friction with new features, we typically would not want to implement them.
Gotcha. Guys, we only have good.
Also, one thing is that we are more happy typically that if features can be added outside the core. So often if there's a new enhancement, then it might be that we instead say that, well, could we possibly add an API to make it possible to implement an external tool and try to keep the core somewhat lean? But so we are in general for the core, we are not going, even if you would be ready to pay for us, if we don't consider the enhancement useful for the wider community, it won't be added. But then in those cases also, we might be willing to add an API that makes it possible for you to implement a tool that provides the functionality and without having that particular feature in the core. But if you're interested, well, that's again something that Mika or Rene might probably the best person to contact, and me also, just for kind of an idea that what do we think about the feature that we see it's useful.
Absolutely. So we only have like 3 minutes left. I thought we'd go around the room and just wrap things up with parting thoughts for the RoboCon and the folks that attended the event. So we'll start with David and then work our way up.
All right. So for me, like I said, the community is really everything, and I loved to meet the community again. It again gave me so many ideas to try different kind of topics. I would love to also cooperate with Daniel Will. We were discussing how to bring AI into RobotCode, to have our personal GitHub Copilot. So again, many different ideas for the next year, and I'm really looking forward to be here next year with you all.
Awesome. Pekka? Or Renee, either one?
No. Pekka, go ahead. I wanted to say, Pekka, go ahead, please. That one.
Yeah. So well, I don't think I have much new to say because I can say community and ecosystem once more because they are so awesome. But that's basically it's great to be deeply involved with all this in think about how how some of these ideas that we get, what we can do in the core to make them possible, make new features possible, and so on. But then it's what's kind of even cooler is then to see how when we've added something to the core, we've made something possible, how it's kind of start to blossom. We got new projects here and they're using those features. And Robot Framework 7 is of course so fresh that there couldn't be anything yet here. But I'm looking forward for next RoboCon, for example, to see what kind of interesting and crazy and so on ideas people have got for new listener API enhancements, for example, because there's a lot of that. It's so kind of open API that you can do so many different things with it. That I have some ideas what could be done, but you mix those ideas with AI, and I don't know, there might be something really strange.
Cool. And Renee.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I would really like to use that chance to send a big thanks out to all the people who have made that RoboCon possible. So that's all these participants, all these people who bought tickets. Honestly, without the ticket sales of RoboCon, we could not maintain the tool that good. So RoboCon is a very, very important. That was the cat.
Sorry.
And so
is that cat alive? Is that a real cat?
The cat behind David?
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
it's alive. Same as yours, right?
Yeah, but he looks like.
Right. There was a question for that. I saw that.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I just noticed it. Sorry.
Okay. But no problem. So so RoboCon is a very vital part of our monetization and our financing situation. And the RoboCon has so many segments. So it's you, the participants, who bringing up all these feedback, all these ideas. I had in Helsinki, I had all these speakers on stage, and there were some online speakers there as well. I really have to send a big thank you to all the speakers. We had so many great proposals that we could now have a full on-site RoboCon with 2 days and a full online RoboCon with super new talks. And this is really awesome. It's really like touching my heart how active the people are, how much they invest. And I really like that community, and I'm so happy to be part of it. And to be maybe also a player here, motivating other people to contribute. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Yeah, I loved it. It seemed a little more diverse this time as well with the speakers, the topics. I thought it was really, really good. So kudos to you for going through all the call for speakers to get a good lineup.
Actually, that's maybe one point that I want to add. So I sent that also in my kind of Christmas message to the community. There's so much going on in the world with like hate or separation of people. Maybe it helps the anonymity that we have in our community, that you don't know necessarily which color someone has or gender or whatever. But even if people are publicly showing their origin or their gender or so, I have never experienced in our community any kind of hate or anger or so. And we also want to become more diverse, because just by the fact who we are, what we are doing, we know that we have a big majority of for example, male participants in our community. And we really want to integrate any kind of minorities in our system. We want to encourage people who are maybe not the eagerest alpha male person jumping on stage. So we want to ask people that we know that are active, like, for example, Stavrola. She's active in the community, super smart person, and helping in the community as well. So we kind of said, come on, now go on stage, tell your story. Yeah, that's interesting. That's encouraging others. And we actively also, for example, there's a group in Helsinki. I know I'm overtaking now the time, but there's a group in Helsinki, Mimit Koda, who is dedicated to support women in tech. And we have one of the RoboCon Orga team members, Jenna, who's also a key player in Mimit Koda. And Jenna is also part of the RoboCon Orga team. And she has so important role in in that group that we are so happy that we got her feedback, that we got her influence about what we may be also doing wrong from our point of view, because we are on the one side of the window, yeah.
Right,
and so it's so important to get that feedback, to get that support, and therefore I'm super thankful that Jenna is there, that Jenna gives us the feedback, that she also sometimes just decide, no, let's not do that, and we all then say, okay, you decided, we are not doing that.
Right.
Oh, I got that's my after party.
Oh,
here.
Nice.
Fresh.
Were you drinking wine too earlier?
No, I was not. No, that was a Coke.
Okay, I was like, oh, he's already starting early. All right.
So don't drink. I don't want to encourage public alcohol.
Awesome. Well, thank you again. I want to appreciate you all really making this an awesome event. Thank you. It was an honor to host it. So thank you all so much for joining us and making this all happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah,
and see you all tomorrow in Gathertown.
All right. Thanks again. Cheers.
Cheers.
All right. One an event, but hey, as I mentioned, it's not over. So I want to thank you all for joining, for making the past 2 days awesome. But it's not over. So make sure to join tomorrow in Gathertown for the Unconference. I think it starts at 11. I don't know what time, what the time zone. I think it's GMT. So 11 GMT, and a big round of applause for all the great speakers we had today and yesterday. And, they spent a lot of time preparing and joining us. So if you see them in Gathertown, show them some love, buy them a virtual beer. Big shout out to our sponsors. Big love to our sponsors. We want to thank them for all they do as well. Sponsors. And big shout out to you. Thank you for all your questions, all your participation. That's what makes this event awesome. And that's why it makes it a pleasure and honor for me to host this event, because this community is awesome. So a special thanks to the entire RoboCon team for organizing this event. And once again, it's been an honor to host RoboCon 24. And let's keep the conversation going in Gathertown, in the virtual world, in Beer. We'll have a virtual beer sauna. And hope to see you all here next year. And once again, thank you once again. As always, test everything and keep the good. Check you out next time. Cheers. Look.